So, I'm gonna start the stream like right now. Well, I'm starting the stream, but I'm gonna start the reactions like literally right now.
Siri_bot. Siri_bot has joined Cerebro Love.
So,
Stream elements. Artextric is now live. Streaming art, digital art stream real-time reactions and art studies, hashtag how to draw, hashtag drawing, hashtag animered. Botrix. Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
So we're gonna knock all these videos out from top to bottom. We're gonna get out of the anti-woke stuff, and then we're gonna just do all anime stuff.
Botrix official. Be a support hero today.
So while
by
I'm doing
using commands like support.
But shut up. Anyway, so let's just get into this. So this is from Clownfish TV. For those who are watching or gonna rewatch this, Disney wants your kids. So we're gonna see what that means by what Clownfish is saying. So let's jump into it and let's see where this goes.
Plus, it removes up to...
Come on, commercial, go away.
Does your...
No. No. I'm gonna restart this. You're really forcing this on me, huh? Oh wait, I just realized. Yeah, it's not that. Wait, if we do it like that. That's fine. Bro, are you fucking...
The boss looks disgusting.
Alright, so this is from Cloudfish TV. We're gonna do the reactions now and all that stuff. Clownfish says Disney wants your kids. We're gonna see what that means. Probably something really woke, so let's see what that means.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV.
Nope, not turn on shorts right now. We're gonna be doing the reactions first. Once I get to the anime stuff, then I'll turn on shorts. It makes more sense if I get the anti-woke videos out of the way first, and then I'll turn on shorts as soon as we get to the anime stuff.
Ironikai. AHHOK.
Because it might bring too much for some bad actors. And I started realizing when I start talking about anti-woke stuff, it slows down the shorts. So I'm like, let me just get that out of the way, because those are the most controversial out of the rest. Alright, so this is Clownfish TV, and it says Disney wants your kids. Now, I don't know what that actually means, so let's see what that means, because I don't want to assume anything. It's probably something straight up woke, so let's see.
This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's time for another daily dose of dismal Disney. Disney is running out of children.
Yeah, pretty much.
Could be taken in so many different ways.
That could be taken in so many different ways.
Disney wants more kids. They want your kids. We're gonna talk about this because yeah, they are having a problem. We're actually running out of children to go to Disney. This could in part explain Disney adults and why Disney is chasing that millennial dollar.
It's not just that. They're talking about Disney getting viewership in general, and they're talking about how what we've mentioned many times before, which was they're going to YouTube.
Yeah, so kids aren't watching Mickey. I mean, we said this before when we were talking about Universal. We said kids aren't going to beg their parents to go to Disney World to go see Mickey. They're going to go to Universal to go see Mario and Harry Potter and, How to Train Your Dragon. That's what they're going to do.
Well,
so let's talk about all of this.
It honestly makes sense. They don't, as far as I see it, I don't see Universal pushing woke topics like that all that much. They may have some few, but not as hard heavy-handing as that of Disney. If you stop and think about it, if you compared it to, like, just literally just don't do that. Like compared to all the Disney properties and what they're trying to do with them, whether it be live action or even current year. So.
This, and we'll talk about kind of the decline in birth rates, and we're going to talk about the decline in Disney viewership. Before you get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Yeah, woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so this is one hell of a headline. Disney has a kid crisis.
Take that as you will.
Yeah, children used to grow up watching Mickey. Now they're all on YouTube. That's true. That's why they tried to basically buy YouTube. They bought Maker Studios back in the day because Maker had a lot of the top gaming YouTubers. And that was a...
I think they're referring to as like Markiplier or something like that. Because I think, if I remember, I think Markiplier is on their payroll, if I'm right. I think.
They're going to YouTube.
Yeah, so kids aren't watching Mickey. I mean, we said this before when we were talking about Universal. We said kids aren't going to beg their parents to go to Disney World to go see Mickey. They're going to go to Universal to go see Mario and Harry Potter and How to Train Your Dragon. That's what they're going to do. So let's talk about all of this, and we'll talk about kind of the decline in birth rates, and we're going to talk about the decline in Disney viewership. Before you get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Yeah, woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so this is one hell of a headline. Disney has a kid crisis.
Take that as you will.
Yeah, children used to grow up watching Mickey. Now they're all on YouTube. That's true. That's why they tried to basically buy YouTube. They bought Maker Studios back in the day because Maker had a lot of the top gaming YouTubers. And that was a fiasco because they didn't know what to do with it. And then it wound up leading to the adpocalypse, which is a whole other thing. But yeah,
they tried to buy into Fortnite.
Now they're trying to buy into Fortnite. This is why they're pushing for Instagram and TikTok and all these because they're trying to reach kids because kids aren't watching Disney like they used to.
No.
They're talking about Bob Iger coming back and having a partnership with Epic Games and Taylor Swift. We've entered a new era, Iger effused to investors during the February earnings call. The Eras Tour film would stream exclusively on D+. So D+, that's it's more like D-, but like, hey, they're fellow kids, right? That's what we're doing here. They said investors' celebration was short-lived amid the declining TV business, dismal box office numbers, and the need to name a successor. Iger continues to face significant problems. Perhaps most concerning of all, Disney is losing its monopoly on kids.
Truth.
Oh, well.
Yeah. There's a couple of reasons for this, and we're going to talk about them. It's not just because of competition. There's some other issues, too.
Yeah, So we've actually talked about this before, that Disney Channel used to be the biggest thing.
Looking good.
Thank you.
For kids. Like, kids watch Disney Channel. Disney Channel shows were huge. Like, every other Mickey Mouse Club member went on to become a pop star or a movie career or something, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and most of them are crazy or on drugs. Look at Justin Timberlake. Look at Britney Spears. The only person who probably didn't go crazy yet, who was a Disney child star back in the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, was probably Ryan Gosling. Honestly. Nearly every Disney character,
Magic_091. That's crazy, LOL.
Every Disney child star is either hopped up on drugs or crazy because they was exploited by evil producers and adults that took advantage of their innocence. The only person that you don't hear that's not crazy and still has somewhat of a successful career and still keeps himself in shape is Ryan Gosling.
Be a support hero today.
Because Britney Spears, I think I remember right.
/donation and
fucking Nightbot, shut the fuck up! Anyway, the point is that I think Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Ryan Gosling, and I think there was one other one I can't think of. Oh.
Only Hilary Duff came out okay.
Fuck. What's her name? Oh my god.
Ironikai.
What's her name?
And Corbin Blue.
I don't think he acts anymore. I haven't seen him in any recent projects on like that of like Zac Efron. He probably did some indie shit, but I have not. What's her name? She's a singer. Starts with a C. Christina Aguilera. There you go. But she hasn't done bad. She actually thickened out. She really got thickened out. Yuck.
It was a big deal, and it just like dropped off a freaking cliff. But they said, the Disney Channel, once a gateway to all things Disney, plummeted from a top 10 network with nearly 2 million average daily prime.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna exclude some of them who actually made it. I think Hilary Duff made it through, as Aaron said, and then who is it? Who else was the second one? Oh, you said
He doesn't do Disney.
Yeah.
He has his own stuff and also Broadway performances.
I don't think that's a successful story, to be honest. Like, it's a successful to an extent that he's probably not on drugs or anything. But like, I think people see it as a success when you like escape that and still seem sane and still seen in the Hollywood spotlight. But I can see what you're saying, because even though he's not crazy or he's not in the spotlight, he's still, I guess, acting. So if he's still on Broadway, so, and hopefully they're paying him well. I don't know if they pay you well on Broadway. I don't know how that works, but I'm pretty sure they do.
Time viewers in 2014 to number 80. Holy hell.
I would argue that Disney Channel had way more than that even before 2014 viewers, because there wasn't that much. Like when we were kids, everybody watched Disney Channel because there wasn't a lot to choose from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You didn't have as many options too, which I think is also, leading into this decline, because kids can go watch YouTube, Netflix. There's so many different choices. Most of them are on their phones watching TikTok. That's a whole other story.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Disney Channel, like when our kids were growing up, that was huge. Disney Channel and Nickelodeon were the two big ones, and both of them are in a really bad place right now. Nickelodeon, of course, has a whole nother set of issues with the Schneider stuff, and then Paramount. I'm wondering if they'll just retire the brand completely or something at this point. But yeah, so now
he's behaving. LOL.
Let me see. Comic Blue is still Hollywood. It's still Hollywood. He's a big deal still. Just not in the drama, so you don't. No, it's not. They don't have to be misbehaving. I'm not talking about behavior. I'm talking about either they're a success story in the sense of they're still working in the industry, like in major hit movies in the sense, or TV shows. But if he's doing indie projects, they don't see you as they see you as you're working, but they don't see you as a success. Like let's look at I'll use like Tobey Maguire. And if I remember right, they said the reason why most of the time you don't see Tobey Maguire half the time is not because of, well, he is difficult to work with, but that's not the case. It's because people still see Spider-Man and he still has that young round face features that he has that it makes him still look young-ish. He's now looking old now compared to like Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield. But you don't see him in a lot of movies anymore. He does more like, they do more indie projects half the time. And they just don't get as much recognition as it should, because indie projects are just not that. It keeps, I guess, the lights on, but it doesn't pay as much as that of like a major Hollywood blockbuster or even a Netflix show, TV show, Hulu, Freeform, all these stuff. That's what I'm saying. But if you're working, if you're still making enough to say you're an actor, because what people are going to do and what normal people usually do is compare and contrast. So if I saw you on Disney Channel or a Disney movie or even a Disney franchise, and then you're just doing indie projects and I haven't seen you in anything else other than just that, then yes, you're a success to an extent that you're still working, but you're not a success as that of a movie star. Like you're not, like, compared to his counterparts, like what's her name?
Ironikai. Yeah, he does TV shows. He wanted to be in shows and Broadway stuff. BC, that was his niche. Not movie type guy. He doesn't like it. He talked about liking show life.
Yeah, but the thing is with TV shows, they tend to compare and contrast on that, because when you're on movies, people
plus
see
sweet X hearts plus.
People see you. Hey, sweet. People see you more of a big deal when you're in movies compared to a TV show. Now, a TV show teeters between a sitcom, a drama, CW type work, and then Netflix. There are difference between a Netflix TV show, a streaming service TV show compared to a CW show. Like if I took like a CW show, like let's just say Riverdale, compared to that of what was like Stranger Things, there's a major mass difference between them production wise.
Valid, I get ya.
That's what I'm saying. So even if he's on TV shows, it has to be a TV show that people recognize. If you're on a show that's on Netflix that is a sitcom that no one hears about, yes, you're on Netflix, yes, you're making money, but you're not making money enough to say, oh, I recognize you. Or even if I recognize you, why the fuck are you on X? Because people are going to compare that, because you was on High School Musical, and then the Disney movies with the jumping rope, I forgot what it was, and then I think the High School Musical movie and some other projects. But once you start doing movies with major brands like Disney, Hulu, well, Hulu's under Disney now, but like Freeform, all of them, or Netflix, people are going to put you to that standard, right? But when you are doing indie projects or just sitcom shows and people kind of recognize you because of High School Musical and that's it and nothing more, then you made it to an extent that you are making it a living, but you're not a superstar anymore as you used to be. You're never going to catch it the same way. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's like B.O.B. He's a rapper, right? We used to listen to B.O.B. a lot back in the 2010s. Yeah, early 2010s with the Airplane song and all that stuff and Magic and stuff with what was that what was that band? Weezer and stuff. Everyone, he was a big deal. Now you hear nothing from him, even though he's still probably making music. He's not the same as he was before, and I think I remember last time he had gotten a big beef on Twitter, and it caused trouble for him. But it is what it is. So that's what I'm saying. So even if he's working, great. If he's making money from what he loves, great. But to say he's still a superstar like Zac Efron, Vanessa Hudgens, and all the rest, not the same.
I heard Keke Palmer still in music industry and she got in some trouble for tying to avoid trouble.
The last time I heard anything about
someone threatened her.
I think the last time I heard anything about Keke Palmer, I think she was doing an interview of the girl who was in the Acolyte. If I remember right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Bri. I think she was I think she was interviewing the girl from the Acolyte who fucked herself with all that woke racism shit that she was trying to do. I don't know what she was trying to do on that, but a lot of girls, or at least actors or actresses, should take a note from the Haley girl who played Haley something for her name, who played Ariel just recently. Even though people didn't like the movie, she didn't argue with fans. She didn't to my knowledge, she didn't argue with fans that I know of. She didn't make a big stink. She didn't mention racism. She just went on the movie, did her part. People made their comments, and she moved the fuck on. I didn't hear anything about she talking about anti-woke, talking about woke stuff or white privilege or any stuff. Probably she has said that, but it wasn't at the extent of that of like Rachel Zegler and this one girl, I forgot her name, who's playing in the Acolyte that was arguing with Star Wars fans. Those girls should take a note from her and be professional in that sense. Even if people don't like your movie or your Netflix show or whatever the case may be because of whatever you perceive to be racism. You know what I'm saying?
She got hated on BC. She exposed PPL who like minors in music industry and Illuminati and satanic stuff going on behind the senses.
Are you talking about Haley or are you talking about the girl from Acolyte? Are you talking about the Acolyte girl or are you talking about the Haley girl who played Ariel? Yeah, let me know on that one.
They only have 132,000 people watching Disney Channel in 2023. God, wow. That is...
Palmer.
Oh, I don't know about that. That I don't know. You might be telling the truth on that. I really don't know anything about that one. Because last time I heard of anything of her,
Hi, Aaron.
She was doing a interview with the girl from Acolyte. That was it.
Junebug_346. Hi.
Hey, Junebug.
I mean, you think about that. Like, some of the top YouTubers get more views than that in an hour.
Some of the top YouTubers get more than 2 million average daily views, in general. In general,
on just a video, just a radio, what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, this is why they're freaking out. Kids are getting their TV fix on streaming, which accounts for 2/3 of TV watch time for children 2 to 11 per Nielsen estimates. YouTube has become king. Kids increasingly prefer to zone out for hours watching free short-form videos instead of full-length TV episodes and movies. That's true. Like, a lot of kids these days, like, they don't want to watch the whole episode. They'll watch clips of an episode. I know, like, our daughter, she's like, oh yeah, I saw the scene. I'm like, oh, did you watch that show? She's like, no, I just saw the clips on TikTok.
Yeah. So TikTok isn't on here, and I would honestly even argue TikTok might, be over YouTube in some of these instances.
Oh, for kids, absolutely. They're probably not putting it on here though, because technically kids aren't supposed to be watching it without it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but
Yeah, so they said Nielsen estimates that kids 2 to 11 watch 3 times as much YouTube as Disney Plus content. Meanwhile, Disney said in 2022 that over 60% of Disney Plus subscribers were adults without kids at home.
And they were shocked by that. I wasn't shocked by that at all,
No.
actually. That, given the Disney adult trend, given that a lot of them are millennials, I wasn't surprised in any way, shape, or form. I know a lot of people that are that age range don't even want to have kids, which we're going to talk about shortly.
Yeah, we'll talk about that because there are a lot of issues. I mean, you have to remember when Disney was king, right? Television was new. They had the Disneyland program. It was the 1950s. We had the baby boom. There were a lot of kids.
Again, you were limited on what channels you could watch too. So
like 3 or 4 channels. That was it. And even when we were kids, yeah, cable was a thing, but there weren't as many channels on cable.
But one of the biggest
This shit wasn't so fucking expensive as it was back then. It was expensive, but it wasn't expensive as now.
things on cable was the Disney Channel.
Was Disney Channel, yeah. And I still remember at one point in time, believe it or not, this is how old I am, and I was very young when it was the case, but Disney Channel was a premium channel. You had to pay for it like HBO. And then it went to ad supported. So they're doing the same thing that they did back in the day. But I remember like they would do free preview weekends and they would advertise it in like the TV guide, like, hey, you can watch Tron and Pete's Dragon on repeat forever this weekend. And that was it. And Masterpiece Theater. And I was like begging to get Disney Channel. They're like, it's like $20 a month in 80s money. And people
or you just do what a lot of people did and just skip the little black box. But that's a whole other story.
That's a whole nother story.
Neon said 80s money.
We did eventually get the little black box. We did not call the sweepstakes number. That was the
That
thing.
was so funny. For those who don't know, people had black boxes, and what they could do with that was basically you could get all the channels for free. However, people got smart to it, and they would put things like, if you call this number, you could win this prize. First, many people win this prize, or you could win the shirt. And people would call, and it was set up to catch people with black boxes. Because only black box people could see that.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing. So anyway,
they said, yeah, they're
Little
talking
Black
about
Box, I
YouTube being the
forgot about
primary
that.
platform of
Little
Ryan
black
Goss
box.
Samurai. Hi Norya.
I'm not familiar with that black box thing.
choice for kids. Says Alexia Raven, a former Warner Brothers Discovery Research Vice President, that's a mouthful, who co-founded the consultancy Maverick Insights and Strategy.
wow, that is a mouthful.
That is a commercial
Well, they study
for
kids.
Yes.
Viewing behavior.
It meets them where they are, it meets their passions in nuanced ways. It really has shifted the entertainment landscape. But the weird thing is that YouTube kind of penalizes kids content.
Now, yeah.
Now they do because of, honestly, it's
because of Disney.
because of Disney. Disney
pretty
triggered
much.
the adpocalypse. They triggered it
Basically,
with.
if we can't have it, no one can.
That's what it feels like. Because what happened was, and you guys can do your own research on it. Go out and there's all kinds of
Wait, are you referring to Elsa Gate?
of documentation of what actually happened. But they bought Maker Studios, which we actually, with another channel, were part of Maker Studios when this whole thing went down. We could see the train coming off the rails from like a mile away. I was like, what is going on
We
here?
got shows option for it, so there was
We
that.
did. Yeah, we did out of that deal. But yeah, so once the apocalypse happened, because PewDiePie said the N-word or had some people
No,
say
was it that or was
or
it
a Nazi joke or
yeah,
something.
I don't think it was that. I thought what caused the apocalypse that really kicked that off was the whole Logan Paul thing with the suicide forest thing.
Whatever
Nazi
it was, there
He said something dumb.
there were multiple issues, and Disney didn't realize what they bought. They just knew that they were going to get like all of Maker Studios for like $500 million, and they thought that, I don't know what they were thinking. I
They
think
thought that they could get it and then tell her, but then they could control everyone.
right, and they tried to give. They were trying to make like scripted shows from people that were just doing like family vlogs and
YouTube
stuff.
was the
and
Wild West at the
It
time.
was.
It was like, it was untamed, you know?
Yeah,
You
and they
can't
tried
tell
to
some people
tame
what
it.
to say. Yes.
They tried to tame it. They tried to basically make Disney Channel stars out of YouTubers, and it failed. And then the apocalypse happened.
Well, basically, yeah. Then there was the apocalypse, which basically boiled down to, we're not going to give you our ad money if you're going to put it on show or things that like that.
Right,
And
right.
then basically, they still got to control it in some fashion.
Yeah.
After the fact with
Yeah.
their ad money, but yeah.
So then the second
There's a lot
round,
more to it.
there
That
was a
was
lot
just
more
the
to it.
abbreviated
It's a
version.
very abbreviated.
Cascade Platinum Plus gives you the highest standard of clean, even in your machine. Dare to
This is the stuff your insurance company
video about the apocalypse, but just basically saying Disney triggered it. And then there was another one where it was with Kappa, where we had all these like family vloggers, and if you showed kids in videos, your videos got demonetized. So it's just like,
oh yeah, that was a fucking, that was stupid.
been by degree. So I guess I'm kind of surprised. Like, they have YouTube Kids, but I'm not sure what the ad rates are like. I know Coco Melon was making mad money. Like, if you're doing animation, that was like a big deal.
Oh yeah, and the boy who opened toy boxes, I forgot about Toy Box. What's his name? I forgot the boy who opens box reviews. I forgot the kid's name was. He was making some crazy ass money as a child, alone, just opening toys, doing toy reviews. He was not, I don't even think he was even doing reviews. I think he was just opening toys, and kids who like those toys, like Five Nights or where the fuck, probably even like Legos or whatever the trendy thing was, the kid would just open and unbox them. I forgot his name, but like he should be old enough to get money now, but I think ultimately he was like a little kid or some
Ironikai.
shit like that.
I would. I'm in the wrong profession.
Yeah, the kid was making mad money, and before the adpocalypse thing, it was just a little kid. I think he was like 10. I think he was like 10 years old or some shit, or even younger than that. And his whole shtick was just like getting toys, and he'll buy them and then he'll open them and show them off. I think he'll give somewhat of a review. He was a kid, so it's not like he's getting like an elaborate review and over analyzing. I don't think so. And the kid was making $1 million a year or some shit like that at the time. I think around some high ass six figures numbers. Like it was kind of unheard of. I only heard about it because of the adpocalypse. I didn't know who that kid was. But he was making some crazy money. That was like what, 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I think that was almost a decade ago. So I'm pretty sure that kid is of age now to get money. I don't know if he's still doing the unboxings, but
there's a girl who makes a lot of money and all she does is busy 90s toys, rare toys and discontinued toys.
And there you go. So you can do that. But I remember that was a thing. I didn't know that was even a thing, but I realized how that became a thing because kids would watch that. And I remember my little brother, he would just, when he was really into Five Nights at the very beginning, he would just watch some kid show off all the figurines of Five Nights collectibles he had. The kid would just literally show each one and name each one. I was like, that seems fucking boring, but it was just something my little bro was into. He would just love watching those videos, just watching this kid show off all his Five Nights at Freddy figurines. I was like, I don't know, maybe I'm different.
Yeah, they said media companies have increasingly incorporated YouTube into their distribution strategies by releasing shorts and trailers there, but it's not an ideal setup. Companies don't control the distribution or revenue from their content.
Right.
And it's not clear whether YouTube works as an on-ramp to their properties in the same way that Disney Channel did for Disney.
Because you get to keep all of it at Disney Channel, you know?
Right. And that was the thing. Like Disney, it's that whole brand synergy. Like Disney Channel was an on-ramp for Disney theme parks. It was an on-ramp for Disney radio. They wanted, they were pushing their stars into doing, albums and stuff like that. And, you can trace Miley Cyrus's success directly back to Disney Channel.
Pretty much.
And so many other, I mean, she tries to deny it, but it's like, no, you're big because of Disney Channel.
They're talking about like a lot of companies thought that, the bigger you get, the better off you be. But Disney's finding out that you have to have a steady stream of kids. And this is kind of what's going on, I think, with like Star Wars and Marvel and things too, is they're trying to find this new audience. But they don't have anybody
that was just a phase and they're not obsessed.
No, I think these kids are pretty obsessed. I think he was obsessed. I think he still is to this day. But he's doing more with it. He's making his own little figurines and selling. He's so far into Five Nights, but like, he's making like little artwork around that, which I don't think I find too concerning because that really falls into the furry thing. But it's not that big of a deal. I don't think so. It keeps him busy, so I'm not complaining. As long as it doesn't send him down.
Whatever the reason, they made money.
As long as it doesn't send him down to an unfortunate hell. But anyway, the point is here is that um the audience that they're running off for is just woke audience. Just a woke set of audience. It's just kind of wild.
People watching it enough to make a new audience, and they've lost their old audience because they went out of their way to lose their old audience.
Yes.
So you're not having people to fill those gaps, and they're running into this like with kids content because kids aren't watching it, and plus there's not as many kids as there used to be.
No, we saw it was the other day we went to a Target and they had all the was Young Jedi Adventures, the Star Wars kids. Like it didn't look like any of those had been sold, maybe 1 or 2 figures, and they were all on clearance for 50% off. And I think a big problem with Star Wars and Marvel is that it not only are there not as many kids, but that content does not resonate with kids.
I'm just gonna put something out there. I don't have no problem if someone draws furry stuff. I just have a problem when they go down to a road like, okay, I'm one to speak, but like, I draw anime girls, right? That's usually my shtick. I can draw anime dudes whenever, but like usually they don't bring as much customers as it should.
Ironikai. At Flynn we don't discriminate here.
But the problem here is that the furry thing it has a stigma towards it that I can understand why people don't like it or don't like how it goes down that road, because it tends to go down a road that is very unnatural.
NSFW.
Yeah, to a certain the NSFW is kind of, because with the anime thing, it's still it resonates under the idea of a humanoid individual. Yes, girls don't look like what anime girls look like, but it represents more of a human than that of a animal, right? That's where I think that's where the stigma really tends to have a hold on the annoyance. Because like, it's one thing when you can draw an anime girl and say, oh, because you can have girls cosplay as an anime girl and be like, oh, I can see what you're dressed as, right? And that's kind of like cute or adorable or even attractive. But when you're dressed like a whole animal, you know what I'm saying, and then you're trying to pass it off as, as attractive, that
Flynn
goes
Bassett.
down.
Aaron, I'm talking about the NSFW furries.
Yeah, that's what he's referring to. He's not referring to just furries in general. Like that's why he said it's not that's why he made the statement. As long as it becomes weird furry. He never said furries are a problem. He's saying that and I see where he's coming from to a certain extent, because it can fall down a weird path. Same thing with the anime thing. So like it can also go down a very strange path too. Like I draw anime girls bikini wise most of the time because it brings in customers. It is what it is. Sex sells. But that's like a primal instinct of most men to see anime girls because they see a girl, right? But when I'm drawing a furry like in a bikini, it represents a female probably if it's what that is, but like it goes down a different path when it's like a weird uncanny valley thing, if that makes any sense. Like you look at your dog and then you think of a girl who looks like a dog and then you make them into a sexual object. It doesn't really, to the norm person, they're gonna find that strange. That's what I'm saying. But it's not wrong to be a furry. I don't think so. It just gets weird when it goes down a very, very sexual path. Unnormal sexual path. That's abnormal sexual path. That's what I'm saying. But that's usually how it goes.
Yeah, but it's a veg statement, which is why I said we don't discriminate.
No, that's why I had to declare that, because like I know people are gonna watch this video because this video will be posted. So I know some people who watch me are furries. I know that people who like my work are probably furries too. So I want to make that very clear so they don't think I'm just saying, oh, you're a furry? Get the fuck out. No. I think the furry thing is just no more different if you're an anime fan. It's just how you behave and take it down a road. That's where that problem comes in. Because you can be in Dragon Ball all day and nothing's wrong with it. But when you start drawing Dragon Ball characters in certain specific ways that you can do on your private time, but when you start posting it, don't be kind of surprised where people have a vitriol reaction towards it. That's what I'm saying. So
like it did in our generation. You're competing with all. Again, we had limited choices, so you pretty much like if you wanted any kind of science fiction, it was either Star Trek or Star Wars.
Well, yeah, and the pop culture, you know, it was pop culture because it was what everyone watched,
right?
And it was so limited back then. Everybody watched the same stuff. Now there's except for a few, you know, juggernaut shows. Most.
Why is it so hard not to see it? What do you mean not so hard?
You like cat girls? I forgot what they call them in anime and sexualize it.
There's a term for it, but I forgot what it is. Usually when but like, this is why I don't draw anything like lolly stuff, because that's where that problem comes in, because that's what I'm talking about. So like the furry NSFW thing can go down the same right of that of the lolly.
Ryaga Samurai. Nikos.
Yeah, Nikos.
Ryaga Samurai. I think.
Yeah. Because that's what I mean. I think that's a better example. So like the lolly thing is accepted to a certain extent in anime, but when it goes down a path where, you know, it's getting out of hand, it's like that.
I mean, you can look something up and Rule 34.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Everybody watches different things, so there isn't that connecting, you know, entertainment that you all watch and enjoy that you could talk about and to make things as big as they used to become.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. They said that, yeah, back in the day, like Disney was kids' entertainment, right? They dominated everything. I mean, they dominated Saturday mornings. Even on channels outside of Disney Channel, they had Disney Afternoon. That was like a 2-hour block. They had Saturday mornings. They had like the Gummy Bears and, you know, DuckTales, all that stuff. Darkwing Duck, it was on Saturday morning. So they dominated everything, and it all was a funnel to lead.
Like, let me put it this way. Like, this is why you can have a bunch of girls fawn over like Toji from Jujutsu Kaisen, Gojo, from Jujutsu Kaisen, Zoro, and so on, because even though they're not real and they're anime characters and they're exaggerated, they still represent that of a human male, right? But you don't see a bunch of girls. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but you don't see on the scale of many girls fawning over like a furry dude compared to a Toji. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you'll see more girls. There'll be for every 30 girls that fawn over like Gojo
Relieved face Hawks
or Hawks, there'll be like 5% 5 out of that 30 might fawn over like a furry. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to fantasize over stuff like that.
No one's saying that you are. I'm just saying that's the statistic that I want to say that's an actual statistic, but that is like a normalized, realistic understanding to a certain extent type thinking. That's what I'm saying within the weird furry aspect of it. But there's nothing wrong with if someone's a furry, and even if they find a character attractive, it's how they go about it than them just finding them attractive.
I like the revamped Hawks, not the original American Eagle version face with tears of joy.
People to the theme parks and to lead them to buy Disney merchandise and stuff. But they said now the most popular kids show is Coco Melon.
Yep.
Which was a YouTube thing. It's made by Moonbug. They bought it for like $3 billion off of a husband and wife team that did it because I guess the story, as I understand, was they had one of those family vlogging channels. The kids got too old, so they went and they did the Coco Melon thing, and it blew up. But they made lots of money. They said it's quickly gained on giants like Disney. It was bought by 2 former Disney executives. Yeah. So they learned from Bob Iger, right? Mm. And they said it clinches the number 5 spot for kids entertainment on YouTube in 2023. And they have other ones like Ryan's World, and that kid's got to be like 40 now.
There we go.
Kids Diana show. I know they don't show him as much. Like I'll see commercials and stuff for it here and there, and it seems like he's kind of like stepped off to the side. Now it's like they're running his siblings or something on it, or they're running reruns of it or something, you know. But kids are growing up seeing themselves on these
I got the wrong show.
Platforms. They're seeing kids like themselves creating the content.
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting because when we were kids, we kind of saw that too, though. Disney would do things like, you know, Mickey Mouse Club. And then we had like the shows like Kids Incorporated and things like that, where you know, there was clearly a show, but you saw kids acting like they were doing their own thing.
Try New Game Relax Flings.
Oh, hell no. I'm not getting copyright. You playing fucking Return of the Mac and this shit. What the fuck? You mad? You're not gonna take that revenue from me. Fuck you.
Ironikai. Exactly lol sorry I can't.
Let's see.
They met you where you were. And
Yeah.
so that's what they're getting. They're getting the same thing. They're just getting it elsewhere.
But this is kind of like, I mean, again, going back in the Wayback Machine, right? When we were kids, we would watch like Sesame Street or Electric Company, and it was like they had the show, but they always had the adults with the kids. So you could kind of relate to, Gordon giving a lesson to, God, this dates me. Gordon giving a lesson to the kids in the neighborhood or whatever, back before it became the Elmo show. So, I mean, this has always kind of been like every kid show back then always had kids on the show interacting with adults on some level. But they said that, yeah, this executive here said that he tries to get his kids to watch Disney movies and they won't. They want to watch YouTube.
Yeah, they said the drift towards
Okay, let's put something clear. The Sesame Street back then was progressive, but it wasn't woke. It was progressive, but it wasn't woke. It was opening the idea that kids in inner cities will be able to get education to a certain extent because of whatever was going on back in those days. So they made it easy for kids who were like in inner cities to get education in a way through the TV, like their ABCs, 1, 2, 3s and stuff like that, and showing how to be nice and kind to others, and that was it. That's the Sesame Street I remember. I don't know how the Sesame Street of today is. I'm pretty sure it's kind of woke to a certain extent. Maybe still kind of wholesome to a certain extent too, with new characters and topics, and because they did bring up some important topics or whatever that kids didn't know how to deal with, like death and all that stuff. Well, that was okay. That was progressive and that was okay and wholesome, because the adults back then seemed like they genuinely cared about kids. They genuinely cared about kids in a sense of their well-being, their overall morality. I don't think they ever brought up religion, very rarely, if ever, back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, or even 90s. I don't even think they, I'll be surprised if they brought up religion now. I'll be super surprised if they ever brought religion in a fucking Blue's Clues or a Sesame Street. I really don't think so.
I preferred Wild Kratts, Curious George, and Odd Squad.
Odd Squad, oh my god. Bro, you're Odd Squad.
YouTube threatens the foundational gateway to the wider world of Disney, because Disney would use the Disney Channel, and from the Disney Channel that they would get you to watch their movies, and then they get you to go to their theme parks. They had little shows with kids on it, talking to kids, telling them about the theme park stuff to get their parents to ask to go to the theme parks. So that's what they would do. Yeah. And then you go buy their stuff. And now they're not having those kids coming in to see their movies, to go watch the Disney Channel, to go wanting to go to the parks and everything else, and they're losing it across the board. And they need these kids. And that's why they're desperately trying to grab that. We talked before about all of these different Hollywood studios. They're after Gen Z, and I would say even more so Gen Alpha now. But they're trying desperately to grab those kids because that's the audience and the market for the future, and they are not able to connect with them. And they still have millennials and Gen Z and the boomers and all that, or Gen X, I mean, and the boomers and all that, but they're not grabbing these kids, and that's the future. If you don't have them now,
Disney's not grabbing kids like they used to.
Like they used to.
Yeah.
And that's where they need to go, and that's why Hollywood's so desperate to get these people. But they just want to go, watch, something on YouTube or something, and then, or TikTok, and then go buy the stuff they're telling them to buy, and they aren't listening to Disney telling them to give them the money. Go tell your mom to buy you the stuff.
So
I do miss toy commercials, though. I do really miss toy commercials.
Yeah, I miss toy commercials. They have them occasionally. Like I'll watch, like they have a Transformers streaming channel, Roku. If they have G1 on or something, I'll watch it here and there. And they still have toy commercials, but I can't explain it.
I never see them.
They feel different. They feel very much like, I don't know, like
for adults.
Yeah, they do. They have kids in it, but it's like it feels different.
For some adults.
But like back in the day, it was cereal commercials, toy commercials, video game commercials, and even all the video game commercials are different now than they used to be. But they were talking about how even Zendaya, I forgot about that. She was on was it Casey Undercover?
Was she? Yeah. Casey Undercover. Yeah, because Boo used to watch it.
Yeah. So she came from Disney Channel too. So like.
To be honest, I haven't seen a toy commercial in years. So to say they're unhinged or suck, I wouldn't put it past you if you've seen any. But like Jesus Christ, I haven't seen one in a fucking long time.
Ironikai. Back in the day, jingle jingle.
Oh, back in the day? Oh, yeah, that was really unhinged. I don't think they sucked though, because some of them were real memorable. There was some really weird fucking commercials back in the day, but like it was there was a genuine
Ironically,
wholesomeness to it though.
Because they don't look like they're for kids anymore.
Oh, you're talking about today? Oh, so you're talking about today? I thought you were talking about back then. Because they were talking about back then, I was like, I remember back then, like commercials was fucking unhinged. Like, if you like looked back up in some old '90s commercials,
Flynn Vassance. If I had a child, they would have virtually no internet presence until maybe some age in their teens.
I think 16.
Like all
Yeah,
the
and she was in some of the movies they had
No,
too. Like,
back
was
in the
it
day
remote?
they were good, now they're unhinged in lame.
Okay, I believe you. I'll believe you because I haven't seen any. So if you
Raya
have,
Ga
if you've seen
Samurai.
some,
And she was on Shake It Up.
yeah, I think that's ultimately where she got her, her debut start. Like, well, not debut start, but that's where she really blew up on Shake Up. But I never really understood the show. It was just about dancing, right? Is that what it was ultimately about? It was just about dancing. It just felt really weird. Like it felt like it was trying to jump on that that iCarly type thing or Victorious type bandwagon, but it was just about dancing. It's not about being multi
Raya Ga
talented,
Samurai.
right?
Yep.
Or having a YouTube channel or whatever. It was kind of like I can dance. Very like I'm not gonna lie. The way I look at the dances back in those days, it felt like you was playing what's that game? What's that game? It's called Dance Central. Is it Dance Central? The Katy Perry dancing game. I forgot what it's called.
Or the one with about the one with the remote control or something. Or what?
Oh,
or,
yeah.
I forget.
Was she in that zombie movie too?
Personally,
She's
I
in
No, I
just
don't
that.
think
don't
she
like
was a
ads.
zombie.
I know she's in
Very
Casey
few ever
Undercover.
pique my
Yeah.
interest.
Yeah, and they had
We used to watch it.
robot. They had the robot girl with the
I mean, I don't think anyone likes ads, even if they was memorable.
poofs or whatever that were like antennas
Yes.
or something. It was like what?
So, but yes, but you know, it was a show that was not
Raya
white
Ga
and,
Samurai.
and kids loved it.
Yes.
You know, before they said they tried to change the narrative, but they're like
right.
the Disney tried to do their.
It was called Dance? Was it really called Dance? I thought it was called Dance something
Raya
with the
Ga
Wii.
Samurai. It's
Just-
just
yeah.
called Dance.
Oh, is it Just Dance? It was Just Dance, right? It was like a Wii game. It was really popular.
Raya
with
Ga
the kids.
Samurai. Or just Dance.
Yeah, Just Dance. I think that was called. It was a Ubisoft game.
Disney Junior Ariel and the Winnie the Pooh thing with shorts on YouTube. They also were doing they're doing some shorter clips of Bluey and things like that on Disney Plus, trying desperately to grab kids. And that's why they're trying to put the money into Epic Games. I think Fortnite may be a little too late on that one.
Yeah, I think they're too late. To it.
But they're desperately trying because they need this new demographic to fill in for the people that are getting older.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I mean, this is, we talk about all this and we talk about the decline of Marvel and Star Wars and whatever, and how it seems like they're trying to pivot. I think on some level, I do think it's a political thing. I think on another level, it's a corporate thing. I think they're kind of like, well, those boomers are going to be dead soon, so we need some fresh blood. So let's change everything to try to make this franchise resonate with the kids, with the youths, and it's not resonating with anybody.
Right. They're stupid because they think their boomers are gonna die at the age of 30 or some shit. They think they're all gonna be dead by the age of 50. We're living longer than we ever did years ago. So I don't know what the fuck they're trying to think or trying to do. Most people are dying in their 70s plus. So it's gonna take 70 plus years or more for every boomer to die, or for every millennial person to die, for you to get that so-called modern audience you want fucking so bad. And then the modern audience don't even like the shit you're posting, so it's not like it's working. So you guys just look crazy and stupid at the same time. So might as well just... It makes more sense just to cater to the current audience that you can actually cater to, instead of thinking of this imaginary audience that does not exist. I understand your people is like... your kids are aging, but Jesus Christ.
They're making me imagine Bluey being in Fortnite.
I wouldn't put it past them. When I found out that Five Nights was in Fortnite, and I found out the Ninja Turtles in Fortnite, and then all the other ones.
I sent you some commercials, lol, it's lame.
Okay, I'll look at them in a bit.
It's not. And then
I'll look at them after we go through these reactions, because like Jesus Christ, there's a lot of them.
They fundamentally don't understand their audience, what they had, or the audience they want. Interesting, they're talking about, which we've mentioned before, that Disney's trying desperately with Hulu and adding, like, on Disney Plus they have the R-rated content now, and they're trying to get this Disney adult market, which makes up about.
Try Cascade Platinum Plus. It removes up to 100% of food residue, even in older dishwashers.
I shouldn't let this be so long.
Does your child have a serious medical...
I should make sure all videos are like 10 minutes or less. They can't be that long.
Born less than 20.
Half its theme park visitors.
Right.
And that number's increasing over time. That's why we keep seeing all this stuff targeted, like, like at my Loungefly stuff I love and things like that. Targeted adults, experiences and upcharges targeted adults, because they're desperately trying to keep those people, at least they have those people having to get more money out of that target demographic, bring them in. The problem is that Disney adults are getting sick of their shit too, which is, a
the
problem.
Price gouging and and they keep going back. Like, you're getting older when you start to see nostalgia from like the 2000s. They're starting to like do like Disney Channel nostalgia. It's like, wait, it wasn't that long ago, was it?
Disney adults, like the grown-ups in general, control the purse strings for the kids too.
Right.
So if you take off the adults in general, across the board, that's a huge hit. And they are starting to take.
That's how stupid they are. They think 30 is old. 30 is actually not as old as you think. Yes, it's old, but it's not old.
Turns on the 2x speed on YouTube.
Like that's what it is. It's not old. It's just saying you're an adult now. You're a full-fledged adult to that extent, but you're not old like you're 45 or 50 or 60. You know what I'm saying? You may not be a quote unquote young buck, but you can still do shit, especially if you take care of yourself, go to the gym, work out, get enough sleep, eat healthy shit. You'll be still just as sprung as a 25-year-old to a certain extent. Like, Jesus Christ, it's not that hard to fathom that. But because the word the double digits is so scary to most people. Oh my God, I'm 30. Oh, my life is over. And like, no, it's not. Your life's over when you make it over. You're making your life over. Shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, are you mad? And besides, shit is fucking expensive.
Take off people.
So I kind of wonder, I mean, this kind of goes along with, like, the toy videos we did. And it's like, is this, attempt to, I guess, I don't want to say infantilize but like, I think they've got this really weird situation, right? Where we're not, back in the day, it used to be like you'd play with your toys, you'd be done with your toys, you become an adult, your kids would have their own thing, whatever. And now, like, these IPs from the 80s and 90s are never actually going away, because they're still catering to adults who are into these things, because there aren't any kids coming up behind them to even warrant making a lot of new stuff. Mm-hmm. Right? So they're like, well, we know Transformers and G.I. Joe make bank. Let's just do that forever.
But they also make shows that they're claiming are for children when they're not. Star Wars is for kids, not the Acolyte.
No.
She-Ra is for kids, not the Princess of Power cartoon. Because, I mean, I don't think if the little kids want to know who everybody's sleeping.
I'm not going to lie to you. When George Lucas made Star Wars, I don't think he had kids in mind. I'm just gonna put that out there. It was for, I don't think kids, when I say kids, I'm not talking about teenagers, because maybe it's more for teenagers, if anything, but like more mature teenagers, like between ages like 15 and up, I would say. But like kids, I'm saying between the ages of like probably 12 and down. Like that sweet spot between, I think, 14, 15, like 13, 14 is like, that's just two numbers, but like, I would say like 14 and up. 13, I guess 13 and less. I don't think he's thinking of like, when he made Star Wars, I don't think he was thinking of kids. I think he was thinking about when he was growing up as a kid, as a teenager in high school.
I never saw it as a child's show. It's always been like 17 plus for me.
Yeah, that's how it felt like to me when I grew up seeing Star Wars. I never looked at it as like, especially at like, when I started watching Star Wars, and when I say watching, I'm not talking about as a fan, because I'm not a fan of Star Wars. I don't really watch Star Wars. But when I watched Star Wars for the first time, it was
PG-13.
No, it says PG-13, yes, because that's just movie regulations. But I don't think he was thinking PG-13. That's just movie regulation shit. That's just, there's no real cursing and blood like that. It's sci-fi shit. That's obviously gonna be PG-13. Like, fuck, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is PG-13, and we all know no one who hit their head that hard on the cellar on a concrete, their head is just gonna be totally fine, and their head's just cracked, and she's bleeding from the nose. No, if that was real, her head would have blown open. Let's just call it for what it is. If Gwen Stacy hit her head normally in a real life situation, the way she hit her head would have blown open. But because it was PG-13, they just cracked her head and she kind of just like bleed from the nose. That's it. That was it. If that was real, that would have rated R almost instantly. But like, I do not think that George Lucas had kids in mind when making Star Wars at the time in the 80s, especially in the 80s. And if you look at 80s shows for kids, they were pretty much adult shows. Look at fucking Ghostbusters. There's a lot of cursing and cigarette smoking and shit. A lot of fucking innuendos.
Even then they changed the age restrictions, so now PG-13 nowadays is something that would have been R back then.
Yeah, so like, I do not think at all that he had kids in mind. And if he did, it was a lot more looser back then compared to now. They have a tight strict on that now. I think in a PG-13 movie, you're allowed to say the F word twice.
Kid shows have cursing in it and sex jokes more so.
Are you talking about now or back then? Because I know it was more back then. Well, no.
Flynn Vassence. Snap.
Crackle and pop. But yeah, like, if you watch Ghostbusters, the first Ghostbusters, it is you wouldn't even think it was for kids.
Sleeping with.
No, that was the thing on Cartoon Network for a while. You basically had a bunch of Tumblrite showrunners that were using money that was supposed to go to quote unquote kids shows, and I think we had some executives that were kind of hoodwinked into going along with it. But they were using money for these quote unquote kid shows that were obviously geared toward young adults.
And there was their own therapy session. I didn't get to go to prom, so prom's the focus, you know?
And if you like those shows, fantastic. But I'm saying just from a business perspective, they tried to make toys based on these shows. Steven Universe was a prime example. They've had a whole bunch of Steven Universe toys and nobody bought them because the demographic that was actually watching Steven Universe was older and they didn't buy toys, but it wasn't the demographic that did buy toys, which are like 30, 40-year-old men. They weren't into Steven Universe. They weren't buying Steven Universe action figures. So it's like...
Steven Universe doesn't come off to me as a show that you watch to get a toy.
Ironikai. No, now. They changed it BC. A lot of children and parents complained more about not having enough shows for kids to be left at the movies alone to go watch.
Well, when you push woke topics, that's usually what happens in these situations. If you watch if you watch the review on the Acolyte, you'd be surprised on how, I'm not gonna get into that. Anyway, the point is that, kids just have a hard time. Well, the thing is about the Steven Universe thing is that when you look at Steven Universe,
I wouldn't call Steven Universe a full-on child show.
No, I wouldn't call it a child show per se. It's more metaphorical, if anything. If you get what I'm saying.
Now they complain it's censored enough, but they're the ones that complained it was censored too much. LOL.
Well, it depends on what the show is and what the topic is, and then you consider what's censored and what's appropriate. It has to be age appropriate. It depends on what the topics are, because some people who consider censored will be pushing probably like insane liberal ideology that may be insane, and then other people's like, oh, we need to censor that. So it depends on how you look at it and what's the context under that. Because context matters. The context has to matter more than, because if it makes sense, then it will make sense. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Flynn Vassence. Hypocritical much.
To a certain extent, it depends on what the topic is, if it's age appropriate. To a certain extent. But with something like Steven Universe, when I look at Steven Universe, when I watch the show, it doesn't come off to me as a show for kids who want to get a toy. It just doesn't come off to me like if you put like a Young Justice or like even a Adventure Time. I believe Adventure Time is there to sell more toys than a Steven Universe.
ID stay Steven Universe is a teen shows now child. It's relevant to what the newer generation is going through and likes. Ironikai. Not a child show.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's a young adult. Young adult, is young adult the right term? A young adult show. It perceives itself as a child show when you first watch it because of how it first started, but as the show progresses, you start realizing it technically isn't to a certain extent. It's more for young teens who are like 16, I will say 16, 15, 16, 17, 18. If you really stop and think about it. But that's how the Trojan horse works. They
Yeah, young adult.
yeah, like it's kind of like probably this is not the best comparison, but like it's kind of like how you play how I played what's the game, Cult of the Lamb. It perceives itself as something cute, but when you look at the
Flynn
surface,
Vassence.
it's literally,
Is Gravity Falls a children's show?
that's more of a children's show than Steven Universe. To be honest, it's more, I would say, compared to metaphorically, because like even though Steven Universe doesn't delve too hard into topics like that, it's more delved compared to Gravity Falls. So you can actually watch a show with your kid on Gravity Falls and even plop them by themselves and watch it. With Steven Universe, you can still leave them alone and watch it, but if you're very hyper aware of culture war stuff, you probably won't be
I've
too
only seen a
open
bit
to
of
it.
it, and ID say it's more wholesome and child-friendly compared to
Steven
Steven Universe.
Yes.
Bruh.
Hi,
Hi,
what's
smiling
up?
face with smiling eyes, smiling face with
I
smiling
can't call you
eyes.
bro. I'm gonna call you doggy. I'm sorry. When you brought that doggy name, that was better off. I can't call you bro. It's just gonna be funny every time I say it. But the point is that compared to the two, Gravity Falls more of a kid show compared to Steven Universe. Steven Universe it's like, this is a weird comparison, but it's more of a as told by Ginger type demographic. I'm that old. I'm that old. As told by Ginger demographic,
Bruh.
than that of.
That's the point, smirking face.
I get it, but like compared to like, I don't know, I said Brandy and Mr. Whiskers. There's a difference between the two. Like it's just there's a difference. You can kind of see it.
Yeah, and the kids didn't want it because the kids really weren't watching this show. It's this weird situation. Like,
yes, that's the point. That's the point. The point of Cult of the Lamb is a Trojan horse to let you know that what is cute doesn't mean, just because it's cute doesn't mean it's good, or it means it's safe. That's the point of the Cult of the Lamb. Because if the Cult of the Lamb was...
I finished Gravity Falls. Ironikai. It doesn't talk about more adult stuff and changes in body and romantic while standing your ground on beliefs that we're more adult geared.
Yeah, that's what Steven Universe is more like compared. It's more social commentary if you stop and think about it, if you don't think too hard. If you don't think too hard of it, it's just like a show to you. But if you do actually look into the metaphorical stuff and the social aspects of it, it's like, okay, I can see what's happening here as an adult.
What are we talking about?
We're doing this reaction about what's going on with Disney. But the point is that there are differences, because like if you compare Steven Universe to like, say,
I'll say preteen to teen.
I'll say more teen. If you're talking about Steven Universe, I'll say a teen, like just rated teen.
Ironikai. Exactly, but Cult of the Lamb is so cute. LOL has a good mesh of twisted dark humor and cuteness.
Yes, but that's not something you give the children. That's the point. Like that's how you get kids to be part of the dark conversation. You have to. That's how you. This is how the wokeness works. This is the same thing that I mentioned about the whole Warhammer 40K. Even though that's geared to literally adults, they use Trojan horses to really push in their messages by either in a cute way or a hard-fisted way.
The age progression in that game, LOL.
I know, right? Most of my mods have the thing around their neck so they can live forever, but like, Jesus Christ, it's the aging progression, like God. And I would not if I had a child, I would not have them play Cult of the Lamb, sadly. Like, I know that sounds hypocritical because I would say, oh, I grew up on GTA, but like, there's a difference between. There's a mad difference. I think there's a bit of a difference.
I hate to say this, but indoctrination?
Yes, that's what that is, technically. Because, like, Cult of the Lamb talks of. It doesn't say it, but it actually says in your face. It talks about It's literally indoctrination in at its core. Because if you use some of the features, it literally says indoctrinate. It literally says those things. And it's right there in your face. It's a perfect blend of what Aaron said is cute, but it also brings in adult topics of taking the disenfranchised and then using them to your advantage. That's what ultimately what a cult does. A cult looks for people who are disenfranchised and usually are suffering by the 6 risk factors: lack of family, lack of community, lack of self-worth, lack of safety.
Ironikai. Our generation of dark humor is nowhere near this general. Ours was hee our fun and making fun of, whereas today it's not the same meaning and stands for.
No, it's not, because back in the day, the internet. See, this is the thing about the internet. Before the internet became really what it is now, we still had that sense of community as kids growing up because that's all we knew. Because our internet at that time, within the 90s or even the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, the internet wasn't prevalent. It existed, but it was not prevalent like people was on social media. It didn't exist like that. Facebook came around in like 2006 or 2007, or became popular in 2007. I think it was much earlier than that, but it was first a dating site, and then it became something much more because of Mark Zuckerberg. And then YouTube came around in 2006, right? And then all the stuff we're using today came out in the mid 2000s, early 2010s, like really took off from that point. So like before that, kids had that sense of community with their family, with their churches and their after school specials and all that stuff. Their internet at that time for kids growing up was their family, their friends, their community, and the people they hang out with. That was their internet. That's where the information, anything you learned, was from your family, your friends, or your community in your physical area. Now, because the internet exists, your community is literally on the computer and can be virtually with anyone and anything. This is why the idea of I would not have my kid be on.
Our thing was MySpace, while FB was for dating and more famous PPL.
Yeah, but still, the internet was still not the same. The MySpace was a thing, and I think they want to bring that back, but like it was not as prevalent as now, like today. Like it was popular and it was fun, but it was not as problematic. Actually, looking at MySpace now, it looks more wholesome compared to now today, given what these companies can do and what they push. But like, that was usually what was our thing, was like our family and friends. That was the community that we had. So we had that sense of worth. Now, your worth was only shitty if your family
sucked. But FB died out and normies took over as the new MySpace. Oh yeah, the internet wasn't life-consuming then.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't life-consuming back then. And remember, people was not trying to get rich and famous. That, I think that's also the biggest driving point in the social media aspect.
What would happen if we went back to the old YouTube from 2006?
If we did, oh man, humor would be existing. But humor now is considered hate speech, so like the gender thing and all that stuff, that would be considered hateful. Like, look at Shane Dawson. Look at old videos he did back in the day when he was making fun of black people, or he made a skit about a black woman. That worked back in 2006. Now in 2024, he's being canceled every time people bring that shit up. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. The humor back then, like what Aaron said, was a lot more fun because there was no regulation, right? The only people who complained was in the comment section. And remember, Twitter was not example. So like if you got hate on your video, the hate only stayed at that video. But now, because everyone wants to make money, And because companies have gotten wise to this now, if you fuck up in the sense of making a video and they feel like you're wrong, whether it's politically correct or whatever case may be.
At Flynn, you'd see a lot of wholesome content for the sake of fun without bullying and people trying to cancel someone. BC, they're sensitive.
They're very sensitive. So like that's why Twitter, I don't like Twitter. That's why I don't really push my Twitter, because it just takes one wrong thing and then everyone wants to harass you on Twitter, or don't even have a Twitter. Sometimes that's more effective than having a Twitter, because it makes it harder for them to fuck with you. Well, Twitter wise. And then remember, companies used to reward just terrible people, just anyone who had a following, right? They assumed that you was popular or made money.
I wouldn't mind it being like that again, Aaron.
I wouldn't mind it either, but then again, you know, the thing is, once Pandora box is open, you can't really unclose it. You can push it, but it will never fully close. So once that's out, you can never fix it.
The whole business of children's entertainment has been completely upended.
Artists.
And everything that worked when we were kids just does not work now. And I think they're all kind of tripping over each other, trying to figure out what to do. But it is definitely hitting them all over the place. They said diversifying has its challenges, like the rest of traditional TV. The TV business is in decline. The profitable experiences arm, which houses theme parks and resorts, has grown more important.
Right, but I think it's also the only reason that they can come up with 70% of the operating income is because you always hear the amount of people are down, but the cost per guest is up. Because they're fleecing the people they have, which is turning them.
Flynn Vassence. I guess someone would have to make a new one.
Oh, it does exist. It's called Rumble, but what that humor will consider conservative and evil. So it does exist. You can actually go do that now. That humor actually does exist now still. You can just go to Rumble, but once you say you have a Rumble account, you're alt-right. So, yeah. That exists. You can go do that now.
I'm off too. So you're just basically going to turn everyone off here shortly.
Yeah, and Disney, I thought you wanted.
And the only reason why I'm not over there and making those same jokes is because once companies realize you're on a Rumble account or make a Rumble account, or not make one, but you are making content on Rumble, they do not want to fuck with you. And there's not a lot of conservative companies that are willing to give you money like that of like progressive liberal media type shit. It doesn't exist like that. Or if it does, it's very slow to few. So it's risky to do. So like that's why a lot of people don't go over there. Because trust me, if Rumble was popping off,
I guess I'm going to make a Rumble account.
I guess so. But like because if you look at Rumble looked exactly like YouTube. It's just green. Rumble's just green. It's just green. It's literally it's exactly the same layout. It's just, well, not exactly the same layout, but it's very close to YouTube. And it's just green. It's just white and green. That's it.
To turn people on. Disney, oh my God.
Children, no.
That's the title of the video. Disney wants to turn your kids on. No, that's no. They said the figures can be misleading. For the past decade, the division has increasingly relied on higher spending per guest rather than increased attendance.
Yes, and that's what they keep doing. Oh, our attendance is down. Quick, raise prices.
Yeah, in Wall Street, they think the reason the stock is down is they're like, how much growth is there realistically? And now you've got Universal, and the kids are going to go for Mario over Mickey. The kids that are left are going to go for Mario over Mickey.
Well, they're saying in general, people are staying closer to home for theme parks and stuff too, that aren't even necessarily tied to characters, because Great Wolf Lodge is one that's,
we were just talking about that the other day.
Getting bigger and bigger because it's closer and it's not as expensive to travel and it's easier for parents, and they're just fed up of giving people their money when they're like, stuff that Disney's been doing lately.
Yeah, they said, well, they got a bunch of sequels on the way.
Honestly, those are going to probably work for them.
Yeah.
It sucks we're not getting new stuff, but then to be fair, the new stuff we've been getting hasn't been great.
I like rebelling against the
They said that Disney is over reliant on sequels, and they said
and Bob Iger's tripling down.
You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
It has no problem. Like, I have no problem if you have a problem with the indoctrination, because I have a problem with it too. But you got come to a conclusion sometimes. Like, I only go against it when I can see the writing on the wall. I just don't go against it just because it happens to be woke. It has to make sense. Why? Like, let me put it this way.
Artextric YT Mickey didn't cost more than Mario, they'd probably see him, but you get more out of Universal than Disney price-wise.
It didn't cost more than wait, I didn't cost more. Wait, rewrite that again?
IP and everything.
Half the first part?
Yeah, look what happened with Marvel. It's just like, Marvel had its heyday, it came and went, and now they're like, okay, they need fresh stories. Who is going to make the fresh stories at Disney? All the good people left. They all left.
They didn't left. They didn't leave. They got rid of them. That's a big difference, Neon. They didn't leave. They got rid of them, or they forced them out. That's either one of those two things that happened. Or if they did leave, they saw the writing on the wall and they left. But majority of them got kicked out, or they got shoehorned out, or pushed out.
The Skydance.
Comic book wise, animating wise, a lot of people who made your childhood was pushed out of the industry because of policies that they made up to get rid of problematic individuals who are not problematic, but because they come from a certain era of thinking, therefore they are problematic. That's stupid.
And they all went to Netflix. Who's left?
I mean, listen, I don't give a fuck if my my plumber has a ideology that either I agree with or not. If he can do the plumbing, that's all that matters. I don't give a shit if he has a problem with a certain group of people.
If Mickey didn't cost more than Mario, they'd probably go see him.
Okay.
You get more out of Universal price-wise than Disney.
Yes, because I think if I remember right, I don't think I did the video, but I think Neon said way back when, if you not way back, like I think a couple of weeks ago, I think he said if you're gonna go take your kids to Disney, be prepared to spend more than $5,000, at least $5,000 or more. I think he said at base price 12, but I think that's for people who are staying at the resort, staying at the Disney place within 3 days or something. I think that's like a weekend or something.
Is being a progressive conservative a thing? Ryaga Samurai. Universal mod trip.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, because if you're saying you're conservative, you're already enemy number one. So saying conservative, progressive, all people who are progressive and liberal just gotta hear you're just trying to Trojan horse into their ranks. That's all they're gonna probably hear.
Hearings been,
gutted.
What we have left, or we can't put Dr. Facilier in because we can't do voodoo, and we have to make sure that the chimpanzees are culturally represented accurately.
Oh God!
So yeah, this guy who tried to get his kids to watch the Lion King, they wouldn't watch it. He got him interested.
Zivo works 24/7.
Yeah, you can be in the middle, but like a lot of people hate it when you do that, because it's like I understand why being in the middle sounds more endearing to be in, because that's where I think majority of people like being, and I understand it. I like being in that place too, because I like having context on what the hell I'm arguing for, because I don't like making arguments for the sake of the argument, because I think that's stupid. But like, people really hate it when you're on no man's land, because when you're on no man's land, they see you as a potential enemy.
Samurai. True, they hate fence sitters.
Yeah, they don't like that. And I get that to an extent, why being a fence sitter can be very, like, attractive, because you're not making enemy, but you're not also being, and I don't like the term ally, because that term is overused by progressives, and I think that's a... Anyways, the point is that being in the middle is almost hard as if not picking a side. That's the problem. And I think majority of people are more in the middle than anything. I think back even in the early 2000s, most people was down in the middle.
Hear me out, keep the good things from the traditional cultures and progress where we need to do something.
Keep the good things from the traditional cultures and progress where we need to do something. Well, I think, I don't know. I really don't know. Because progress, depending on who's hearing that term, could mean social issues. It could be economical issues. And remember, a lot of people have their own definition of what progress is. So, and what they consider traditional.
That's what our kids do. When we said
remember, basic shit was traditional and considered problematic. So that's almost hard to like say that term now.
Hotels at Disney or whatever, they go watch videos and see what they want to go, what they want to do.
Yeah,
it's true.
So I mean, look, this is a whole nexus of problems here, depending on who you listen to. Either we've got way too many people in the world, or we don't have enough people in the world, or we have way too many people in parts of the world that maybe can't afford children, and then the parts of the world that can afford children are choosing not to have children because they have to work, umpteen jobs to pay for them.
I think a lot of the reason the rate's dropping is because people, they have to work so many jobs, and they have to, everybody has to work, and then there's nobody. You used to be someone can stay home with kids and stuff like that a lot of times, and daycare is getting really expensive. Some people just don't want kids, and that's a valid, reason. If you don't want kids, I mean, it's probably best you don't have kids. And I think in general, people can't afford them. They can't afford houses. They can't afford,
blame fucking BlackRock for that. They bought all the fucking real estate.
Cost of living is through the roof. They can't afford to take care of themselves, let alone taking care of children.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it makes sense the whole way around.
Well, the inflation is not the inflation in the gig economy is not going to help matters because you don't have a stable income and everything costs more. And they said, yeah, this is coming from the week. They said, why are U.S. fertility rates dropping? They said it's a reflection of current social and economic issues. For the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. And they're talking about millennials and Gen Z facing sky-high mortgage rates, soaring home prices, and inflation.
They say that all the time as if like Gen X and other people don't have trouble with that too. It's across the board. Gen X has problem with the rates and inflation and all that stuff too. You're not just exempt because a lot of people
the majority and most young people don't want to do physical labor anyway, so that's also a thing.
I like the logical to that is make it more expensive and work more and be forced to have kids. Like no, I can't afford myself, how can afford a kid?
Yeah.
Flynn Vassence. I wonder what it would take to get rid of BlackRock.
Oh man, it'll take a lot more than just a lot more because remember they have more stock in mostly everything. BlackRock, Vanguard, all of them. All of them, like all of them. They're fucking everywhere. They're in everything.
Even if you can afford food, shrinkflation is a thing.
Shrinkflation? What's that term mean? I don't think I ever heard that term before.
Are boomers now? They're on retirement and they can't afford shit either.
It's where are you living too? Because I mean, this is where I'm kind of torn on this one because I'm like a lot of these people are like, well, I can't afford a house in my preferred neighborhood in LA that's starts at $900,000 and I'm working as a barista. I'm like, well, maybe you can't afford to live in LA.
Boycott BlackRock.
I said that a long time ago.
You buy food, but it's not safe to eat now. BC it lab grown or unhealthy.
No, that's just the deal of the devil from that point. Sadly, that's just the deal of the devil from that point because like I think Dr. Oz said it, make a better bad choice when eating. A lot of people don't like Dr. Oz. I don't even know, like I know Dr. Oz, but I'm not a big fan of him myself, but like Dr. Oz said it, he said, make a better bad choice. So like what he means by this is either eat the pizza with a bunch of calories or eat the giant cake. At least what you're eating the pizza, you're getting some cheese, some tomatoes, and some carbs. But when you eat the cake, that's just processed whatever the fuck that's in there. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what that is at that point. You're not getting any... One is more healthier than the other, but it's not healthy.
Yes, choose the better of two evils.
That's pretty much what that is. Make a better bad choice. So it's best to lose an arm than lose an arm and a leg. Or lose your fingers. It better lose 2 fingers than lose your whole arm.
I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I'm just saying maybe you can't afford to live there and you should go someplace else. But if that's what's more important to them than having a family, then you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, here they're talking about U.S. birth rates have also been stifled by forces like lack of paid family leave and skyrocketing health costs.
Yeah.
You know, and things like that. So it just there's this an overall provable decline in the amount of children, and so you have fewer children to target, and those children don't want really anything to do with you.
Well, I mean, I could tell people what we pay out of pocket for health insurance for a family of 4. It's more than most people pay on a mortgage. It's high, and that's out of pocket. So yeah, I mean, it is an issue. But I mean, so
this is why I don't get mad at people who are on TikTok doing insane shit.
Shrinkflation is where $5 back then got you let's say 2 pounds of chicken. Now if you get the 2 pounds, it's smaller portions compared to being able to get the 1 bag cheap for good size pieces.
Well, to be honest with you, there's no winning in any of this.
Vassance. It's funny to me how much I could correlate to a certain religious text I won't mention because of YouTube.
I know.
I have this like nexus of like basically everything Disney did for decades that worked. And we had the boomer generation, and then their kids, our generation, growing up with Disney, and there are lots of kids, and everything was, and now it's just like, there were limited entertainment choices. Now it's like there's unlimited entertainment and fewer kids
now, but it's thinner and cost more and actually more expensive.
Well, you gotta put it this way: it's more in demand. So what's high in demand will be more costly. So what they're trying to do, it's no different from like the whole. It's kind of like the whole subscription thing. Everything you'll have, you'll never ever own. That's why I don't like subscription-based stuff, because even when you have the subscription, it's not really yours. You just have a temporary license.
Demand has nothing to do with it.
It has to in some form. Because if something's not popular, it just won't sell as much. It has to in some form.
And it's going to catch up with Disney eventually. So I guess my takeaway from this is don't go out of your way to antagonize your adult audience.
Yeah. Well, they hold the purse strings for the kids too.
Right. And you need them. At this point, you need them. Like you need those you might not like those 50-year-old men. They're set in their ways.
Yeah, I like to just buy something and own it forever.
Yeah. Because I'm not saying what you're saying is not true, Aaron, but what I'm saying okay, let me put an example.
Cost and demand is a real stinker.
Yeah, because let me put it this way: if you want to go buy Lay's chips, a brand, right? They might be selling it at a smaller.
It's the fact that you paying more for less, but they make it look bigger. It's marking up items with the belief you're getting the same size or bigger when it's not.
Yeah, but when you put it in this sense, that's usually because it's popular, in some form. Because think of it in this way. Maybe this makes sense. This is how I'm just looking at it. I might be even wrong. So if you want to go get Lay's chips for more the price but smaller,
they do the same no matter the demand.
If you get the same Lay's chips, it's smaller but it's more. It's best to just get the
half air, half chips.
Yeah, but it's best to get the off-brand one that's cheaper and bigger. Because 9 times out of 10, the off-brand one that's not as popular or like a knockoff version is not going to be as expensive. It'll probably be more cheaper and probably have more in it. Because they're trying to outsell the brand that's next to them that looks exactly the same. That's what I'm saying. So if you're going to get Lay's chips, yeah, they're going to fuck with you by selling you something less for more. But if you get the off-brand Lay's chips or the off-brand cereal, the chance of them selling the same is probably unlikely. It's just that it tastes like shit, probably 9 times out of 10. So you have to choose the better bad of the choice. Get the Lay's chips that taste good, but you're paying more for less. Or you get the off-brand Lay's chips that probably is, I don't think it will be the same, but close to the, no, I don't think it will be the same, but you have more, but it will taste like ass. because there's no way the off-brand chain at Aldi's is going to taste the same as that.
No, I'm saying shrinkflation is when they do that to all products no matter the brand. It's the fact that all prices have gone up with the illusion you're getting more when you're not.
Not that I don't believe you, but then again, I'm like, I get what you're saying, that they up the price on all the food, but I don't think it won't be on the same level as that of the off-brand compared to the noticeable brand. So like, let's say Lay's chips was $5. It went up $8.50, right? Let's say $8.50. Yeah, let's say $8.50. And then like the off-brand that was like $3 went up $5. Probably even $6. Let's just say $6. You will most likely still buy the off-brand one because, well, it's cheaper, but it tastes like ass. But the other one, who probably is less, but you're paying more because of the brand recognition. That might be a thing. But then again, I'm not saying you're not wrong either.
I thought it was known as size flat iron. Ironikai. I'll Google it and show you. That's why shrinkflation is different term compared to just regular inflation.
Okay.
With Star Wars, but if they're willing to drop thousands of dollars on Star Wars merchandise every year, you might need them.
Based on demand and brands.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, okay.
Just to keep the franchise viable, you might have to go back to that well. And I'm kind of seeing this course correction with like Hasbro now, and we're seeing it with the Skybound comics that they're kind of going back to formula, back to what works. And I think they're doing that because they have to, because they're like, oh crap, that new generation.
So inflation is purely based on demand on brands. Okay. Okay, now I see what you're saying. So inflation is specifically about brands. Inflation is virtually everything, and then like shrinkflation is what you said earlier. You're paying more for a short amount.
That we're trying to get into Transformers, yeah, they're not there.
So there's 3 versions.
They're not there. So let's go back to what works and get as much money out of these Gen Xers as we can before they're too old to give a shit anymore. So are we gonna wrap this up?
Yep.
Wow, that went pretty long, huh? Almost a half hour. Please subscribe for more.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make this more than an hour. This is gonna be an hour long. I'm fucking mad about that. This video is gonna be an hour long. I did not mean to make this an hour long.
Investopedia defines inflation as a decrease in the purchasing power of money, reflected in a general increase in the prices of goods and services in an economy. The concept of shrinkflation is a...
Okay, I'll let her finish that, but let me finish this video real quick. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment.
Yeah, Economics 101.
Okay, so let me finish this real quick so we can move on to the next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this.
Decrease in the purchasing power of money as a result of a decrease in the product size of goods in an economy.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I don't want to make this longer than it is. So with that said, guys, I'll see you guys in the next one. We're going to go into the next reaction. This was Clownfish TV. We're going to go to the next one. Another Clownfish. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Give them a follow and stuff. Okay. All right. I don't want to make these videos too long, because if they're an hour long, no one's gonna watch it, and no one's gonna sit there unless they're unhinged. Because even I wouldn't watch my videos that long. Shit, I wouldn't even watch my videos. So this is another Clownfish TV, but that one was 27 minutes. I didn't mean for that to be long. I'm going to make it my mission not to make the videos too long, because that's annoying. So this is Clownfish TV. It says, Hollywood is never going to be the same again. What does that mean? Not sure. So let's hear the context and what they have to say, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles in this video. We're going to talk about Hollywood. Things not looking too good for Hollywood. We've got another impending strike, possibly maybe with IATSE, and we're going to talk about how Hollywood never recovered from the strikes. According to The Wrap, U.S. and TV film production was down 40% from pre-strike levels. We're going to talk about that. And IATSE having a problem with AI. They might not sign this deal. I don't know yet. I don't know what's going to happen, but everything has changed. Everything has changed. The pandemic has definitely,
I guess I'm unhinged
rattled Hollywood.
Because I watch and listen to hour-long videos all the time.
Are you usually doing something? You're not just sitting there watching it, right? Or listening. Like, if you're listening and doing something, that's one thing. Because that's like what most people do with podcasts. They sit there and be doing something and listening. But if you're just sitting there watching, I'm like, wow. I'm kind of surprised that someone will actually sit and watch and listen. Not just be doing something, because people usually play something in the background. 9 times out of 10 and be doing something like cleaning their room or some shit.
Hollywood forever. I don't think it's ever going to be what it was
you're
before.
Doing something and just trying to keep yourself.
Hollywood looking for some other options now to make content, and people going elsewhere for content. So
yeah, that's usually a normal thing that people do. They usually have like a podcast or something playing in the background on a topic they're interested in. And usually they'll be like, I don't know, doing their homework or fucking drawing, like clean their room or something to that extent, or doing an artwork.
Let's talk about all of this, because this, of course, was the most exciting news to happen.
I'm unhinged. LOL.
No. Well, you're my mod. You're supposed to be paying attention anyway, more than usual compared to the average person who's just like listening, because they can listen. You don't have to see. That's the thing. You don't have to actually look at the stream to know what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
If I don't have anything to do, I just stare at your chat.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Happened this weekend. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, no woohoos in this video. Geeky's not in it. This is coming from the Wrap. We're going to talk about IATSE, and then we're going to talk about Hollywood not recovering from the pandemic. They said that these IATSE artists are voting no on their next contract because of AI. They said that they don't have the right, I guess, to refuse AI. Members of the Art Directors Guild are raising alarms. The protections related to AI and the latest IATSE bargaining agreement do not go far enough to protect the future of their professions.
You really didn't think that was not going to do that? You guys are dumb. I don't give a shit if you are for the strike or not. You really think these companies are just going to say, well, we're not going to put any, we're going to just not use the...
But that's literally out job teach LOL.
Yeah, I know.
Ironikai.
But that's the difference.
I'm like any second now, and when I move over to another chat someone ends up commenting crazy stuff. As soon as I leave face with tears of joy, I'm like, I knew it.
Yeah, but like the difference, well, right now, the difference now, you can actually hear the chat going off. Unlike, I can understand if you're using like the YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts, I can see what you're talking about, but usually 9 times out of 10 on YouTube or TikTok,
I think you may need to feed the mods. They're becoming crazy watching the chat.
That's why I say you don't need to do that. You can just listen half the time. It's very rare it's ever muted. Whenever it's muted, it's when either some insane batshit crazy things being said or like the thing glitched.
The Set Designers Council, a craft committee within the ADG. See, this is confusing. A craft committee within the ADG recommended that IATSE members vote against ratifying a deal. Now, for those of you who don't know, IATSE is basically everybody. I guess they'd be the below the line workers. These are people that are not directors, not writers, not actors. This is everybody else that helps actually make the movies.
Rafi plays Splatoon. Hi.
Hey, Rafi, that's
Rick's
good.
Official.
And we had, of course, the strikes last year,
using commands like
and now
support.
These other workers are talking about going on strike as well. Anyway, in a memo, the council compared the AI protections unfavorably to those won by the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA after last year's strikes. While actors were able to maintain the rights to their own images and identities and choose to be replicated or not, the memo read, in the new contract language, we have not been given any protections relating to our individual processes when designing, building models, illustrating, or creating documents. I don't know if you're going to be given that. I mean... it's the new reality. I don't know if these corporations are going to agree to that. I don't know if Hollywood's going to agree to that.
They won't. They won't. We all know they won't. And even if they do, they're going to put some type of wording or clause for their lawyers to change up the wording or change up the meaning. Remember when we had I know this is not Hollywood, but like back when EA was in a lot of hot water for the whole loot box scenario, and they rebranded the term loot box as in fun prizes or some stupid shit. They said it's not gambling, it's just fun prizes. It's gambling. It was the whole Star Wars debacle thing, or I think it was fucking. Was it Star Wars? I think it was Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Week, tens of thousands of entertainment workers will vote on the latest IATSE bargaining agreement. It contains significant gains on compensation and set safety, but on the issue of AI, concerns persist for members of Local 800, the Art Directors Guild. These provisions look like they were just written by the employer and signed without any pushback, says an industrial designer, Matthew Cunningham, who worked on Aquaman and some other movies, has spoken to federal legislators about the threats AI poses to his profession. They don't really reflect the scope and impact this technology is going to have on our livelihoods. It's not going to stop, Matthew. Nope. And this is coming from somebody who's spent a good chunk of his life working as an artist, working as a graphic designer. It's not going to stop. You can slow it down, but companies are going to look at AI, and yes, as cheesy as it can be, and as potentially skeevy as it can be, because we don't know where they're getting the data from, the art from, the music from, whatever. It's not going anywhere. It's going to be integrated into pretty much every creative product. We're already seeing it with Adobe.
Grammarly.
It's going to get harder and harder to avoid it. And companies that are hurting, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how production has never returned to normal after the pandemic. Companies that are hurting are going to resort to doing everything they can do to save money. I mean, that is the reality. Old Hollywood is dead. It's over. And you can point to the pandemic and the strikes. It was kind of the 1-2 punch as what was kind of the kill shot for it, because probably shouldn't say that given what happened this weekend, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's definitely a difference, and it's not coming back. Hollywood's never coming back the way it was. I mean, look at it's tech companies that are buying up all the studios. Tech moguls like Amazon and Ellison over at Skydance. It's never going to come back to what it was. And a lot of people are not going to continue to work in the industry. I mean, it's just the way it's going to be. This is Zach Berger, the lead creature designer for Avatar: The Way of Water, also published a social media thread outlining why he was voting against it. He explained he was part of the AI task force for the ADG that constructed proposals that both acknowledged AI's proliferation but attempted to protect members' jobs. To his dismay, he did not find any trace of those proposals the task force had assembled in a tentative agreement.
Weird, never heard the bot read out my last message.
I think you may need to feed the chat, the one about eating. Yeah, I read that.
Shoot, let me buy a company. It's the new modern American dream.
Look, Hollywood, now run by tech moguls, right? Hollywood is using the opportunity to get rid of people and processes that were bloated, that did not make money. Everything's had a reset. And even these deals that they signed, the Writers Guild and the actors, like they signed these deals and they never said that they weren't going to use AI. They just said that we'll put some safeguards in place or whatever.
Yes, that's where you guys fucked up. That's where you guys fucked up. When you agreed that we're going to put safeguards, not stop it. That's where the problem came in.
Good, teach, good job.
I think so. Let's get it. Let's get this skin. Trying to get good at skin. I'm getting a good. I can see the lines. I can see the pathways to a certain extent, but it's getting easier. But it's still hard. But thank you. But like that's where they fucked up. Where they fucked up was once they said we'll put safeguards on it. You just literally agreed for the existence to be there.
No, I love paying for cosmetics and upgrades one.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, that part, I don't know.
It looks like skin. I feel the flesh like fleshness.
Fleshiness. Let's go. Yay. But like that's where they messed up. They once you agreed to the terms of we'll put safeguards on AI, because they know, even the people who are against it know that these companies are not going to let up on the idea of AI. They see money, right? That's the whole point of a business. It's about, that's literally their bottom line.
Noise.
That's all noise. All noise. That's their bottom line, is to make money. And I get it. That's how business works. You have to make money. And because of these activists and these crazy people who made all these different decisions over the years, they see you, the activist who wants to push a lot of crazy shit, as a liability to get rid of. So once you agree to the terms of there's a safeguard, all you just did is says, well, we're not going to use it at its full capacity. We'll just use it when it seems pretty convenient, or we'll use it when we need it. But really, it's just a matter of time till we just get rid of enough of you so you can't make too much of a noise and we can use the whole thing. That's literally what it is. That's literally what that literally is. Shit.
You'll be compensated. And then like SAG-AFTRA, immediately after they signed the contract, hurried up and they started cutting deals to sell some of their members' voices. You know, so you could theoretically have, you know, God rest Casey Kasem, but if Casey Kasem were still around, or his family told him that his voice could be used, he could be voicing Shaggy and Scooby-Doo forever. Like, they would never need another Shaggy, and that's kind of where we're at right now. At the very least, we should be getting protections that match the WGA. He wrote, he said the WGA contract prevents writers from being forced by studios to use AI in their writing.
Program error needs software update.
Yeah, but like, no. See, that's the thing. When someone makes a human error, I think most companies would give the human a slap on the wrist, even if it was an AI too. But when humans deliberately go and activist their way into their shit, like, okay, let me use this example. We did that one video way back when with the voice acting with Jamie Marchi. When Jamie Marchi, who was a translator or something like that,
You make money by spending more money.
Yes.
Moral lathers. Squish.
She took it upon herself to put in her feminist response in what was it? It was Dragon Maid. Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Face blowing a kiss, face blowing a kiss, face blowing a kiss, face blowing a kiss.
So with the Dragon Maid thing, she put in her. So what they did is they had to once they actually got word of that, of what happened, because that's not what was intended to be written in there anyway.
Moral lathers. Here, red heart, red heart, red heart.
The point is that they had to use AI to replace that voice for that scene.
Moral lathers. Meep.
So that was the real problem. That is not a human error. That's an asshole. That's literally what that is. Because it was not her right to go change whatever the demographic was, or the dialogue was for her feminist activist nonsense. Like, if you want to do that on somewhere else, but don't do this on a major company's brand / whatever corporation, whatever you want to call it, time when you're supposed to be working. So that's where I don't refer to that as a human error. I call that an asshole. That's why you don't hire activists.
Okay.
And she's not the first one to do that. There's a few times they did that before with others.
She was the too irritant for the voice act in the world anyway, so she redubbed over by AI is sweet.
Yep.
A labor union that represents film illustrators allowing an automated illustration machine into the workplace is not something I should have to argue against, but the threat to members doesn't stop at just illustrators. We're just the canary in the coal mine. Look what Wizards of the Coast did. They basically said, yeah, we're using AI. Deal with it. You know, it's going to speed things up. Do I think it's always ethical? No. Do I think it's here to stay? Absolutely. It is part of the creative process now, for better or worse. You don't have to like it. You can hate it. I'm not completely sold on it, and I do wonder where they're getting the images from, right? That's a huge issue. But like, they're going to look at it and be like, We could hire this person who wants to draw everything by hand and take months to do some, paintings, or we could hire this other person that just is essentially a bot farmer, and you can crank out all kinds of art. And this person's a really good prompt writer, or they do the basic work and then the AI.
And that right there, Neon, is the problem. You just said a very good prompt writer. You gotta be a very good prompt writer just to be an artist. God damn, the standard is low. That's why they can run around and say, I'm an artist too. I share the same sentiment as you. Why won't you accept me?
I just now realized I can zoom into your live to see better. OMG, love it. Flynn Vassance. How many movies scripts are written by AI now?
Even if there was not one made by AI yet, all the movies now feel like they're made by AI anyway, because the people are NPCs to begin with.
AI takes it from there. And that's probably what the workflow is going to look like. I don't think it's going to be, this is my personal opinion as someone who's seen the beginning of CG animation, the beginning of, 2D artists using tablets. It's going to become a tool just like an art tablet, where it's going to be just expected. It's going to be expected that you work digitally because it's faster, it's more efficient. It's going to be expected that you work with AI because it's faster, it's more efficient. And at the end of the day, these companies want to make money. That's all they care about. I'm sorry. They say at least writers have the ability to refuse AI systems. We as designers don't have that. Well, what are you going to do? Photoshop has AI built into it now, and they're going to be like, yeah, you got to use what everybody's using. A lot of artists have had and will continue to have their styles and artistic identities taken and absorbed into these systems. The result is going to be very derivative output that's going to affect the quality of these productions. Well, it already is. It already is. Like, all the Marvel movies look the same. I'm just saying, I understand the concerns 100%. I get it. I don't think they care. That's the truth. Because let's talk about this. Hollywood is never going to go back to normal. It's never going to be what it was.
Nope.
This article says the impacts of Hollywood's cutbacks in production spending, it's coming from the Wrap again. The impacts of Hollywood's cutbacks in production spending are being felt as the number of global film and television productions are down 20% from 2022 and 40% in the U.S., according to a new report by production and technology research company ProdPro. The report was published in the LA Times that found that Hollywood studios spent $11.3 billion on productions in the second quarter of 2024, down 20% from the same period in 2022. And that was during the pandemic.
GTG3.
So it's not just the pandemic. It's the strikes. Look, we told you this was going to happen. People were like, oh, Clownfish, you're just anti-union. I'm like, no, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen.
Red Heart.
The deals, the way those deals were written, they reward the top performers. And I think a lot of these studios greenlit a lot of things that they kind of had buyer's remorse about, but they had to go through with it because of contractual obligations. And now they have an out. Now they're just like, yeah, we're going to reward the top performers, and we're going to pay people who work on, House of the Dragon or something. You're going to get paid more because you're actually bringing the views. The rest of you, you're not.
This should incentivize human-made content over AI content.
Yeah, but it's too much of a risk factor these now. Because human-made content is too woke. Or, no, that's not even true. It's just the people that's in power are woke, so they still have to follow those guidelines. So they're going to look at it as like, why would I get a human who can probably defy me eventually and get in, like, okay, this is how they look at this. Okay, say you're woke, right? Say you're a woke company, you have woke employees, whatever, at a movie company or whatever, TV station company, whatever, whoever makes movies and stuff. It only takes one person to fuck up for the whole movie or the whole show, right? Like, look at the dude who, what was it? The guy who played Hyde in the 70s show. He is now a hated man for the rest of his days because of what the actions he took against women. Now, any shows that was going to come up with him are either canceled and gone, and that's problematic. And that costs the studios money, PR problems, and blah, blah, blah. So they're going to look at it.
Well, then we need more original creators.
See, that's the thing. It's not about creators. It's not even about actors. It's the human element. As long as the human element is intact, there is a risk factor intact, right? Not saying that AI can't fuck up, but like, it's more forgivable for a robot.
Wait, what did Hyde do?
Oh, he raped 2 women. He was plead guilty, went to jail. So like, it's that human factor because I think if I remember right, the woman who made the cartoon show, I think it was called 12 Forever or something. It was a cartoon show that was on Netflix, or 11, or Forever 17. Or I mean, Forever 11 or something like that.
Wow, face with open mouth, disappointed.
People went through her shit on Twitter and went into her background, and she said a lot of sus things about getting with young boys or something like that. So like, it's not about original creation. It's not about the actors. It just takes one person to fuck it up for everyone. So like, let's use an example. What was her, Maxine, I think, or Lorraine? What was that show? Oh fuck, I forgot. No, let's not use that. Let's use Lando. What do you call it? Mandalorian. When they got rid of Gina Carano, after Gina Carano was taken out,
Ryaga Samurai.
It went left.
Oh yeah, I heard of that.
It went totally left after that. Like, once Gina Carano got kicked out of the Mandalorian, like, it had its problems, but like, once she got kicked out over something as small as nothing, that's where things just went left for the Mandalorian. Not even just because of the writing, but just the fact that that happened, it made problems.
More moral works based around good morals.
No, that's the thing. It doesn't have to be about works that is good or non-woke. The problem is that because humans exist, there are people who are angry enough to go after people for everything and anything just to prove that they're not moral. So it's what Jordan Lee Peterson said. You can never appease woke people. Now, you don't have to be woke to appease them, or you don't even have to. Just the fact, because they have a moral standard that is so high that will never exist or never be reached. So you always have to keep upping the next person to prove how much of a woke or much of a good moral person you are. So even if you're not talking about moral or woke values, and you're talking about traditional values, you're a problem. Because once you bring traditional values that exist and that's in logic and base and reasoning and just understanding, you are a problem. Once you bring woke logic or woke modern ideology, you're going to be a problem eventually. That's how that works.
Flynn Vassance. You wouldn't believe how much I wish I could say something religious right now.
I understand. But like, if you have conservative traditional means, you are a problem. If you are a woke person who brings woke values, you eventually will be a problem. That's how that works. So I'd rather just be a traditional person and be a problem than just eventually be a problem, because you can be on that higher tier echelon of wokeness, and it just takes one person or one situation to ruin it for you. I forgot what's his name. I think his name is Neil something. Neil, I think he's some type of like a high profile Hollywood producer or something. I forgot. I think he made, what was it? It wasn't Deadpool. It was something, some comic book I think he worked on. And he was one of those big producers, and he said way back when, believe all victims or believe all women no matter what, because they are not lying. Now, recently, Neil, I forgot his name, but I'll bring up Neil, what's his name face? I'll bring it up eventually. What's his name? But he now is being accused of rape of 3 women, and he's saying all of them are lying. But this is the same man who said way back when, I think in the Me Too movement, saying no matter what women say, you must believe them no matter what. Now he's in the hot seat and saying that those women are lying and it's not true. But you said to believe all women. So which is it, Neil? Do I believe them because you said so, or do I don't believe them because you said it?
Bad quote I've heard recently.
Was a bad quote. What, my quote or something you heard? That's what he said. He said, "Believe all women, no matter what. Believe all victims, per se." He was referring to women specifically, but
Ironici. That's also another reason LOL religious beliefs get in the way. Where AI wouldn't have that issue. People bring religion into places it shouldn't be and causes issues in the workplace.
yes, but they also bring woke ideology that shouldn't be in the workplace either. That's not needed, and it causes trouble.
Flynn Vassance. What he said. Ryaga Samurai.
Yeah.
Put himself in a bind.
He put himself in a bind. It's like there are woke ideology that you shouldn't put
Ironici.
into work exactly. So
exactly.
So what you should do at your job is focus on what your job entails, not bring in religious ideology or woke ideology. Oh my God. You should keep those two things out of the workplace. That's why I said yesterday, it was up to me if I had a gaming studio or I had the power to fire and get rid of people. The only thing I'm focused on firing them is if they're focusing on the game. I don't care about how they feel like an activist. They have to prove something to some people that they need to prove on the internet. That's not going to get you money. Actually, that's going to do quite the opposite.
Freeze. I'm here.
So what I would do is I want to see your last postings on Twitter talking about the game. If it's not talking about making sales, how the game's going to play, or they're working on the game or promoting the game, if you're talking everything outside of that, fire you, because you shouldn't be out here talking about
Flynn Vassance.
the metaphorical
I have to say
problems.
This, but I'd prefer religious things over the woke stuff any day.
I would probably, yes, I would actually rather the religious stuff over the woke
Samurai.
stuff anyway.
High freeze.
Because they're more predictable in that sense, and they tend to work. But with woke ideology, it tends to manifest. It manifests into something much gross over time. It doesn't stay where it is. But now the religious problem comes in depending on the person, not the ideology itself. Because you can be a person who's religious and don't have to be so invasive with it. You can be like, okay, I'm religious. You agree, I disagree, we move on. With woke ideology, you can do the same thing, but most people don't do that. Most of them, I had the same conversation. I won't say this is a woke thing, but this is an ideology or a behavior that happens a lot. So I was talking to my little brother, and he was talking about how he likes Ice Spice. And I said to him, Ice Spice is not for me. He was asking me if I like Ice Spice, and I said no. And he got upset, like visually upset. And I asked him, remember, he's like 13. So I asked him, why are you so upset? He's like, because my taste is shit because I don't like Ice Spice. I said, dude, I never said she's ugly or anything. I said I don't like her music. That's it. I don't think she's a bad person. She says insane stuff, but that's just the industry for most female rappers. Let's just call it for what it is. And that's how they get up and come up in the world, having a big butt or a nice augmented body and say a lot of gross, insane things, right? But that's just how things are. Because if she was saying religious stuff or anything close to morals, well, she won't be the hottest rapper right now would she? You know what I'm saying? So that's just the reality of things. Now, I'm not saying that male rappers don't do the same thing. Actually, they do just as much, probably even worse. But something about the whole...
Ironici. Ice Spice is not on the top as rapper face with tears of joy.
That's what I was trying to tell him. Like, she's losing, I think, subs or followers. I think 40,000 followers a day or something like that. She's losing, traction. She's not making any real hits like that. I think her
Ryaga Samurai. Dang lil bro defending her like that's his
wife.
LOL.
Yeah, that was the problem for
Ironici. Me. She's known, but she definitely not on top.
Definitely
LOL.
not. Like, I
Vassance.
even said to him...
I personally don't like most rappers' messages anyway.
Yeah, but I even said to him, if I had to say a talent between female rappers, the only one I can probably think of is Nicki Minaj. Because even though she says vulgar things, she's at least clever with the things she says. I'm just being honest, and she's really good at rapping. She's pretty good at it. She's not a speed rapper like Eminem and them, but she can hold her own in rapping. even though she may say some vulgar things, or mostly more vulgar things, at least she has some form of talent. With people like Ice Spice, it just doesn't come off as talent. You're just saying vulgar things, and you just have a big ass, and that's it. And most of the time, if you watch her, she's usually just shaking her ass. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't see any substance. What is that?
You didn't look at the videos I sent you then.
No, what is that?
I got donuts.
How did you get donuts from past mom?
That's the little girl. Let her go do her food. Go get your donuts.
Oh, okay.
Flynn
Okay, that's cool.
LMAO.
That's awesome. All right, well, let me finish this video. Okay. You lucky. I couldn't get food up in this house if I wanted to. Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty much what that is. It's like, it's sad, but it is what it is. But I feel bad for him because
everyone knows the ones known as rap queens is Nicki, Cardi, Megan, and Doja Cat.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Doja Cat and Cardi B and Megan. I'll give one to Cardi B, but Megan beyond that, like Megan and Doja, no, because like let's be honest, Doja Cat is only famous because she did memes. She took the meme culture and used it to her advantage, which was smart. I'm not saying it. She was actually really smart to use the meme culture because she knows she was conventionally and very attractive. So what she did is, instead of being the typical female rapper, what she said is, okay, I'm good looking. I know that. I have a pretty good body, and I don't think it was augmented at the time because this was before she became famous. So I don't think she was augmented at the time.
At least Nicki tells women to not act ratchet and get an education and stay off the pole, unlike the others.
That is a loose one. That is a loose one. Anaconda was the WAP at the time. Remember that.
Raya Samurai.
That's
Pink
a
Friday
reach.
was a good album.
It was a good album, but like with the Anaconda thing, that was WAP at that time. Let's call it for what it was. And if you listen to those lyrics, but like compared to the WAP, it makes Anaconda look like she's not doing much.
Nah, they are all trash musicians, Imo.
Yeah, but if you had if in a sense, if you had to pick the best female rapper out of those four, I would still pick Nicki Minaj over even Cardi B to a certain extent. Like Cardi had some nice hits, but like if we're going solely based on...
Yeah, but they all in a sense copied Nicki, but regardless if you like them or not, they're the top four.
No, I'm not saying about not if they're the top four or not, because saying vulgar things are easy to do. Having talent's a whole different ballgame. The point is, that's what I'm saying. Nicki, Cardi are the only two I can say have some form of talent. I'll say Nicki over Cardi. That's just my opinion, but maybe you may have a different on that. But like, Meg Thee Stallion, not really. Anyone under Meg Thee Stallion, not really. Because it's just like either they ride on that TikTok wave at the time and it skyrocketed their career and stuff. And remember, a lot of celebrities was doing that demonic Satanist nonsense. I don't know why. From Sam Smith to Doja Cat to, what's his name? What's that gay guy name? Little Nas X. They was all doing that wave at that point. I think even a few others. I think even Lady Gaga or something like that. And I think a few others. So most of them are just doing trendy stuff. But with someone like Nicki Minaj and Cardi did well by doing her collaborations with other artists, same as Nicki at the very beginning of the 2010s. But she was talented.
Nicki. Yes, but she's not telling PPL to be strippers. She's admitted she did what sold and admits she's a performer. She doesn't say things like Doji telling kids strip, get a sugar daddy and be toxic.
No, but probably not. But then again, when you have to explain that to every time, that's gonna forever follow you.
Technically, they're all demonic.
Well, Hollywood's always ultimately demonic if you stop and think about it. Is all of them were, but I know she did what sold. But what you have to put in context, she can sing, right? She didn't have to do rapping anyway. She could have been like Adele. Adele didn't say anything close to what Cardi said. I mean, Nicki said. And they was both pretty up there in the 2010s at the same time. And she can sing. It's not like she can just rap alone. She did Spaceships, right?
She said she hates Starship and Anaconda and wished she didn't film it, lol.
Well, that's good. But then again, remember, what you do now will you regret later. So, it is what it is. So, you're going to eventually regret things you do that when you're younger. Because remember, she was doing it at the time when it was... I think the best song she did was not when she was rapping. I think the best ones she did was when she was doing like Starships and stuff. And the songs she did with Justin Bieber.
Ironikai. It's already exposed Hollywood is demonic AF.
As fuck.
You're not gonna get paid very much, or we're just not going to greenlight more shows that nobody's going to watch. And there were several series out there. You start to look into the numbers, and like a good chunk of what is greenlit on Netflix doesn't get watched. A good chunk of what's greenlit on Disney,
because majority of the stuff on Netflix is fucking woke.
Plus, or HBO Max doesn't get watched, which is why these companies took write-downs. They're like, nobody's watching this stuff, or at least not enough people are watching this stuff to warrant the amount of money that we're spending on it, right? So yeah, this isn't good. The figure is up around 30% from 2023, but that can be attributed to...
Yeah, that was a good one. I'm not gonna lie, Roman's Revenge was a good one. I missed that. Actually, when you bring it up, I might play that in stream one day.
Anticipation of and the start of the Writers Guild of America strike last May. Even when compared to the strike summer, the number of feature film productions that have started worldwide has dropped.
Flynn Vassens.
Everything's in flux right now.
I try not to say anything I would regret anyway. Because I say what I believe.
I understand.
I mean, again, we've got studios hanging on by their fingertips, getting sold. Paramount, that's a big one, Paramount and Skydance. And we've had many, many box office bombs and many, many streaming shows that did not perform. And a lot of people are just going back and watching old TV shows.
Black singer is hard to be noticed, not saying it's impossible, but call it for what it is. Girl bosses who rap is where it's at.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think a lot of people take female rappers as seriously as they should. And I wonder if female rappers were to ignore the sex part in their videos, like if they just took out the sex stuff out, how much more however, I don't think they'll be seen as much if they took out the sex out of it, to be honest.
Old movies, they're not watching the new stuff. Industry insiders told The Wrap that they believe one factor in the decrease in production has been the anticipation of this strike by IATSE, or the Hollywood Basic Crafts, that would force productions to shut down.
One of the biggest sales ever. 30.
Oh no.
No art.
Expecting another shutdown. They think that it's not going to go through. Throughout Q2, IATSE was in lengthy talks with studios on a new mutual bargaining agreement, reaching a deal at the end of last month. That was like a tentative agreement. Members of the crew workers union will vote to ratify the new contracts next week. Well, we're already having problems, aren't we? Basic Crafts, meanwhile, are in the midst of negotiations on their own contracts. They said even if the contracts are ratified, leading to more productions to return to pre-strike levels is unlikely, as studios are cutting back on spending to make their streaming services profitable. For several years, the entertainment industry benefited from an arms race among...
Missy Elliott was ahead of her time and killed the game.
To be honest, if that's the case, then maybe Nicki had a chance then. Because if I remember, I don't think Missy Elliott used a lot of sex in her videos. Like, I mean, sexual talk. She probably used innuendos to a certain extent, but not as vulgar as she did as like Cardi or even Nicki at the times when they thought what was popping at the time. I because even to this day, people still mention Missy Elliott to this day. So like maybe there is a chance there could be a female rapper who doesn't have to rely on sexual themes just to get the point A to point B. Not saying that will be hard or won't be impossible. It might be a bit close to impossible. It's not that it's not possible.
I wonder how much corn is associated with them.
Oh, a lot more than you think. A lot more than you think.
the studios as they tried to fill their fledgling streaming services with a diverse array of original films and TV shows. And a lot of that stuff just did not perform. But the new period of austerity in Hollywood has led to a significant drop in employment opportunities for the industry's workers, particularly in Los Angeles, where union members are struggling to keep up with the high cost of living. That struggle has been...
Then a lot of girls should have taken after Missy Elliott then. A lot of girls back then should have taken after Missy Elliott. That's just how it should have been if that's the case.
Compounded by the exodus of
like look at Salt and Peppa, right? They're still superstars to this day, and they're old as hell.
How is everyone doing today?
Doing well. There were so many other female rappers at the time. They're still popular to this day.
To Freeze. Good and thank you.
Good. Hey, Freeze.
Productions to other states and countries in search of more generous tax incentives. And we're going to talk more about this. I'm hoping to get Fresher Luke back on. We're going to talk about where this leaves animation, because a lot of these animation productions are being moved to Canada. They're being moved overseas. Skydance are hiring, but they're hiring animators and production people in Spain. A lot of these productions are being outsourced to South Korea. Some of them wind up in North Korea by way of South Korea and China, but that's a whole nother issue. You know what I'm saying? So like the days of getting a job in the animation industry, or even just in general in Hollywood, and moving to LA and parking it there for decades, those days are over. It's over. Like Hollywood's broken forever. It's never going to be what it was before the pandemic. Everything has changed. Hollywood is basically just a town like any other town that produces content for streaming services and video and mobile devices and whatever. I mean, that's the truth of it. The glitz and the glamour, it's all gone. You know, it's gone. We don't, that is not going to come back. Now, the upside to this is that if you live outside of Hollywood, you live outside of that bubble, you actually have the opportunity to be able to produce content as well. You can live in another country, produce content, get picked up by a Netflix.
You have Missy Elliott type rappers, and you had the Barbie type rappers, girls who wanna be sexy and no faster way to make money, so to be sexy. Flynn Vassance. How am I? I'm tired and want to go home, but I have to work.
You have the Missy Elliott type rappers, and you had the Barbie type rappers, girls who want to be sexy and no faster way to make money. Well, remember, the faster way is never the best way.
Ironikai. Men don't take female rappers seriously. Very hard and few in between.
Yes, it's easy because we don't take them too seriously because they just rely on sex. That's usually what not in all these cases, but if, like, okay, let me put an example. Perfect example of this is Sexy Red. You can look at Sexy Red and listen to her and be like, God, this is, I feel like I'm losing literal brain cells. Right? It degraded from Nicki Minaj down. It kept on getting, and I'm saying Nicki Minaj down. She is actually more of the standard of what a female rapper should have been, at least. Yes, they can be cute or sexy, but they don't rely on vulgarness on all fronts.
Yep, but people aren't looking for the best way. Everyone is money hungry.
Then money is not worth it then. Because sometimes your self-respect is more important than money. Because I know Sexy Red now is not going to see the problems of what she's saying now. 10 years from now, she's going to regret everything she has said. Like, more than Nicki Minaj. At least with Nicki Minaj, you can say, okay, she was talented, but she just did what was trending at the time. Makes sense. But something like Sexy Red isn't trending like that. She's just saying vulgarity for the sake of just saying it at this point. Because anyone can say vulgarity stuff now. It's getting so bad that there's a video of little girls, like, they look like they're younger than probably 9, singing Sexy Red music.
Flynn Vassance. 7 Deadly Sins.
You know what I'm saying? So if money is always going to be the reason why they do things, maybe best they shouldn't be in the industry. Sometimes I know I understand money is important, but sometimes money is not always important. Sometimes your self-respect is more important than money. And I know that sounds hard to say because money is, I want to say, the essence of evil. I don't think money is the essence of evil. It's how you look at life and then
Beanbag.
proceed to go for that
Hello.
money. That's the problem.
Your stuff can become as
because it's easy for a girl right now to make money if they just go on OnlyFans. But if they end up being a mom, you just ruin your son or daughter's life at that point.
big, if not bigger, than the stuff that Hollywood's putting out. We're seeing this a lot with the South Korean shows.
I think that's why most male rappers look at female rappers. They look at them like OnlyFans girls, like to a certain extent. Like it's like easy money to a certain extent, right? There's no easy money being a male rapper. Either you're talented or you're not.
Mari. Hi.
It's either you're talented or you're not. And there's those mumble rappers who just who rode the wave because it was trending on I don't know, a TikTok or something like that, some type of trending thing. They never last long. They end up being broke and being in debt to their
Flynn Vassance.
Their companies.
Child finds out about of Artextric. Yep. But people has the mentality of IDC as long as I get what I want and can do what I want. That's always the conflict and issue, and some people will do whatever to get what they need or want.
True, but those are the people who end up fizzing out the most. It's very rare those type of people even last long. It's very, very rare. Because either they fizz out because it's like, I call that the jackass syndrome. What I mean by that is like, if you look at MTV's Jackass when it first started, it was just a bunch of dudes with a camera. Now, because Jackass exists, and it's a world phenomenon, they have to top what they did when they did in the background, in their backyard. So what you're doing is upping the ante of how much more ridiculous it gets, and it's going to get to a point where you can't go beyond that, and then you get stuck in a rut. Right? It's like prankers. They gotta keep pranking and doing the most.
High beam.
Right? They gotta do the most just to stay relevant. This is why people like Johnny Salami, or what his name was, who's in, I don't know if he's still in Israel or he went back to Japan, but like he saw an opportunity to be relevant, so he messed with the Japanese. So he saw, oh, I'm getting money and I'm being seen.
Plus some people sacrifice their self-respect to be able to provide for their family. Others are just greedy. Some know they can't make it where they want. Flynn Vassance. Cancerous brain rot.
Yes, but sometimes even that is not good enough, even for their family, because that'll end up hurting their family more in the long run.
Flynn Vassance. Nico Cato Alvocado.
Yes, I'm pretty sure Nick Avocado now, I picture his family, I doubt that his family even talks to him.
Yeah, but remember, people aren't gonna buy or watch if people stay in that bubble and that sh.
That's why adapting and understanding to change your content is more important. This is why people like PewDiePie has lasted as long as a decade. Same thing with Mark. Mark has changed his content to a certain degree. He still does the whole, horror game stuff and all that stuff, but what he realizes that
means they won't make money or a living doing what they once believe in.
I don't think they believed in. They just found something. To believe into something is to stay consistent. To find something is just to find something. That's what happened to Johnny Salami. He found something, but he doesn't believe in the stuff he's doing. That's why he's now trying to turn a new leaf after a couple of months of bad press, or a case may be. So that's the issue, right? Because most of them, when they fizz out like that, they never believed in the stuff they was doing. They just end up being trendy at the time when the time hit it right at that time. But after a while, once that wave dies, they try to stay as relevant as possible and do almost everything and anything. This happened to the dude who plays Spider-Man, Miles Morales. the NPC Miles Morales once he got robbed. And the thing is, the thing is about that, which I never really understand about the Miles Morales NPC dude. If you're gonna do this, why don't you just do it in your home? Like, I understand you're doing it outside, right? Because you want to give that environmental, like, I'm in the video game thing. But, like, you have to put your safety first. If you're going to do it outside your home. Now, if you live in an apartment, that's one thing. I doubt you're going to do a lot of jumping around. You may have to change some things, but that's how you adapt, keep yourself safe, and still keep making the money, right? Or, I don't know, he has money to get Airbnb. It's not like he don't have money. He made a lot of money. He could have got himself a house. You know what I'm saying? He bought himself a sports car, so I know he could have got himself a house, or at least a simple house. So it's not like he did not have money to get a house. So he put himself in his own danger for no reason, right? That would have made more sense if he did that. But I don't know. And then after a while of not getting enough gifts, he'll get angry, go up to the screen and tell people, send me gifts or else, or something like that. He'll get angry. So, you gotta look at it long term.
Like Squid Game. We're seeing a boon for anime productions. In fact, I guess it's getting harder and harder to be able to secure the time of a studio because they're so busy cranking out anime. Now, whether or not their people are being paid fairly, that's, what I'm saying, like, that's a whole nother issue. But like, you can literally live in the middle of nowhere. You can live in like Idaho or Wisconsin.
Choices if they get paid, the more they're willing to pay, the stupider they become.
True. Well, that's only up to the person at that point. That's really up to a person at that point. So, because money can't make you do anything. It's what you value more. Sadly, that's just the crux
zero.
of it.
This gen is doomed for real SMH.
Because if you don't value yourself, even if you're starving of hunger, well, there's one thing you're starving for money, but like if you're starving and dying at that very moment, that's one thing. But if you're living, I don't want to say cordially well, but if you can get by, you can still value yourself to a certain extent.
Or something, and start a production.
You don't have to sell your soul.
Studio and get your stuff seen. You can start a YouTube channel and get your stuff seen. And
then, to most rappers or most people who make music, if you listen to most musicians, they say majority of the time, if they were to start over, they said they would just go independent. Not every rapper, but most rappers are in debt because of the shit they had to do, or
Your girl Cleo, sign of the horns.
They had to follow.
Hi.
So like, hey Cleo. So like, if you have to ask majority of rappers.
Your girl Cleo, sign of the horns. I am back.
Majority of them will tell you go independent.
And have a deal with Netflix or something like that. It's possible. That's the new reality. We're going to have smaller groups of people producing.
That's why
producing content.
To do something stupid, they sell self-respect. BC, it means nothing to them.
And it's not money; it's just themselves. That's just their psychological problems with themselves.
I mean, look at Mr. Beast. I mean, I know he's got quite the machine underneath him because he's a YouTuber, but it's nothing compared to the typical staff that works on a Hollywood production, right? He might have a dozen people or something working with him. I don't know how many people he has, but it's nothing like that, and he's probably making more profit. So that's what's going on. They said LA remains the top driver of production employment, even ahead of rising competitors like New York, Atlanta, Chicago, and Albuquerque. The new competition, along with the rising costs and the toll the strikes have taken on the financial reserves, has put LA's entertainment workers under new strain. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, it sucks for them. I'm sorry. But it's just like, this is the new reality. And I really am imploring people to take a look around you and be like, where is everything going to be in 10 years? Do I need to make moves now to make sure that I'm not homeless in 10 years? Because a lot of people, especially a lot of younger people, are going to be on their backs, looking up at the ceiling, being like, what the hell happened? I don't know what happened. I moved to Hollywood out of school. I went to Cal Arts or whatever, and I was promised a rose garden, and it didn't I joined a union. I did everything I was supposed to do, right? And there's no career for me in Hollywood. And it's just, outside forces. Everything has changed. It's all changed. And these studios, they're going to take advantage of the strikes. They're going to take advantage of the pandemic, and they're gonna try to maximize their profits. That is where we're at, guys. So yeah, Hollywood's never going to be the same. We'll see where we're at in 5 years. I mean, if you had told me 5 years ago that this is where things were going to be, I would have laughed. I'm like, yep. All the Disney movies are making $1 billion and everybody's making money and there's like all kinds of streaming shows. And yeah, here we are 4 years later. And it's just like, yeah, everything's broken. Half the studios are for sale. They're liquidating assets. It's like it's never going to go back to what it was. So I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
All right, so this was Clownfish TV on the whole Hollywood situation. It looks pretty bleak for most of the people who are going to Hollywood, whether you're in maybe even an actor, a artist, a voice actor. Whether you're an artist in any field or an actor in some form, whether it be voice acting or regular acting or some type of acting, everyone's jobs seem like they're at risk in some form because the AI and companies and stupid decisions. So like it is what it is. That's just the crux of it, and that's sad because I'm pretty sure a lot of people wanted to get into Hollywood to reach that dream, and most of them will never see that day because of technology and outside forces. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoy this reaction and this conversation we had with my mods and my audience. I hope you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, so that's taken down. This is go. Now we got 3 more videos left with the 3 more woke videos, and everything else from that point is all anime.
I will fight you, AI.
Everything is all AI. Like I have about, I think, 10 videos of anime stuff, either art related or anime related. So don't worry, we only got 3 of them, and I'm gonna try to make it not that long, because they tend to get pretty long. I'm gonna do this one first. So this is from Scroll. He has 87,000 subscribers. He said something wrong when he says Capcom just wrecked the video game industry with facts. So I don't know what Scroll is going to say. So probably statistics, or they expose some type of wokeism. I don't know.
Become a support hero by subscribing to TikTok. Gain access to personalized art lessons, song request, special emotes and more. Join today. Artextric. If you enjoy this content and want to help Artextric reach his goal, hop over to Twitch to watch him live now.
Thank you. So this is Scroll. He has 87,000 followers. Or subscribers, and he said Capcom just wrecked the video game industry with facts. So we don't know what that means. Maybe they found some type of tweet or exposed some type of wokeism, or maybe some statistics. So we're gonna see what he says. I'm not too familiar with his content. This is my first time seeing him. I have seen him before in other people's videos, like as a group, but I've never seen him by himself. So this is my first time seeing his videos. If you enjoy his videos, I put everyone's videos that I react to link in the description and tag them in it so you can find them. So I'm not just picking a random video. If you find these interesting and anything like that, whether you agree with what I say or not, or with my mods or with my audience, I give everyone a chance to speak their mind, whether they agree with me or not, whether it is a shit take or whatever case may be. It is what it is. So let's go.
Do you feel like that's wrong, or do you think like those top 3 are accurate representations of what you guys feel about video games as well? Did you guys see this story that came out, the super elections?
Yeah.
So they pretty much polled their audience. They had 254,000 people respond to the polls, and they broken the poll down, pretty much asking like, what do you like about our games? What do you want to see more of our games? And what franchises would you like to see come back? Right. So that's a pretty good sample size. And they have it broken down very, very well with 254,000 people responding. They have all sorts of franchises that need with representation in here. But the breakdown of this is amazing here. What is the one thing that we continuously hear over and over and over again about the video game space? The one thing that I always hear is it's a 50-50 split between men and women.
That's a lie.
That's the one thing.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. It's a lie. And that's usually what they run with. I think progressives per se, it's not a 50-50 between men and women. What they did is if I remember right, they took console and PC with alongside mobile and smashed together. And what happens is they made a statistic that it's between half men, half women. But if you put PC and mobile alone, its majority of it is 80 to 90% I think is men. With mobile, women are the dominant demographic when it comes to mobile games. It's a fact. Women win in almost every time because women play like farm games, gardening games, dating sims, all these different things. Like, I'm not saying men don't play mobile games either, and then especially with the rise of Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail and all this, I'm pretty sure if I remember right, I think Genshin has a more female demographic, if I remember right, compared to a male demographic. Right? So, or maybe it's probably half. I looked that up if I remember right. But like, women win 90% of the time when it comes to mobile games. But the only reason why they run with that whole half thing is because they added mobile games. They say games as in like console or whatever case, but they smash that with mobile games and they don't tell you that. They lied to you. It's not true.
We hear over and over again from the ESRB and the electronic safety, whatever it is.
My farm game, sir.
They throw out.
See, Erin's one of them. She's a statistic. You are a statistic, ma'am. You are a statistic.
These stats that 50% of women play video, or that 50% of gamers are women. And
shit, my girlfriend's a statistic. She plays one of those dating sims too on her phone. I've seen her play those games.
I think that this Capcom Super Elections just shoves that back in everyone's face. When you look at the results here, and you scroll down, it says here are the people who voted. 82% male.
Look at that. 82% male voted.
Samurai. LOL.
82%. That's 208, 650,000 men voted. And only 14% of women voted. Shit, that's not even half. I don't know what other means. Are those the type who don't identify as such? See how small that is? That if that's what that is, see how small that number is?
Ironikai. LOL, it's a goo.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
2% male here, which I think is an accurate representation of what the video game industry.
Now note, I will put a disclaimer. This is specifically for Capcom. I don't think this is video games as a whole.
It's 0. I'm about to play a mobile game now. Ironikai.
If you
good time killer if you have good connection.
Yeah. But the thing is remember they're talking about Capcom alone. So this is not this stat that we're looking at. This is not talking about the whole of like I don't think it's talking about the whole of gaming like amongst consoles or devices. This is just Capcom alone, but that shows you how much females be fucking with Capcom like that.
Looks like what gamers.
Because the majority of these people are playing. I'm not saying women don't play like Capcom games or even Street Fighter, but it's not as much.
Look like. Kay Blabs, what are your thoughts on this? Do you feel like this is accurate, or do you feel like
shit? I'm pretty sure there's more women who
0.
play.
My Wi-Fi bill going up today.
I'm pretty sure there's more women who play Modern Warfare than play Street Fighter.
This number should be higher, and this is not accurate.
Kay, how do you feel about him just assuming our gender like that? Excuse me, bigot. No. I completely agree. I think this is the most accurate thing ever. That's why I love this whole Capcom breakdown. I'm glad we're talking about it. I agree that it is probably 82% male, if not even higher. Now, every time they say that there's 50% of women playing games, I'm sorry to say, but they're talking about mobile gamers.
Thank you! What did I just say? I just said it! Let's go, didn't see this video. I'm not full of crap. The woman said it. The woman said it. I'm just a bigoted loser, weirdo, VTubing chibi idiot. I don't know nothing. I'm me dumb man brain.
Samurai.
Me dumb man brain.
WDYM teach a lot of women play Madden.
Dude, I love it. What? You crazy? Yo, I'll eat my left foot if that's true. Compared to men, I don't think so. I have never heard anyone playing Madden. I don't think so. Shit, I don't even hear any girl playing FIFA.
Ironikai. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Me dumb man brain. Me make statistics up because me bigoted. I hate woman.
Flynn Vassens. Press X to doubt.
Press X to doubt, bro.
I'm too. Now, I know I'm in the gaming industry, so it might sound hypocritical. I'm saying,
and she's in the gaming industry.
There's not many women. There's not, though.
Thank you!
There really isn't. It's a majority. They're taking these stats and they're inflating it with...
Thank you!
Look at these women that play Candy Crush. Yeah, they're totally gamers. And we all know, at the end of the day, there's a difference between a gamer that is playing on console, playing on PC,
let's go!
Versus these people that are playing casual games like Words with Friends, whatever, Farmville, all that stuff.
That's funny. I think just recently I was playing...
Bigated no play small phone game no for you no.
I think it was like a month ago. I was playing Words with Friends with Just Bean the other day. Like a month ago. I think it was Words with Friends. It was on the phone on Facebook. Shit, I forgot about Words with Friends till she sent me the invite. I thought at first it was Ackland, but she was dead ass wanting to play the game with me. I was like, oh, okay.
Different. So I agree. This is completely accurate.
I would never had any of my male friends send me Words with Friends. Shit, I have never played Word with Friends. I have not played a single mobile. No, not. I want to say mobile.
I was 0. Game. Bro, I got 11 hours on FIFA.
See? Wait, 0. Female, male. Wait, what do you identify as? Is that bigoted? Fuck it. I guess I'm being canceled today. What you identify as? I don't know any female that plays like FIFA.
Ironikai. We need mobile games so Bri can play with us to get to it teach.
I know.
I think this is a pretty accurate representation.
Zero.
The 4% was interesting.
Nice.
The idea that
finally someone that's female. Wait, are you identifying as such? Or are you born female? There's a difference.
Here we are over here, but we'll just kind of slowly mosey on past that. But as you scroll down, it has a breakdown of the ratio, which I actually think this is pretty accurate as well. You know, and this is online, so I don't know if many
comes with.
Less than 10-year-olds should be.
Yeah, I always did that too. I always found that annoying when they gave me those stupid games built into the phone.
Samurai.
Play them.
True.
Online voting on Capcom games, but whatever. But the total here is almost 80% between the ages of
0.
Just to be.
Born, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I was 0.
Sure. I got you.
I'm.
Okay. Just to be clear, for anyone who's watching this, just based on this stats alone, this is just for Capcom. So I'm not saying this is the majority, but it has been proven, or at least mentioned, that they conflate the numbers. Like I said before I saw this, I'd never seen this video. This is my first time seeing it. That keeps opening. Yeah. I never seen this video. This is my first time seeing this. I'm not familiar with side scroll at all. Whether this is a group channel or just that dude with the hat. I've seen him before. I think it's him. It is proven that they conflate the numbers and say half of women are in the gaming stream. That is a lie. So whenever someone brings that crap up, they're lying to you, or they're just shooting up statistics that is a lie. Because they put in numbers with the mobile alongside the console and the PC. That's what they do. or even the mobile devices that are not literally on the phone, but 9 times out of 10, most girls will play on their Nintendo Switch. I guess you can even call that a mobile in that sense. So the Nintendo Switch, I guess the PSP, if that even exists anymore, or Vita, or whatever the hell you want to refer to it, and then also the phone. Most likely the phone, because everyone has a phone.
20 and 30. And I think this is pretty accurate as you go along. Now, I do think this is going to balance out in the next, well, maybe not balance out, but I think the 40s will increase to 15%, in the next 5, 10, 15 years as the 30-year-olds get a little bit older,
but everyone
right?
here believes that there's only
Alex,
males
we were talking
and
about this.
females,
This is
right?
the breakdown of
I already know what my answer on that is, but like I wouldn't bring that up in here because YouTube. I wouldn't answer that. I know what you're saying. I already know what I want to say on that. I think everyone knows what my answer on that is, but like, sadly, we can't bring that up because
their voters here, with 82% male, and we were saying that we think this is a more.
It is a dark day and a sad day, but we have to ignore factual truths.
Accurate representation of the video game industry as opposed to the 50-50 that we're constantly being told that 50% of gamers are women.
Yes,
I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
I think if you include mobile gaming and tablet gaming, that does go 50-50.
I agree. I think we all agree on that. But I
think if you look at core player base, like
the PC, the console, hell no.
PC gamer, console gamer, things like that, if you subtract mobile out, then it will sort of like align more to the size. I think also too, like the type of games Capcom makes are more tailored towards men anyways. Like, sure, girls absolutely want to fuck Dante like nobody's business, 100%.
Bro just had a fight
but
about
everybody
that.
who likes Dante is like, I want to be Dante, because I always said that same shit when I was 14, right? Like like Monster Hunter, like I get to fight giant lizards and smash off their tails. That's
like, I'm not saying that there's no women who wants to do stuff like that, but majority of women don't want to be in action roles. Call for what it is. I don't care what you identify as, or a case may be. Majority of women do not want to be in action roles or be doing action things what dudes will find fun. Some of them might find it cool and awesome and want to be part of that, but the majority of them do not. Like, I remember I had the, and this is not just based on her alone, but on my girlfriend. I remember I had to convince her to watch John Wick at one point.
I do, just not boring ones, lol.
Yeah, girls are not gonna want to watch boring things, but most majority of them don't want to watch a lot of action. Like let's put it this way: a guy will more likely watch a kung fu movie with subtitles because the kung fu is insane, compared to a girl who will watch a kung fu movie with subtitles from Thailand. Do you get what I'm saying? They'll watch a movie with probably an actor that they recognize that has action in it because they either find them attractive or they recognize the actor, and they usually see the actor in pretty good movies. So they're going to assume based on that fact that this is going to be a good movie, hopefully, most likely. So let's use the dude who's in One Piece.
Point taken.
Like the dude in One Piece who plays Zoro. He's a conventionally attractive Asian guy, right? I don't know if he's been in other properties, which I'm pretty sure he has, that either aligns with anime or something to that extent. I think he played Gintama. Is it Gintama? I think it was Gintama, a live action Gintama.
I feel attacked.
Don't feel attacked. It's a stat. Don't be attacked. That's the problem. Stats be attacking people. It's not an attack. It's just a fact. To a certain, you scared me. Don't do that. Oh my god. It's just a fact. Like, I would watch a kung fu movie from Thailand with subtitles, not knowing what the hell is going on, just because I saw the trailer and there was kung fu and there was like the more traditional kung fu.
LOL, not me watching every anime with Hawks and Bakugo face with tears of joy.
Because she'll watch that. Like, Aaron will watch more with Bakugo or Hawks because she recognized my hero and likes my hero. Fine, that's universally liked amongst everyone. But if someone like me will watch a no-name brand magnet movie,
most males prefer fantasy,
sci-fi,
and modern-based action games.
Correct.
Whereas females tend to prefer more peaceful and relaxing games, but of course there are those black sheep out there.
And that's a fact.
Yep, LOL.
That's a fact. Not saying there's no woman who's not into action scenes, zombie games, Madden, FIFA. Gotcha. I see you, Zero. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but when we make statistics, we're looking at the most majority compared to the minority. So the minority is going to be considered a 0, even though they exist. They're remember, 0 is still a number. So even though it's not high, you're not the main demographic that we're not going to cater to. It makes no sense to cater to people who if I'm drawing anime girls, right, and majority of my people comes and watch me for anime girls, and I start drawing, like, I don't know, stools. If I start drawing stools, like literally like a stool, like a chair, the chances of them coming back to watch me is unlikely. Now, there might be a niche of people who like seeing people who draw chairs or stools or something, but the chances of that being high is probably unlikely. I'm saying.
Flynn Vassance. Try fractions of a percentage.
Yes.
Ironikai. Plays Sims BC. It's claiming, makes whole world full of babies and one parent to see how they handle stress just because LOL.
See, like, Aaron will play games like that. Games like that will bore the crap out of me. I'll fall asleep. I would fall asleep playing The Sims. The only reason why I enjoyed playing Cult of the Lamb, because it was not only just different, but it did have sim mechanics, but it was mainly based on how far edgy it gets. And it had a pretty good fighting system. It has some glitches, but like...
Ryaga Samurai.
You know what I'm saying?
Stool community
rise up. Let's go. Let's go, stool community. Come on, guys. Come on. Where's my stool pros at? I'll draw you some chairs, I promise. Let's go. Anyway, so like the point is, just to be clear to anyone who's watching this video, I'm not saying that women don't exist, or I hate women because they're playing video game and I'm an evil man. No, that's
stupidness. But you wouldn't fall asleep if you had a world full of chaos of babies with one adult in the world face with tears of joy.
Well, you guys,
so relaxing.
Well, you guys did watch me get chased by a bunch of evil doll babies in a video game. If you remember the horror game I was playing, and one was on fire. It was the Hell Baby. And that motherfucker was fast as shit.
Stool fetish.
Ew, no, bro, ew.
Nope, totally what you said.
No, totally what you said. So like...
Ironikai. OMG, yes.
You see? So like... So just to be clear, anyone who's going to watch this video, if they choose to get this far in the video, this video is not to discredit women who play video games or play action games or fantasy, modern, nothing. No. It's just statistics that shows that most women do not play as much games as males when it comes to like action games, probably in first-person shooters and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Ironikai.
Now,
OMG,
it's
subscribe
not less
to
of
him.
you.
He don't believe in women. Oh no, LOL.
Oh, Jesus. So like, and it's not an attack on women that most of them play mobile games. That doesn't make you less of a gamer. I'm not those people who say, "Oh, you play mobile games, then you're not a gamer." No. I think anyone can be a gamer on any game. Now, if you say you're a hardcore gamer, that's debatable. But being a gamer, anyone can be. A child can be a gamer. It doesn't matter what game it is. It could be Bluey, the video game, which I think exists. Or wait, I think not Bluey. I think there's a game, Peppa Pig. Even though it's for children, it's a game nonetheless. Maybe the most funniest, boring thing to play, but like it's a game nonetheless for kids. So. It's a game.
Remember, people speedrun that game.
People speedrun Peppa Pig?
My dog is a gamer.
What the hell? Your dog is a gamer. So like that's the thing. So just to keep that clear, so anyone watch this video and want to write something in the comments saying, you bigoted, you should die. Well, at least I try to clarify. I try my best.
Most guys want to do that. Fighting games.
How many female moderators do you have?
I have a total
of 4. I think you need more male moderation. LOL.
We have a total of 4.
JK, unless you want one.
We have a total of 4. I only handpicked them based on consistency. Wait, the sound. That's Bean, Ari,
Ryaga Samurai,
and 5. No,
Gamer Dogs
that's
Rise
12
Up.
5. For males, I have 1, 2, 3. I think a total of 3 or 4. Yeah, 3. That's John, Mike, Rye, and I think there was only one other one.
At Flynn enough for him to use to say he had a harem.
No, but like two of them I personally know, and 2 of them, I think 3 of them are mostly online. 3 of them are online, 2 of them I personally know, whether in person or a case.
Artextric. Yes, BRYYY, yes.
So it's not a high percentage of females, but it's more than the males because, well, the males don't stay consistent enough to be a mod. So
women who are fighters are some like girls who are fighting.
If you have the same work ethic of that of like Rai, then
Ryaga Samurai.
There you go.
Wait, there are other male mods.
Yeah, there is. They're never around too much, but one of them I know personally.
Beanbag. Too many doggo here. 3.
Too many doggo.
Name Hot Wheels. I think Hot Wheels passed away actually.
And Mike is our only YouTube moderator.
At Bry, yes, Jonathan is one, but he's not here often.
No, not
Flynn Vassence. I could be consistent.
No, we'll see.
Like
Beanbag.
he was a disabled fighting game player, but you know, like the majority of them are going to be dudes who love a toxic shit talking environment.
Yes.
I think the majority of the games that you make also dictate your audience as well. So it can't just be like, this is the whole industry. I think it depends like the kind of games you make and also the kind of like place you're making them or putting them out there. Like I think that's really what it is.
Oh, they're probably
like, yeah,
busy.
It makes sense for Capcom because they make horror games, science fiction games, fighting games, and monster hunting games. So yeah, you're gonna have like Resident Evil.
To do that.
What girl doesn't want Resident Evil like Leon Kennedy to put a baby in him? Like,
yes, that like come on, be honest. Like he's being dead honest. What girl doesn't want someone like Leon to get a baby by, or like Dante, or like any of the Street Fighter men? Come on, man.
I mean, which one doesn't?
Right.
You're not gonna find them. Right.
So Kay, do you want him to put a baby on you?
No, not really.
Oh. There you go. There's one.
There's the one.
No, but I didn't want to disprove his point there. This might generally be true, but I'm not.
You're more like Chris Redfield.
No.
Beanbag. Dang, Aaron, too much power.
And I stream every single day, so like that's also a factor of that. It's not like I stream like every other day where they can just kind of make it, but like I'm here every day, so.
Old girl, is that what it is?
I'm just like, I don't know.
And my female mods just have to be in circumstances that happen to accommodate that situation, so.
For me, Resident Evil is just a big jump scare game, so I'm just terrified every second. I'm not thinking about banging anyone while I'm playing that game. I'm thinking of running away from zombies.
You're more of a Virgil girl, probably. That's probably what it is. Oh, emo in the corner.
Look, I love the Devil May Cry games. They're great, and I agree that I wanted to be Dante when I was young. That is so badass, swinging that sword.
You know, it's just it's kind of like that kind of style, right? So I think if you were a company that just made games like Barbie's Fishing Simulator or like Horse Petter, that this would look
very. And the most consistent male mod I can say.
Aaron, it might be because they have a life outside of moderation that they aren't on as much.
Not saying that they don't. Not saying that they don't.
Very different. But I think also.
But the most consistent male mod is.
Sorry, but males don't show up unless it's Spicy Day Face with tears of joy.
Yeah, they usually show up when I'm drawing some girls, so like that kind of answers that question right there.
Beanbag.
To like.
Bry is the most consistent.
It all depends what kind of stuff.
Ironikai. Bry is a good scent. He a bad.
He a baddie.
You're looking at if the ESRB is counting mobile and like everything else, then yeah, you could probably say it's closer to 50-50.
And besides, John is going through some shit right now, so I can't like ask him to be a mod because he's going through some medical shit. So
but the thing is, statistics are really important, and that's what people don't really look at. And the ESRB can say it's 50-50, and you could say, oh, okay, and you can just take that and run with it and be wrong because it's not the actual truth when you look into it. That's how people like abuse stats all the time. So like stats is the most important class to take in college. That's how I learned, like, this is bullshit. So you can't just, just like this, just like these stats, you can't just take in a vacuum.
Right. Well, they are fun to look at, though. So let's continue to glance at them here. So they broke down the top 10 favorite Capcom game series by world, the overall world, and by Japan. Just based off a hunch, I'm curious.
I show up just because
what are
I
y'all's
enjoy
favorite
the content.
Capcom?
I'm not here for the female art.
It's not. It
Ryaga
doesn't have
Samurai.
to matter what the reason.
And Bean.
It's just as long as you're
Ironikai.
consistent.
At Flynn we have a life
key.
outside of modding, but we view this as a job. BC it is and make time.
Yeah. And besides, I'm on all day, so it's not like they can't miss it, and I'm on every day. So.
Series. And let's see if it lines
and there's
up.
times when my mods can't even be in the stream, and I'll be on all day by myself. So it's like they're consistent enough to prove that they're consistent. So
with the world's #1 here, Alex, you're number one Capcom game.
Devil May Cry, but you have to like take away 2. 2 doesn't exist.
Okay, James.
Phoenix Wright. I'm a Phoenix Wright simp.
Okay.
Devil May Cry.
Okay, Blabs. Any thoughts on that?
I have none.
Okay.
Oh no.
I say Devil May Cry. And Street Fighter. Which is funny because I don't play a lot of Street Fighter, but I know Street Fighter is fun.
The most popular franchise that Capcom has
Street Fighter
has voted on by this.
Wait, either between Street Fighter, Resident Evil, or
Ironikai.
Devil May Cry.
We're here even when it's dry and boring. LOL.
Yeah, and there'll be times it'll be just dead. Like the stream will be just dry.
Flynn Vassens. Never said you didn't, Aaron. It was just me thinking about a hypothetical.
Like it'll be dry as like Amy Schumer's dates.
Is actually Biohazard.
Oh wait, okay, that's Resident Evil.
Yep, Ari, yep, for sure. With Devil May Cry finishing 3rd behind Mega Man. So Mega Man is still popular in today's audience, which is cool.
Really? Wow, Mega Man is still is number 2. And they have not made any like actual Mega Man games in a long time. They made a remake of like I think BattleNet. Is it BattleNet? Is it the BattleNet game? I think it was called Battle Network. I think they did a remake just like I think probably a year ago. I think.
Beanbag.
That's amazing.
There's time I'll pass out during his stream. LOL.
There'll be times I want to pass out my stream too. Deadass. I'm not even kidding. I'll be tired of shit.
Very, very cool. And you see, I was kind of shocked to see Street Fighter down at 7.
Yeah, that's kind of amazing.
As Street Fighter was Capcom's flagship franchise for a long time, but it's also a fairly niche, with fighting games these days. So
I think there's a few contributors to that, though, right? There's so many fighting games on the market now that Street Fighter might not stand up as much as it used to. And also, compared to the Capcom has so many good series. Like, look at how many people are fond of Mega Man still to this day, and those stats reflect it completely. I was not shocked to hear that Mega Man was that high.
I'm shocked.
At Flynn, I know I'm just saying to your statement about how they might have a life outside of moderation.
Bro, that
we see that as an excuse. Even though we have a life outside of stream, but we're still here.
Yeah, I see that as a shock. How Mega Man still is number 2. That's actually amazing.
Call the ambulance. The mod's passing out.
So if you look at those like Resident Evil, Mega Man, Phoenix Wright being up there, like all of those are such strong series that Street Fighter is really strong too. But in comparison, I'm not shocked.
And this is why stats are important, because
she got me on that one.
Dino Crisis isn't the number 3 series that people want or people like on Capcom. They just want Dino Crisis to be remade.
Exactly.
Right.
They're more looking at make the next game. Yeah.
So you can say, oh, people like Dino Crisis when they really don't. They just want the remake to happen for Dino Crisis. So they're going to pump those numbers up as much as they can to have that happen.
And they actually ask that question as well.
That's all I'm saying.
When we get to it, but they
there's
say
a
like, what's the number one game you want to come
no
back?
Male
And people are like
mods
Dino Crisis,
from
Dino
like
Crisis,
Bry
Dino
holding
Crisis,
down
right?
the
I think
fort
it's so
loudly
great that
crying
they're asking
face.
that question.
Yeah, he's our most consistent.
And even better questions.
Like, to be honest, like Bry's our most consistent moderator. He don't talk much, but when he does, he's like I look at Bry, a mix between Stu from It's a Gundam, and like Ferb from Phineas from Ferb. He don't say much, but when he does, it has meaning.
That's something Kay just said. Like, what do you look for in Capcom games? And I think this is just a bigger question. What do you look for in video gameplay? Right?
Like, honestly, I thought I was this person, but now I think of it now. Bry is the individual who reads the group
At
chat.
Flynn, no lie, sometimes is so quiet here chat wise, and he's all relaxed. Whatever he's doing sounds soothing, and I fall asleep face with tears of joy.
Yeah.
Flynn Vassens. Men tend to be more silent.
True, but I do give my mods, even Bright, the opportunity to say what they feel, even if they agree with me or not.
Bry makes a difference.
Yeah.
Beanbag. He's the glue.
Yeah, but like Bright, he's the dude who reads the chat but don't say stuff.
Teach your so not quite face with tears of joy.
Oh, I'm not quiet at all. No, I talk too much. That's why I get in trouble too much.
And just video games as a whole.
And I get Bry yelled at because I talk too much. So.
And the number one answer was just gameplay. Like
not a very good male trait, to be honest.
Games, unique and attractive characters, unpredictable, exciting storylines. So we're looking for games.
But this is technically my job. It'll be kind of stupid if I did this and don't talk,
Samurai.
so that kind of defeats the
No,
purpose.
that's Aaron.
We're looking for characters.
Yep, Bry is our balance face with tears of joy.
We're looking for stories.
Beanbag.
Like that's what people I think people don't understand with all this stuff that's happening in the industry, right? Like the answers are literally right here in front of you. They just want games, stories, and cool characters, and that's it.
No, that's an attack, because when you say stuff like that they say that's some type of white supremacy nonsense, stupidness. They say, oh, you're pushing some type of bigoted response. Silence is compliance, or whatever the fuck. That's what happens when you bring statistics.
Yeah, know what? ASMR stream now.
Because
no more talking. Teach LOLJK.
You saw how that happened last time, but it's like when you bring statistics, hard fact statistics to like progressives in that sense, they think you're attacking them. When you just have numbers, you didn't, and then let's say you're making up and say and all that stuff. So.
I hate to say this, but I don't usually get a whole lot of human interactions, so I have to find a way sometimes.
Hey, it makes sense. It makes sense. Times are tough, like in the sense of human interactions. People are scared to interact with each other, and I understand, because we live in a time where voicing your opinion or even doing something could consider you as a problem, especially if you're a man. So
that's it. That's the number 3 things. And like make your music good.
And I'm not saying identifying as such, because you can still get away with bullshit if you're identifying as one. I'm talking about you as a born raised male.
You know, it's not that hard. We don't
heterosexual at that too.
Don't need to overthink video games, and I feel like that's what a lot of these developers are doing right now. They're really overthinking things. But like the answers are literally right here from Capcom, and I think this is actually a really good survey for the entire gaming industry to just look.
Now the question is, I don't know if he did mention it. Is it in Japan alone, or that was all around?
Don't worry, Flynn. Me and Aaron will give you human interaction.
I'm so confused. Is the statistics that we're looking at, is it globally, or that's just in Japan alone? Because even if I'm pretty sure, even if that was just to the U.S., that number will still be high for men. I believe. I'm a sole believer that would have been higher for men anyway. Still,
poor Bry get harassed by us.
Because that's what I think, but it is in English, so I'm pretty sure it was for U.S. or at least English-based speaking reading people to that extent.
Look at across the way.
It would be weird. It was just Japan or Japanese.
I don't know. Do you feel like that's wrong, or do you think that those top 3 are accurate representations of what you guys feel about video games as well?
That's 100% accurate. Like that's completely accurate to what people want. Yeah. And guess what's not on that list? Diversity, inclusion. I want to look like me in the game. None of that is there.
No, that's that 4% that we just saw. That I think that what that was, not that diversity, but people who don't identify as such.
Gameplay, exciting story.
Unless they did ask for your gender, and they said they didn't put it.
Great music. Like that's what people want. They want a good narrative. Storytelling transcends everything. We don't need to look or feel like the character to enjoy it, right?
Wait,
so
where are you getting these outfits from?
These ones I'm not allowed to wear.
So you're wearing them?
Yeah.
You're allowed to wear them?
Yeah.
Look at my dress.
I know, right? I have to wear a skirt. It was too long, so. Yeah.
It was too long?
No, too short. I mean, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
I think every single gaming studio in the world needs to bring this in front of their team, have a meeting, and go over this.
They won't do it.
Discuss it.
They won't do it. They won't do it. They won't do it. Because as soon as you bring these statistics, even anywhere where men is higher, what?
You took the salt from the kitchen. How am I supposed to cook with no salt?
No, you brought that in here. I gave it to you the other day.
Ryaga Samurai.
That's
Thank
your
you,
fault.
Aaron loudly crying
That's your
face
fault.
drooling face.
I took the salt, but I gave it back to you.
You was chewing on the salt. Why would I take something you was
This will be in the video. Thank you. Anyway, so the point is that they will not bring this to their to the game devs shit. They won't even bring this to the higher ups who are making all the decisions.
Wow, you stole the salt. Rude. Flynn Vassance. I guess I'm more introverted than I thought. I like to be extroverted though as much as I can in public.
It's raining? Holy shit, it's raining.
You're welcome, Bry, smiling face with smiling eyes.
I smell barbecue.
Beanbag.
What the hell?
Umfeo.
Umfleo.
Beanbag.
For now on, why do I say laugh
Give
out loud?
the salt back.
I already did. She didn't take it. I gave it to her the other day and she didn't take it. She left it in my room. Some bullshit.
Ryaga Samurai.
This is how you fix the industry.
Salt thief.
Now she made me a salt thief. Now they're gonna call me salt thief. Great.
Right here.
I like number 5 a lot. Depth for repeat play. I mean, how many times have we seen new games come out and nobody's replaying them because there's no replayability whatsoever? From Hogwarts Legacy to the latest Star Wars game, everyone played like the one time where they didn't even finish it. And they like moved on to another game.
Teach think about Flynn.
You know, when you look at this, it says novel worldview, and I would guess that's the closest thing that you could potentially get to, like, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion along the way. I mean, I think I'm reaching right there, but that's the closest thing that you could potentially get to it right here. But there's so many other factors, factors associated with
novel
making
worldview could also be like the world building in the game as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like if you look at Doom. Right, the new Doom came out.
You need to return the salt on a red pillow like it's golden bow when you present it.
It was like, holy shit, look at this Doom game.
Left it in my room.
That's what people want. They're like, we don't want cinematic trailers. We want games. We want to see what the game's going to play like.
Flynn Vassance.
Also is raining. Okay.
Harassment doesn't work on me.
To determine whether or not I want to play that game. And Doom does all of those things. Like it has the music, it has the character, it has like the combos, the style. Like Doom is very much a fighting game in first person, in my opinion. And I think that's why people are so attracted to it, because there's a skill cap to it. But it's very difficult for games to do that and for developers to do that. So what they'll do is they'll take the easy way out. They'll say, okay, what can we do that's going to be simple for a lot of people to play?
I'm telling you, there's more girls who get crazy, like, excited for the next Genshin Impact update compared to the next Doom game. That's literally a fact. Like, I'm not saying there's not a girl who don't like Doom, but there's more dudes who will freak out for the next Doom game. It stormed
last night and it's raining here again.
Oh, you're still on that tornado watch? There's more girls who are more into the next Genshin Impact update.
I got rain last month 3.
Than Doom. It just is what it is. You can fight me on that if you like. I'm not saying girls don't play games, so don't say that stupid nonsense when you guys see this video, because that's gonna be dumb as hell.
Instead of making it for a few people to play, then you get that constant, like, then you get what Dragon Age happened. You get stuff like that. You get this like systematic churn of like the same game coming out over and over. If you notice, they all look and play the same, and there's no variables or variance to it. Then Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, and everybody just fucking.
I like when
what the fuck, you know, like this.
Less hot.
Video games are back, you know, like that kind of a thing.
Well, I think it's a great. I think you're right, Kay. Every game developer in the industry should take that and say, like, here are gamers, right? This is your audience. I don't care what any of our internal data says. This is it right here. This is the people who buy your games on a day-to-day basis, and specifically target the 20 to 40-year-old gamer who has money, who is willing to spend on that game, because teenagers don't have a whole lot of expendable income. So focus on what they want in particular, because those are the people who are going to be buying your game.
Ironikai. It's raining men.
Oh shit, it just ended.
Hallelujah, it's raining men.
What the fuck? The fuck? Did the video just end?
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance.
What the fuck?
And I saved hundreds with all the money I saved. Thought I'd buy stilts.
Do you feel like that's the answers are literally right?
Gameplay. We want to see what the game's. What the fuck?
And specifically target the 20 to 40-year-old gamer.
Oh, it just ended. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. This is Side Scroll. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I think it's his channel. This white guy here. I think I think it's his channel, or it's probably just a group channel. I'm not totally sure, but I'm gonna assume it's like neurotic to a certain extent. But video games, I think. But this was Side School. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you guys learned something here. And just to note again, this is not an attack on women, because some of you are going to skew this as if it is. It's not. It's just statistics based on Capcom.
You need to fix the rib cage.
Not like I'm done. I'm still working on it. Damn. Let me finish. Damn. Anyway, the point is that
looks lump-sided.
I understand. Let me fix it. Damn. Never said it was done. The point is that this is not an attack on women or anything like that. It's just a statistic that was sent on Capcom. But that statistic that lady, I forgot her name, I don't even mention her name, said is true. They conflate the numbers with the whole mobile thing with the PC and all that stuff. So if you want to go look it up, go ahead. But with that said, and I said it before I watched, so it's not like I just made it up and just went with it. So there you go. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one, and thank you.
Beanbag.
Later.
LOL.
Ooh. Okay. I will fix the rib cage, lady. Oh God, we got 2 more woke videos. Anti-woke videos. Let me see. Woke lit.
Ironikai.
Okay.
He totally made this all up.
Okay, I want to ask you guys 2 things before I go to these 2 videos. You know what? Fuck it. The more videos, the better. It'll be better in the long run. I'm gonna play it anyway. Fuck it.
The night because the crazy.
Okay, so when was this posted? This was 4 hours ago. So this was pretty recent. I was gonna go on the woke lunatics rage over Donald Trump assassination attempt, but I don't know if I should talk about that. Forbes and streamers. I don't know. It is quite relevant. I might regret doing this, but anyway, like this was Endymion. This video is called "Woke Lunatics Rage Over Donald Trump's Assassination Attempt." Plus, Kotaku, Forbes, and streamer Destiny fail.
Thinking face.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it too, Bri, but this might. I don't know yet. Even though I might do this video, I don't know.
OMG, you should see the Trump assassination video I sent you on TikTok.
I'll check it out. There was one that Chrissy showed me with Trump being like JoJo one.
It should be the last video, LOL.
We'll see. Well, can I show? Don't YouTube get mad when I show TikTok videos? I'm not sure. We'll see. But anyway, here's the video. Let's go.
Everyone, it's Endymion, and I've been debating, saying my piece on what exactly happened just mere days ago at this point when it comes to the whole presidential election and everything else. Considering my channel is very obviously a place I talk mostly about video games and sometimes movies or TV, I struggled on whether I would actually talk about what happened with Trump, but after speaking with Yellow Flash and others about it, and seeing the vitriol I've been reading online almost constantly, I figured it would be wrong of me to not say something about this. Also, for footage in this video, what the hell do I even use exactly that would be appropriate? So if you don't mind, in case you're watching this and not just listening, I'll just put dope moments in video games that I enjoy, cause what else am I supposed to put on screen when talking about this? Anyway, this article here from that park place inspired me to make this, and it's titled, Kotaku senior editor Alyssa Mercanti mocks attempted attack of President Donald Trump. As many of you have also seen all over social media, the conversation surrounding this has not died down for a bit now, and rightfully so. Pretty much.
Listen, I'm not a MAGA. I'm not a MAGA hat person or anything like that. But mocking assassination attempt isn't cool. No matter how much you may disagree on whatever the hell, whether it be video games, political, whatever the hell, wishing death on someone is fucked up, dude. Like, that's just not cool. That's not cool. I don't care if you don't like Donald Trump or not, or you're for him, or you're voting for him, or whatever. That's not cool.
TBH Teach Flynn is here every day.
As of late, he just started following me like, what, a week ago? It's been like a week now.
Any story or discussion is eclipsed by what happened in Pennsylvania.
When we added Bry, it was months.
And I mean, who can blame people, right? This is why when I saw that none other than Alyssa Mercanti of Kotaku, the same individual who has spent the better part of half a year at this point, slandering and attacking normal fans of video games who just want good games being made and not being talked down to constantly, suddenly turning her attention to what happened to Trump, I knew I had to step in. So what happened exactly with this Kotaku individual? Well, she tweeted a picture of a stormtrooper from Star Wars which said, Trump shooter revealed. Then after she said he didn't use VATS, which is the auto-targeting system you can use in games like Fallout, in case you don't know.
Wow,
Regardless,
she's evil.
This post was disgusting, but very on brand for people like Alyssa, who unfortunately, like I said, hates gamers and anyone who doesn't agree with her moronic takes to a T. Alyssa hates me already. I know this. I mean, I've been blocked by her on Twitter for months at this point. Even though I'm like 97% sure I've never actually talked to her besides maybe once or twice at most.
Most people don't know this, but the best way to make money from home...
Most people don't know when you come at the commercial looking like this, you're gonna scare them off, bro. That's not how you start a commercial. My God. I'm sorry about that.
One of the most vocal supporters of Sweet Baby Inc. when the whole Gamergate 2 thing happened, and since then has attempted to smear the names of many YouTubers who don't agree with her. For context, don't forget, this is the same individual who spent the opening paragraphs of her review for Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree speaking about how she's been the target of right-wing extremists for her defense of woke identity politics in video games.
I'm pretty sure she's lying.
The point here is that people like Alyssa and many others in her circle absolutely hate anyone and everyone who doesn't agree with their takes to a T. But what angered and more so saddened me about the events of Trump's attempt on his life was how much people showed who they really were on Twitter last night. It's as friend of the channel Critical Drinker said recently, how people reacted to yesterday's events reveals a lot about their character. And it turns out a lot of people are absolute pieces of shit.
She ain't gonna notice me.
And Drinker is absolutely right, by the way. The fact many people joked and then wished death upon Trump shows how twisted this society really
Hey Glass.
has become. The mask, so to speak, of many individuals, it fell off last night, and we really got to see who these people really are. It oftentimes feels as if the people I argue and rally against when it comes to gaming and pop culture, they are adult pretenders at best. As if they have been so lobotomized by the social economic structures of their surroundings, they have become nothing but stunted individuals. When it comes to things like basic emotions like empathy or understanding other people. As much as I use my channel to rally against many different things, which opens me up to all kinds of awful comments or Reddit threads wishing that I would just die, not to mention Twitter comments openly stating I should be murdered for standing up for players, it shows that when you do stuff like I do here, you need to have thick skin. But even for someone like myself who's used to this kind of stuff, I found the whole Trump fallout situation to be disgusting beyond belief. Seeing thousands of people screaming that they wish Trump had died, it showed how backwards of a society we're living in right now. I would never wish physical harm on anyone regardless of how I thought about them politically or personally. Regular viewers of this channel know well how often I tell you guys to never harass anyone regardless of what they say. I never tell viewers to bully people or attack or DM them, nothing. Because to stoop to such weak and pathetic levels would only bring us collectively as a community down to the same garbage levels many of these corporate parasites reside in daily. Alyssa Mercanti of Kotaku is one of those parasites. Regardless of how she wishes I would likely die or people like Grums, who is a friend of mine, I would never wish the same on Alyssa. I want her to understand that she's so lost in the culture war that she's forgotten how to actually act human anymore.
Yeah.
Then again, she does work for Kotaku, which one user pointed out.
This is part of why I don't do too many of these anti-woke videos, because it brings a certain demographic of people who are looking for a conflict but not looking for a resolution. They're just looking for the sake of the conflict.
Ironikai.
That's what that is.
That's sad.
It is extremely sad. That's why I said I'll do less of these videos, because I don't want to bring too much of an audience that brings a certain...
I personally don't care if Art were to make me a moderator or not. I'm just here to support him. If it's as a moderator, okay.
Cool. But like, see, but that's the thing. I just don't want people, when they watch my channel, to think it's political. it'll end up. The video I'm watching is technically political, but that's not that's not the goal. It's for entertainment and giving my opinion. It might be rooted in some form of political ideology, biasness, or even religious take in some form, but like it's just an opinion. It's not supposed to be taken so seriously. It's not like I'm over here changing the world. I'm just a VTubing cheating model, nothing more, nothing less, who's drawing a lopsided stomach or female stomach. So you already know where that's going. So with that said, who's trying to learn his anatomy better? So here's what it is. So when we're doing these videos, this is just to start a conversation, but not cause a conflict. You know what I'm saying? In what most people care about, like entertainment, video games, movies, blah, blah, blah.
Art, everyone else makes it political.
Yeah.
Ironikai. He's just a little chibi man.
I'm just a little chibi man. Nothing more. So you guys who are going to go into the comment section and leave me a whole, I don't know, college documentation of how I'm wrong, you're wasting your time.
Us.
Not saying I'm not going to read it. I might even respond to it, but like, it doesn't really make a difference in the grand scheme of things.
Usually anyway. Ryaga Samurai. With his ghost Gunther.
And Gunther. Gunther's here to protect me, so if you gotta mess with me, you gotta mess with Gunther. Gunther the ghosty ghost.
That Kotaku recently said that Octopath Traveler 2 invented the 2D 3D art style, and that Dragon Quest 3, which is getting remade, took inspiration from a game that was made 30 years after it came out. This is like someone watching Godzilla after watching Cloverfield and saying that Godzilla is ripping off Cloverfield for making a movie about a monster attacking a city. Like, it can't be this tone deaf, guys, come on, but this is who Kotaku employs when it comes to journalism these days. Adult pretenders whose frontal lobes clearly stunted in growth due to their overuse of drugs and abuse over years of being socially constructed by the overpaid colleges and universities they attended that molded them into professional victims that they are today. Grum said it really well here. Every violence-loving leftist dropped their mask today before deleting their tweets. But we all saw it, it's what they really think, what we've been saying all this time. The woke want you dead, and sadly he's right. That's been one of the saddest parts of what happened with the whole Trump scenario. I won't lie, seeing him raise his fist like a Giga Chad, that was crazy. I would be shaking in my...
Like I said, love him or hate him, that was a badass moment. That was badass. You can't say it wasn't. And even if you deny it and say it's staged, well, you got a lot of people then. You got me. I can at least admit that. Like, even if it's staged, as most of them keep trying to claim, it's a piece of glass or some stupidness. So, like, let me guess. It's a piece of glass that hit, what, the teleprompter or something? So that dude was that bad of a shot that he ricocheted a glass and hit this man's ear that came from behind? That doesn't make any sense.
Boots if I was his political rival right now, because what happened changed everything. This was a watershed moment where every intersection of the conversation, whether it's video games, movies, political commentary, everything crisscrossed into this one single moment. The world pretty much stopped for a second. It became the biggest story in the world overnight, and if what happened in Pennsylvania doesn't convince you that what's going on with not only American politics, but the media that you're consuming, from even games to movies or TV, it's all being designed to make you hate one side of the political angle all the time. I speak often in my videos that when it comes to games anyways, that there's a deliberate agenda against removing white straight male players from the industry completely.
Yeah.
Many games coming out, they no longer seem interested in catering to what is arguably their biggest and most loyal demographic when it comes to profits. We have people like Caroline Petit, who, surprise, surprise, also works for Kotaku, that said all sorts of things recently that I covered in my previous video, where they stated that white heteronormative men are a plague upon the world and must be erased from society. Although if you go to...
Wow, that is evil to say.
Caroline Petit's Twitter, they've been silent in terms of their own actual political takes following the whole Trump thing, but instead have gone on a silent retweeting spree, just retweeting politically charged narratives over and over again.
And you don't think what I said the other day doesn't make sense? If you're not talking about gaming at all, and I want to see your last 5 tweets. Shit, I want to see your last 10. If it's not about what the job is entailing, you're fired.
And as you read some of the stuff that's being retweeted as I'm putting on screen here for you to see, you start to notice there's a very evident slant and agenda to what yet another Kotaku journalist, and I use that word very sparingly, believes and wishes upon the world around them. It's all about the erasure of the straight white male for a lot of these people. From video games and more, and what happened with Trump is like the Mount Everest peak of what these woke-minded lunatics wish would be fulfilled finally. As if Trump getting offed would somehow satiate and empower them even further.
No, it won't empower them. It will just give them it'll justify their means that what they're saying is true. That's all it will do.
Which is why not just anyone can be a mod, lol.
Yes. Yes, that's why no one can't just be a mod. That's why. You hit the nail on the head on that, Aaron. But see, the sad thing, the weird thing is, it doesn't stop with the straight white male. It's gonna go from the straight white male to the Asian man, because there have been situations where they say that the Asian man or the Asian person is white adjacent, as they say. So like, because it goes from because in Marxism it's about hierarchy of who's in power, right? So like, depending on who's more in power or who's more less oppressed, you are the problem. So like, if the white man's on the highest thing on the pedestal, the second best thing is the Asian. And now it depends what type of Asian you are, but then again, Asian nonetheless. So say if we were to wipe out just white people in general, or the white straight male, or just white people in general, whether it be male or female, the next race that was going to be fucked with is
modern day racism.
Yeah, is modern day Marxism and racism just mixed in at once. So what's going to happen is, if you were to wipe out white people, there's not going to be peace on Earth.
I eat glass point 789. Sorry, I was AFK high for real this time.
No problem. It's not going to be no peace on Earth where all the races will live in harmony because the Fire Nation is gone. That's not how that works. You just make a whole new Fire Nation. That's how that happens, right? So once you wipe out the white person, what's adjacent from the white person? The Asian. And then when you take out the Asian, what's across from the Asian? The Eastern Asian. Oh, if you're talking about like the Eastern Asian, like Japanese, South Korean, all that stuff, if you wipe them out, you go for the...
This man said Fire Nation face with tears of joy.
I did. But then you go to the South Asian, and then from the South Asian, then you go down the ladder, and then who's there at the bottom will be the last people to, I guess, get peace or be lonely the most. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is, ultimately. So there's no winning at this. So this is why I don't really jump on the whole be mean to white people bandwagon, because what people don't realize, just because you're being mean to white people doesn't mean it won't eventually trickle down to you eventually. You may not be the targeted race right now, right? But eventually your children's down the line, if they ever marry or date or have babies with said race that you're a problem with, may be the next target. That's why I don't jump on the whole let's be mean to white people, because I don't think that makes sense. That's evil and it's wrong. So anyone who sits there and say, well, they was in power and X, Y, and Z, well, certain white people was in power, not all of them. Not all white people think the same, like all like Hispanics, Asians, blacks, they don't all think the same. Not every race is a monolith. That just doesn't work. People think diverse in their thinking based on their experiences and stuff. Some of them may be similar in experience, but not all of them are the same. Because, like, for instance, Bri may think that Gacha Kuda is the greatest thing, and over here I might think that Soul Eater's the most greatest thing over Gacha Kuda. For those who know what that manga is, that's going to be anime. I may say that's better than that. They're still under the veil of anime, but we have differing opinions on two things. Now, should I hate Bri because he likes Gacha Kuda more? No. It's just something he likes, so leave him the fuck alone. I don't think making fun of him for it makes no sense either. But a lot of people can't get this sentiment for some odd reason. It's weird. They think being mean to a certain race of people because their ancestors did something to a group of people at the time when they were alive somehow justifies the means being mean to them. That makes no sense. then maybe the white people in the future should be mean to the minorities now, to the people who are being mean to them right now, to justify the means. So like say 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years from now, the white people from that, if they're even alive at that point, if we don't blow ourselves to Kingdom Come next year, you know what I'm saying, should be mean to all the minorities that was mean to their ancestors then. See how that's insane? That's why you don't go down with this ideology. It's not good. It festers a racism that doesn't die.
XX bubbly mu XX. I sent ya a FB message.
Okay, I'll check that in a bit.
Bot Rick's official. Be a support hero today.
You can't stop racism
by using commands like
racism. Actually,
support.
Quite frank, to be honest, if everyone was racist, racism doesn't exist. If everyone's racist, no one's racist. I think that's how you kind of stop racism, but that's a hard thing to do for most people to swallow that one.
I guarantee you, had the attempt gone through successfully, we would be seeing...
I think this is why a lot of people...
Ryaga Samurai. The cycle of hate continues.
Yeah, so like this is why I think a lot of people like medieval Middle Earth like shows or anime and stuff, because everyone's racist to each other. Like use an example, Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer? Yeah, Goblin Slayer. Everyone in the party is kind of racist to each other to a certain extent, but they still get along. Because if everyone's racist to each other, no one's actually racist.
These very same individuals, like Alyssa Mercanti, Caroline Petit, and many others, just tweeting and screaming and celebrating from the rooftops like crazy if Trump had died. As if him dying would somehow vindicate them and absolve them of any wrongdoing or slanderous opinions, because finally the orange man they hate is dead and the world can heal in their eyes. Like I've said for so long at this point, you can never satiate the wokeness of this world. It's as impossible as it can get. This is a cabal of individuals that are so brain-rotted by their upbringings and surroundings that they are living within echo chambers, within even smaller echo chambers of their own making. These people would devour each other if it meant they could get a leg up in their jobs or so.
Paleo Valley makes grass-fed meat sticks. These are the best gut-friendly, clean
social lives. Whenever someone is ousted or accused of something, it's almost always the same left-leaning liberal individuals who will use these moments to prop themselves up. And let's be clear that the oversaturation that is politics has seeped into everything, and that's putting it lightly. You can't play a game or watch a movie or a show or consume next to anything without someone, some way turning it political in the end. Look at how many franchises have been ruined. Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, even Spider-Man somehow got ruined by Insomniac 2. It's literally, as Trump once said, that everything woke turns to shit, and he's right. Wokeness is the ultimate death of a nation of people clamoring for absolution. We're living in a time where people can't tell you objective truths anymore without the fear of their livelihoods getting destroyed or being excommunicated from society. We've heard it all before. How many genders are there? Well, I don't know. I'm not a biologist, apparently. The world of today compared to 10 years ago is like two completely separate realities. Back then, people knew objective truths, that gravity was real, you need oxygen to breathe, man and woman, but now? I'm sure someone out there thinks that gravity is somehow white supremacy, and I wouldn't even be surprised by it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like people saying, I know a particular person who said this. They say they don't believe in space because they haven't seen it, so space doesn't exist. I'm like, let me get this straight. Because you haven't been up in space, therefore space doesn't exist. And they said yes. I'm like, well, I can see what you're trying to say, but then again, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Just because I haven't been to Texas doesn't mean Texas doesn't exist.
Bro. Ironikai. LOL, the people who still believe the world is flat.
Yeah. That's wild. That's like saying I haven't been to Italy or to Texas. I've never been to Europe, so I've never been to Italy, so Italy doesn't exist.
I eat glass .789. The earth is a square. Artexrtic. And their combat to that was our shadow, our flat face with tears of joy.
Yep.
Remember when that whole January 6th thing happened and people cheered as that one Republican woman died? A real person who had family and friends being killed solely because of the fact that they didn't agree politically with them? People are no longer being viewed as human beings anymore, but as roadblocks that you must attack and overcome in order to keep pushing your crazy ideological stances. And by the way, I don't think teetering either way of any political agenda is going to be good either. Everyone seems to have just lost their minds, and the fact that it eventually got to the point where Trump was shot at and almost died proves how far down the ideological sinkhole of human decency we've reached at this point. Sadly, people still did die. It was confirmed that former fire chief of Buffalo Township, whose name was Corey Comparator, had been killed during the attempt attack on Donald Trump. Corey was hit in the crowd behind Trump, who upon the first shot being heard, shielded his wife and daughter from harm with his own body and died doing it. This wounds me greatly because as someone whose own father passed just a few years back, I know the pain that is losing your hero, knowing that they'll never be there to support you or spend time with you ever again. And yet the intolerance of this world will look at someone like Corey Comparator and say, good, we're glad he died simply because this Corey guy was showing support for Donald Trump. You see what I mean when I say this world has gone off the cliff when it comes to empathy? This guy was a loving father with a family. What does his death achieve in this culture war? Nothing at all is the answer. He died because someone was so filled with hate and malice from all the media that they consumed from this world that they decided it was their right to take matters into their own hands. It's a big reason as to why I make content. We need to inform people that this vitriol, this constructed division, is a smokescreen that is designed to rally you up and just get you angry. The thing these sick individuals want more than anything else is to keep you in the dark and angry without ever knowing why. So that maybe one day you'll take that anger and twist it enough that it becomes something sharp so you can harm someone with it. You don't de-weaponize bigotry or hate this way, you rid it of its danger by proving the reasons behind it are pathetic and not worth pursuing in the first place. That is what too much of this world is right
disgusting.
now. Too much division,
How
too
can you be
many
so
false
cruel?
narratives. Careful.
It is. It's kind of. This is why I use the term. You are a termite in this oak tree. You have to leave. That's why I made that term yesterday.
Constructed to form agendas and stories that help absolutely no one at all in the end. Here's what Corey's daughter had to say about her dad who shielded her from gunfire during that rally. This breaks my heart, man. She said, and I quote, "Yesterday time stopped, and when it started again, my family and I started living a real-life nightmare. What was supposed to be an exciting day that we had all looked forward to, especially my dad, turned into the most traumatizing experiences someone could imagine.
You have to leave.
I know the
LOL,
media
sorry,
will
I
cover
had to.
this event, and I'm going to try my best to stay away from looking at everything, especially because I've already seen and lived through that in real time. But I want everyone to know what the media will not cover and will not say about him. He was the best dad a girl could ever ask for. My sister and I never needed for anything. You call, he would answer, and he would do whatever it is you needed. And if he didn't know how, he would figure out how. He could talk and make friends with anyone, which he was doing all day yesterday and loved every minute of it. He was a man of God, loved Jesus fiercely, and also looked after our church and our members as family. The media will not tell you that he died a real-life superhero. They are not going to tell you how quickly he threw my mom and I to the ground. They are not going to tell you that he shielded my body from the bullet that came at us. He loved his family. He truly loved us enough to take a real bullet for us."
Yeah, I believe it. I believe what she's saying is true. They will not the media left will not talk about how much of a hero that man was or the life he lived. They'll talk so much about how much it was staged. They probably even said that some of the deaths were staged. I wouldn't be put past them. They probably they focused so much on Donald Trump they didn't even bother about the people who got killed. They probably mentioned them in passing, but they didn't put that much effort as if they was some type of hero or anything because they was at a Trump rally. That's why. If this was a person who got hit that was walking the streets and there was some type of liberal left-leaning individual, 9 times out of 10, they would have probably made a whole documentary on that man's life. Shit, they will probably make a movie. If he was like walking with his family by the Trump rally, or if they was standing outside trying to protest against the Trump rally and they got shot, they would have made a movie about that man. Dead ass. But because he was a contributor to the Trump rally sitting out there in the stands, he got shot and that was it. I believe what she's saying is true.
And I want nothing more than to cry on him and tell him thank you. I want nothing more than to wake up and for this to not be reality for me and my family. We lost a selfless, loving husband, father, brother, uncle, son, and friend. And I will never stop thinking about him and mourning over him.
Not saying anything on him other than his condition.
Mm-hmm. Shit, they probably wrote more about the shooter.
Until the day that I die too. July 13th will forever be a day that changed my life. I will never be the same person I was less than 24 hours ago. There are a lot of children out there that say their dad is their hero, but my dad really is mine. I don't think I would be here today without him. Dad, I love you so much that there aren't enough words to express how deep that love goes. I know you'll give heaven some hell. I know that God is proud of the man that came to his gates yesterday. End quote. This pains me to read because I know how it feels, and I'm sorry
that's a very odd statement. Why would you? That's an odd statement.
Allison here has to go through with this.
I'm gonna just say she's young, and that was a weird statement.
Losing your dad isn't easy. It pains me every day knowing that I can't bring my dad back either. But this man who clearly was nothing but the most loving father and husband to a wonderful family is now dead because of the hatred of a single person who decided it was their right to take matters into their own hands. And this is what radicalized.
Oh, and I don't know a lot of people know this, but the dude who got offed, who tried to take out Trump, he was in a BlackRock video.
Ironikai. Yes, they claim shooter was a Democrat. 17-year-old shooter confused how someone so young had that good of aim still from that distance.
He said he was a poor shot, they said, and he had. I remember he was a poor shot, and they said he registered as Republican, but he was really a Democrat. He had to I think he had to register for Republican to get arms or something like that. I forgot what it was. What was the requirement in PA at the time of where he was living? And what I found out is that kid was in a BlackRock YouTube video. BlackRock, like Vanguard, BlackRock, Larry Fink. He was in a BlackRock video. They deleted the video. Because he was front and center in the video.
Glass.789. Heaven to hell is a term people use to say have a good time in heaven.
Oh, I never heard that one before.
Does to people, my friends. It contorts and distorts your worldviews until you can't separate reality from fiction. Then, of course, you have other parasites like the soy boy Twitch streamer named Destiny. In case you don't know who he is, which
with a gun, who was upset and been bullied in school. It's ridiculous.
This is stuff I don't understand. If you're getting bullied at school, take out your bullies. Don't take out everyone or take out strange people. Take out the bullies. I'm not saying go and hurt anyone, but just like if you're defending yourself, just Jesus Christ.
One of my favorite songs, LOL.
That's crazy.
If you don't, you're lucky, but he's a political streamer who is very obviously left-leaning. He's also the guy, in case you do remember, where his wife left him for a twink in another country. He has also been documented as...
You might think you know Bespoke Post.
His wife left him for another man who happens to be on that LGBT flag shit. Like she picked a dude that was really, really feminine. And he demanded her to leave him, and she did it. And that dude's not even a Twitch streamer. He didn't have money. He was just some dude. And no, Destiny makes money. She left him for money. She left him for that dude. So she valued that man's worth more than her husband, who she was married to and had money. He had money. I think he made $1 million a year or something like that. He makes crazy money for what he does for Twitch streaming. So it's kind of weird.
Allows his wife to sleep with other men.
I just don't get what that would have proven. Oh yeah, youngest sniper who took out Trump, cool, I get to spend a longer time, I'm jail, yay.
Oh no. See, the mentally unstable don't really make very sound decisions. It's more of like in the moment, because that makes sense to them. Usually when you do things in the moment, you're not thinking long term. Usually, not all the time, but usually when you're thinking just at that moment and making decisions for just that moment in that second while thinking it through, You gotta make a poor
Ryaga
decision.
He go that twink swag.
He got that twink swag.
He has also been documented as someone who allows his wife to sleep with other men. Sometimes these other men would literally take his wife away from him during streams.
It will solve everything.
Sleep with other men. Sometimes these other men would literally take his wife away from him during streams. It's pathetic. Anyway, this soy-filled Attack on Titan-looking mini Titan guy decided he needed to weigh in on the situation.
Is he really built like that?
Ironikai. Face with tears of joy, dang broad.
Literally take his wife away from him during streams.
He's a lot more, I don't want to say bigger, but he looks not that small.
It's pathetic. Anyway, this soy-filled Attack on Titan-looking mini Titan guy decided he needed to weigh in on the situation. So here's what Destiny said in his now deleted tweet. A person in a crowd cheering for and supporting a traitor to this country caught a stray. I'm so sad, please.
Wow, you're
Ladies
evil.
and gentlemen, that's the tolerant left for you. A streamer completely happy that innocent people died because they don't agree with his moronic worldviews. If people like Destiny, Alyssa Mercanti, and more had their way, anyone who disagreed with them would be in camps or dead because that's what these insane lunatics genuinely want and believe. It's why every day I compile information and fight back against their worldviews. Sure, it's fun when something stupid happens like the Kotaku Dragon Quest story that I showed earlier, but more often than not, it's very clear that these people, they just hate you if you think differently. And they will not stop until you are either just like them or in the ground. It's disgusting. And you know things are cooked when people are finding the Secret Service's work tenets and it claims a bunch of nonsense nobody cares about whatsoever. Like how to support LGBTQ+ employees and working to train despite unconscious biases in society. That second part, by the way, means the Secret Service is literally infested with DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You can't do that.
That unconscious bias means they hire people to work for the Secret Service, which, mind you, is an organization meant to protect high-profile presidents and political employees. So they want to hire more women, basically, to work in the Secret Service to up their ESG scores, I guess. I wish I was kidding, guys, but that's what's happening here. Because if you're president and you're being shot at, your first thought is, thank God I'm surrounded by all of these diversity hires who are just smashing the patriarchy. Never mind the fact that most women on average cannot carry or lift a fully grown...
Some people shouldn't be influencers, streamers. That's such an ugly personality.
Yes, that is dangerous.
The patriarchy. Never mind the fact that most women on average cannot carry or lift a fully grown man if their lives depended on it. And you want to know how stupid the current timeline is? Here's a recent article from Forbes that's titled, Will Surviving Gunfire Be Donald Trump's Next Appeal to Black Voters? The fact they unironically stated that they're also a DEI expert in the article too, like, dude, come on.
Oh my god. What?
They stated that they're also a DEI expert in the article too, like, dude, come on. By the way, this article has since been deleted because obviously this article was complete garbage. But people did manage to get at least one section of the article, and I mean, dude, let me read this. By the way,
it for clout or money or clickbait, it's so nasty.
It is nasty. Like, this is why certain things, this is what I was saying earlier, is sometimes people value certain things more than their self-respect, and that's sad. Like, I wasn't denying what you said. It's true that people will go after money. People won't go after money, but like, Jesus Christ, there's some people who will throw everything just for money and devalue themselves and others.
This was written after Trump got attacked. Okay, let's read it. After winning gold and bronze medals for their spectacular performances in the men's 200-meter race at the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City, American track athletes Tommy Smith and John Carlos raised gloved fists as they stood on the podium. The two black men were protesting racial injustice in their home country as the Star-Spangled Banner began to play. The photograph of what has since become known as the Black Power Salute remains one of the most iconic images in global sports history. Hopefully Trump doesn't claim that his raised fist was an homage to Smith and Carlos, two powerful black Americans. Like, you can't make this up, dude. This is a real person who wrote this, thinking that Trump was trying to co-opt a Black Power Salute mere seconds after he was shot at. Like I said, the article was deleted, understandably so, because it was just tone deaf and ridiculous. But even in the face of near death, the intolerant wokeness that grips this world continues its downward spiral ever more. But this is why I wanted to make this video. I know it may be a little too political, even for my taste, which I'll be honest, it kind of is. But all of this just proves that the insanity this world is fighting against is just rippling through everything. It doesn't matter what it is. Movies, TV, games, political commentary, all of it is in their own ways radicalizing and ruining people from the inside out. And if we wish to purge such poison, we need to first make sure people have all the information they need to push back constantly. I don't want anyone shot at. I don't want anyone ever attacked. Criticism is valid, and I think we should be allowed to convey our beliefs and challenge other people's ways of thinking. But the moment that you resort to violence, your entire position stance, it evaporates instantly, in my opinion. People like those Kotaku journalists, this Forbes idiot, and more are just small fry in the grand scheme that is the insanity of our world. But using a real-world event like Trump almost getting off to push your woke ideological agendas is disgusting, and I implore all of you to never stoop to these cretins' levels. We can, and we will be better than this. I will continue to push back against the agenda, and I will not allow myself to kneel to the insane demands of people who just want all of us dead simply because we don't agree on things, whether it's politics or games. Free speech must be adhered above all. Because a society too afraid to speak their virtues is a society doomed to repeat the atrocities that got them there in the first place. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, like, share, and thanks to my patrons and my members. Hopefully this video wasn't too political. Who are we kidding? It was. Well, I guess I'll see how it all goes. But have a great day. Please keep speaking your minds, and I'll see you soon.
Well, that's kind of sad for all that to happen. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is one of the anti-woke videos and all that stuff with what's going on with Ademion. I hope you guys enjoy this. Follow him if you like. And like great stuff. Alright.
Artextric. I had someone tell me as an artist I need to talk about and do political things if my goal was to make a difference, and they didn't like that. I said politics don't need to be in everything. Artextric. In order to make a difference. How are you doing today, Teach?
I'm doing well, just doing my thing. We're about to do one more anti-woke video. We're going to do one more anti-woke video, see how that goes. And then after that, everything from this point, it's everything anime related or art related. We did about like 4 or 5 videos. I won't say anti-woke. I think 2 of them was. Like 2 of them was so far. We got one last one, and then everything else from that point will be anime. And I can turn on the YouTube shorts.
What's up, everyone? It's Endemion, and
this is Endemion with the Star Wars thing. Again, this is the last Endemion video. Star Wars, Mark Hamill hates anti-woke fans.
A Wookiee threatened to kill me the other day, just because they found out I was pro-second.
Shit.
Ironic.
Ironic, I know.
I just came to say hi. I have work tomorrow again.
Alright, bro, I appreciate it. I got you. It says here in Endemion, Star Wars, Mark Hamill hates anti-woke fans, plus Jack Black Roasted and Destiny Streamer hates all of us. So let's see where that goes.
Here I am making a video late in the night because the crazy just keeps coming and it's not stopping. From Star Wars' own Mark Hamill getting far too political, Gina Carano calling Disney hypocrites for double standards.
Have a great day, everyone.
And of course, there's the streamer Destiny, who's been on a verbal rampage lately too. Will this video be somewhat political? Yes, more so than my usual videos, but since I do cover things like Star Wars, it pains me to see someone utilizing their platform like this. Obviously, I don't need to tell you what happened with Trump. You already know all of that. Since then, the world has been effectively on fire when it comes to online discussions and so on. And one of the most stout anti-conservative voices out there has been none other than Luke Skywalker himself, Mark Hamill. This is nothing new, sadly, as Mark Hamill has been attacking not just people like Trump, but just anyone who even remotely leans right when it comes to politics. The man has effectively turned himself into a politician at this point, and it's beyond annoying. Mostly because I, like many of you, really like Luke Skywalker in the original films and looked up to the character when I was younger. For me, mostly though, my introduction to Mark Hamill was of course his voice work on the Joker in the Batman animated series, as well as the Rocksteady games where he also played Joker as well. His Joker is phenomenal, but it retroactively makes those works feel less good knowing that deep down Mark Hamill is as crazy as it comes. So what did he say? Well, where to start really? The guy just really hates anybody who thinks differently than him at all. I could just scroll down his Twitter and we'd find anti-conservative white male talking points everywhere. Never mind just Trump, Hamill has been anti-everything and pro-woke for years now and celebrates and champions it. He said stuff recently like, "There is no place for violence in politics ever, I'm great."
Are you driving way less than you used to? Do you have a clean driving record? Are you over 25?
Grateful the former president is okay. That said, never forget that this is the guy who promised the NRA he would do nothing on gun control and told victims of shootings to just get over it. Or these other plenty of recent examples.
Oh wow, that's mean.
Where Hamill has just gone completely overboard, just hating on everything and anything that is right-wing. The reason why I loathe this sort of stuff is because these sorts of ideas or movements led by people like this with huge platforms, it almost always seeps its way into other forms of society and it's just never ending. The reason why I just dread elections of any kind is because when people get super political about stuff, it's the most insufferable thing to sit through. It's why many people always say no politics at the dinner table, because nothing ruins your food more than your family members screaming at each other over stuff they likely can't change anyways. I guarantee you when this election ends and let's say that hypothetically that conservatives end up winning, you're going to see every single goddamn Western video game somehow making political comments or allegories about this election in their future games. If you thought the woke weirdos and entertainment were insufferable now, we haven't seen anything yet, my friends. If Trump ends up winning, every game is going to have a right-wing billionaire white man as the main villain with a they-them person of color reactionary main character that's fighting the patriarchy. And all the sweet babies, hit detections, baby ghosts, black girl gamers, all of these godforsaken consulting groups will have enough opportunities available to them that they will just grow tenfold over the next 4 years. You'd think with players boycotting anything sweet baby that it would work, which I do think is a great idea by the way. Keep boycotting SBI, please. But if we end up in a world where Trump wins, dude, all of these left-leaning companies are going to triple and quadruple down on the poison and just keep pushing it in our faces. Even more so, things like games, movies, TV, and more will become even harder to break into unless you are an outspoken liberal, meaning that everything is going to get both better in ways, but also worse and much more insufferable too. Mark Hamill has already made it clear that he doesn't care if you hate him, and he doesn't care what his opinions do when it comes to your perception of something like Star Wars anymore. In his eyes, Star Wars has always been political, and if he had his way, he'd somehow make Trump the next Darth Sidious, so Luke could just cut him down on screen. I think I said this a while back.
Because mental illness doesn't stop where it is. It jumps beyond bounds and means. Hold on, it jumps bounds and means. Sorry about that. Stressed. Okay, it jumps bounds and means. It warps reality. It's like the joke where when someone is like a conspiracy theorist and they think, or when people are on drugs and they're not mentally sound, they assume someone's looking for them or someone's trying to kill them. They're like it's like that.
Where the bugs spray at, I'ma spray it away.
Right? It's like they say they're out to get me. Someone's following me. Like when they're on hard crazy drugs, they hallucinate and make up things saying that someone's after them, someone's trying to kill them, someone's trying to, take them out or something because they know some type of secret from the FBI, CIA, some nonsense that doesn't make much sense because they saw a triangle on the wall, so they thought it was the Illuminati when they was just watching some TV show. I don't know, something like that.
But when people say Disney should do a pre-Last Jedi show with an old Luke Skywalker with Hamill, I say you really don't want that to be happening, because the entire show will just be an allegory for Hamill role-playing himself killing Trump as a Sith. It's just clearly gotten to the point now where we can't really enjoy mostly anything made in the West anymore, and the political landscape of today is simply suffocating it, and I hate it so much, man. It's draining knowing how pretty much every new Western game or movie will be somehow alluding to crap like this for the next few years.
Beanbag.
It's bad enough that Star
Looking
Wars
like
is plummeting. I mean, The Acolyte is not resonating at all. And then you have people like its lead actor saying people don't like the show because she's a black woman. When literally nobody I know anyway has said that. The reason why they hate the show, and it's always the same reasons, which is that the show is bad writing and that the story sucks balls. Which it does, by the way. Disney has ruined Star Wars, and unfortunately with the rise of social media, way too many of these so-called celebrities have made it their mission to open their mouths and then just spew what they think is true. And how we should all live by their tenets because they are gods and we are nothing in their eyes. Mark Hamill, besides Luke Skywalker and Joker, he hasn't really done anything remotely as impressive since, by the way. The guy has just coasted on 2 roles his entire career, and now thinks it's his position to tell us all how to live. A guy so incredibly out of touch that he tweets to his millions of followers just nonsense, believing this somehow makes him a messiah when it comes to anything remotely recent or trending. I hate all of this. Then if you didn't see, Tenacious D did the same thing where Kyle and Jack Black were on stage, and then Kyle said the next time someone shoots Trump that they shouldn't miss.
West.
And obviously Kyle said the next time someone shoots Trump that they shouldn't miss. And obviously Jack Black endorses it, otherwise he would have said something about it. And it's awful because now I never want to listen to Tenacious D ever again because they decided to open their mouths about politics. And even Gina Carano, who we all know was famously fired by Disney for her opinion, spoke on Tenacious D and Jack Black. Here's what she said via Twitter. Would Lucasfilm or Disney like to comment on one of their actors on The Mandalorian promoting and at the very least not backing down and calming the actual abhorrent rhetoric on stage about joking about the assassination attempt failing to kill President Trump? Or
yeah, that's a good one.
No Jack Black WHYYYY. JR. Jack did come out and apologize indirectly. He also cancelled his tour.
Good, because like that's wild, because he was on The Mandalorian, and Gina Carano got in trouble for something small. Hold on, she got something small, and she lost everything. But he's allowed to say something insane as that to let someone die, whether it be a president or not, because they don't agree politically with him. Wow. See who plays favorites in this industry?
Or is calling for peace between neighbors like I did the only values you at Disney, Lucasfilm find abhorrent and like making dangerous statements towards your female cast members to broadcast out to the Hollywood press and world. Not this one though, right? Or last week's Mark Ruffalo comment, or all the ones we have well documented before. And she's right. I hate this double standard, no matter the case. Nobody should be saying someone should die.
Well,
and
Kyle
we know
is the one that said it. Jack laughed but later came out and apologized, and the band likely is breaking up as a result. He said he doesn't condone political violence of any type.
Well, okay, fine. If he didn't say it, that's one thing, but given that Jack is the most famous out of everyone on that band, they should have made it apparent, or at least a policy in their band, not to talk about political views like that. So I'm still gonna weigh some responsibility on Jack's behalf, because Tenacious D is only as good because Jack is on it and he can sing and he's talented. But the fact that his friend was brazen enough to do that, knowing that will bring backlash, shows how much he did not give a shit. Now I understand that if you are politically opposing to Trump, fine, but
JR. He's still a political hack, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, because like you gotta put it in that context. You gotta put in always. It's like me, for instance. If one of my mods said something insane like that, if I was famous enough to the point that people know who my mods are, and one of my mods said something insane as close as that, people are gonna look at me, because even if I didn't say it, they're gonna look at they're gonna look at it as like, okay, you didn't say it, Jace, but
True.
They're gonna look at me as
that
the brand.
just hurts Jack's whole image.
Yeah, it looks at him as a brand. You gotta look at it in that sense. You gotta look at it long term. So like if I had Ari, Bean, Bry, and they said some hot take like that, I would not only just punish them for that because it looks bad on my behalf, but it'll bring trouble on to the other mods and themselves. So it's always good as a brand, as a leader, to let your team know what is allowed, what is not. I understand that people may have political ideologies and certain things.
What did I miss? I've been gone for 45 minutes.
Technically, Jack Black's cog lead said something insane.
That's why not anyone can be mod, especially if you're just asking for
power. Yeah, that's why. Because I make it my mission to handpick, because I look very closely on how my mods interact with each other. Not only just myself, but with each other as a whole and with the rest of the audience. That's why I don't have a bunch of mods. They're very close knit and they work and mesh well. Because I look at it like the idea of, I know this is funny to use, Overwatch, right? In Overwatch, it's a 5v5 or back in the day 66 team where you had to work as a team, as a unit. If one person is not doing their job, the whole literal team falls, right? So so like for instance, Ari is more of the person who likes to give more incentive of let's plan things and stuff. More is more of our tech individual. Bry's there to help. He'll live a lending hand.
You mean Overwatch 1.5?
1.5, yeah, pretty much. And then Bean is also there to assist and also give incentive. And we always do evaluation of how things are going in the team and stuff like that.
I am emotional support dog guard dog LOL.
And mom. So we always make a evaluation and do a team group session to make sure we went through anything we're missing, anything we need to work on. Is anything with the stream that needs to be like focused upon, so there's no problem, or if there's something that happened in the stream, we'll talk about it as a team, and everyone's opinion is valued and not overshunned. Now, there may be situations where a mod or even myself may make a hot take that may not be too went well with the audience or even with the team, and we'll talk about it. Right?
I'm the support role.
I'm the support role. He's a mercy. He's mercy. He's a mercy main. Let's go. No. Honor. He's an honor main. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So it's like that.
JR.
So
hot takes are fine as long as I am allowed to debate it back.
Yeah, like I think if you're gonna make a hot take, be prepared to expect some form of opposition in some form, or agreement, but opposition nonetheless. Yeah, so like that's what that
Samurai.
is.
Let's go.
Let's go. So like, I'm very much aware every time I make these videos, it's going to piss off someone. Whether it's a kid, a grown person, or someone who didn't really understand what I meant. It happens, and I'm very aware of it. I've seen it a few times on my videos, but it's usually in the middle of most cases.
Mora is tech savvy, Bean is the one that keeps talking as actions she makes it physical, Bry is supportive in the balance he's level-headed.
Yes, so technically Bean is like DPS or something. And if Mora's tech savvy, she's also support. And like, since it's like 5v5...
Flynn Vassance. I mean, I could do some of that, but I understand why you are not just making a bunch of people mods you may not trust.
Yeah, because what can happen is, based on what I've learned a little bit in the cybersecurity, there's a term called... There we go. Based on the cybersecurity...
I'm the warmth and the wrath who has a lot of ideas and social media up to date.
Yeah, she's really good at that. So like, she helps me on that front. But like, I learned something from my cybersecurity, at least from my studies, is that there's something called, I think, a zero trust policy, where it can go left really fast. Because if someone has information, like if we can have a disgruntled mod, and that's the scariest part, because they can know a lot more.
Too many mods can be a bad thing too.
Yeah, it can lead to bad things.
Less is more.
Yes.
Tighter team.
Yep.
Less issues.
Yep. A smaller team is better than a big one, because there's too much. you have to have more overhead over them, and then you have to make sure they're doing their job and not doing anything stupid, abusing their power or causing trouble. Because it's like, for instance, if we had like 40 mods, I have to look over 40 mods to make sure they're not doing anything, saying anything to the audience. And if they're not creep and talking to like minors or something, and then if we end up being bigger than what this channel is, that person can bring the whole channel down because they did something stupid, right? I'd rather have 5 people I can trust and struggle than have a big team and not struggle as much and then have a giant downfall because of some individual who think they're above what they're supposed to be. So that it's best to think that way long term as a leader and for your team, so they feel comfortable. So, and one thing I don't want as a team is we have to have eggshells around each other.
Samurai. And it's easier to manage.
Yes. And everyone knows each other and we can joke around and stuff. There's no eggshells. There's no, oh, you said something. You're racist. You're a bigot. You're this. You're that. You privileged white, whatever the hell, sexual, what do you want to call it? Masculine. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that.
UXX. WTF that Batman.
That Batman. Oh, you see Batman? So yeah, I wouldn't want that at all. So the smaller team, the better. I'd rather struggle.
But also if he grows we need to grow, so becoming selective and work together, and he has trust, it helps. BC he knows what and where with who he can expand with, so he's not overwhelmed.
Yeah. I know we have to expand eventually, but it's going to be very, very slowly. Because in the times we live in, it just takes one incentive to someone to
well,
just
we know
it.
I'm personally offended when someone says they are offended, LOL.
I got you. So, all right, let's keep going.
Disney will not discipline Jack Black, and he won't lose any roles because he's on the right side politically. We live in a time of such slop that it's kind of unreal, and it's such a double standard, because if you took what Jack Black and his co-lead of Tenacious D did, but you just swapped the political side, suddenly now it's going to be a problem. I mean, Gina Carano is clearly a conservative, and that's not okay, and she's been excommunicated from Hollywood just because of that. Because basically no conservative voices are allowed, even in gaming either. I know, because I talked to some of these people in private who are working in the industry right now, and they are terrified of their actual beliefs getting unearthed somehow by their workplaces,
LOL,
or their co-workers. Just imagine working somewhere, making a game or a movie or whatever, and you're great at it. What you do is so valuable, but suddenly you get fired just because you think differently on some topic. Whatever it is, and now you're just cooked. We know that being outspokenly conservative is bad for your career in entertainment pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or you
like, you see, that's the scariest and funniest thing. You don't even have to be conservative to be ousted. You just have to make one bad hot take that may be rooted, no, that could be rooted in just pure reality. And that right there can get you ousted, whether it be in the gaming industry, the entertainment industry, the art industry. It doesn't matter.
I'm offended because you're offended.
I'm offended that you're offended. Well, if everyone's offended, then no one's offended. Sure, like if everyone's offended, like this is what I'm saying. If everyone's racist, no, there's no racism, because everyone's racist. But if one particular people are just being racist and no one's not, then there's a racist person. But if everyone's racist, there's no racism. So that's a great thing. I think Morgan Freeman said it. Either don't talk about it or be racist. Well, I think ultimately he said don't talk about it, but I don't think that works. I think if everyone's just racist, at least everyone's getting off what they have off their chest.
I'm offended that he's offended by offended people, so get offended, I guess. LOL.
Mary Kenny of Insomniac, who, as I talked about recently, has moved on to CD Projekt Red to work on something untitled. But it's probably The Witcher most likely, but none of this is good, and I think the reason why, for example, Western gaming especially has gotten so bad is because it is very evidently being largely made by a group of people who all think and act the exact same way. Seriously, compare the way gaming was 10 or more years ago to today, it's day and night. Outside of Asian releases, which have largely obviously stayed the same for the most part in terms of quality and all of that, Westernized stuff has just gotten progressively worse over time, and I think we can all agree on that. Because before, your politics didn't really matter. You could go and make stuff, be you and be outspoken. Nobody really cared as long as you were just good at your job. For example, look at BioWare. Before, they made stuff like Mass Effect, which was amazing, and Dragon Age Origins. And now the same BioWare is screaming from the rooftops that the next Dragon Age game has all pansexual companions, and sexuality is just super important to the next game. Everything has become so sterilized, so by the numbers, and so controlled that there is no longer anything interesting to say about most of these things that are getting made anymore. And when you do speak out, you are silenced, attacked, and then told to end yourself or else. Like,
well, it doesn't exist if they're all racist, but if you're just being racist for the sake of being racist.
Gina Carano, who we all loved as Cara Dune.
Actually, it's not even racism, it's just being honest. I think racism is only considered racism when you're purposely just trying to look for a conflict. But if you're making an astute observation, or something based on facts, or at least something that is based in some form of stereotype, even though a stereotype could be considered racist, it is some form of truth in it. So even if it's not formally all the way true, there is some bit of truth in it. It's like a rumor. Like, no matter how much a rumor may not be true, there might be some form of truth in it, whether it be 1% or at least 50%. Because that's why it's considered a rumor, not the full truth.
She was thrown to the wolves for speaking her mind during a time where saying anything outside of the narrative
traditional
would just
artists
end your
draw
career
in black
instantly.
and white only.
Defeating racism. Okay, so racist traditional artists draw in black and white only.
It was
Wait, are you talking about me? I did some grayscale. You're no.
Insane. You all remember Twitter before
guess
Elon
I'm
Musk
racist
bought
then.
it, right? You would get banned for any sort of wrong thing. Can you imagine Twitter today without Elon buying it? We would be so cooked, dude. I said it before that Twitter, or X being what it is now and how free it is in terms of speaking and all that it has all directly led to a more open-minded discussion for society in general,
He drew on white
and
but
I
wrote
love
with
that.
black.
He drew on
Why
white.
didn't he draw on black and white in white LOL?
I know, right? One of these days that's gonna happen. Somewhere down the line, some woke person's gonna say we're gonna cancel him. So like somewhere down the line, some woke person's gonna say we should write on black paper with white crayon or something like that.
That so much. I don't think anyone should be silenced regardless. We should all be allowed to speak our minds and say what we feel without fear of excommunication. And because of Twitter becoming essentially the most important platform for communication, which it is objectively, I mean, no one can argue that, we as a society
I'm not gonna lie,
better
if you
for
get
it.
canceled, you must be famous then. Because only people who are famous get canceled, sadly. So if you get canceled, you made it somewhere. I guess, right?
Does it mean that unsavory things get said as well?
THA
Absolutely.
happened already,
For
LOL.
example, recently there's been a whole firestorm surrounding Destiny. Not the game, mind you, but the streamer who's been attacking right-wing people constantly this past week. Again, imagine someone like him but opposite saying what he was saying, people would want his head on a pike. I can barely post most of the clips that Destiny has said. The guy has spewed literal racist language out in the open, like the N-word, on stream, yet Twitch is like, nah man, we're still not banning him. This guy has been attacking people who died during the whole Trump thing, and it's beyond disgusting. It's like I was saying with Mark Hamill, the way the society works, it's totally backwards.
What is it
dude.
called when you use
can
a
say the
random
most
color for every
heinous
time you
and
pick up
awful
your drawing
things
utensil?
as long as it aligns one certain way
Flynn
politically. It's the same thing in video
I'm not
games.
sure, what
You
is
can
it?
shoot white people in video games all you want, and nobody bats an eye. But then Resident Evil 5 is set in Africa shooting black African zombies, and oh, now suddenly shooting people in games is racist. So beheading Japanese men in Ass Creed Shadows is fine, cause why? You're a black guy named Yasuke, who's literally culturally appropriating Japanese culture, armor, weapons, fighting styles, and their language. But Chris Redfield shooting a zombie who wants to eat him, who happens to have dark skin, is too problematic. And that also—
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. You're in Africa. You don't think if there was a zombie outbreak, there won't be black zombies? Would you shoot those same black zombies if you was in Africa? Probably if you're
Flynn
woke, you
Vassens.
won't.
I don't know, I was asking you.
Oh, I don't know.
Ironikai. Expressionless face if you're trying to get a compliment by us admitting you're famous because you're cancelled. No LOL, you're the first non-famous person cancelled.
Damn it.
Artextric.
Fuck.
Congrats.
That actually is. No, I'm not gonna lie. That is a win. Somewhat. No, that's a loss. Yeah, that's a loss. Fuck it. Anyway, but the point is that if you were to get shot, if you were to shoot a black zombie in Africa, you just happen to be in Africa with a black zombie, would you not defend yourself? Or are you too busy trying to offend some zombie?
I guess multicolored. Artextric.
I guess so.
PSHHH use logic. There no such thing as black zombies. LOLT the movies. LOL.
Right? They're just called zombies.
Remember, zombies aren't racist. They'll eat anybody.
Yeah, that's the most unracist monster. Is a zombie. They go after everything and everyone. They'll eat animals, but most of the time they don't go after animals. Mostly the animals eat the zombie and then turn to a zombie themselves.
Also means that they can't remake the game. Really,
Wakanda
that's
forever.
where we're at right now. Pathetic.
Wakanda
dude.
forever.
Destiny has been ousted aplenty already as being the kind of guy who attacks anyone who thinks differently than he does, like Mark Hamill.
But it's a zombie.
But remember that this is the same guy who allowed his own wife to sleep with other men because she wanted to. And when it comes to open relationships, it is always
LMAO.
one person's idea out of the two that are in that relationship. And it's pretty obvious that in this case, Destiny was not the one that wanted it that way. Like the fact that there's pictures and videos of this guy's wife dancing,
woke zombies,
and groping and kissing another man while Destiny is streaming live is insane, dude.
No, we gotta
Uh-oh.
No, okay.
Mel time.
Why did I say this?
Mel time. It's Mel time.
One of the biggest sales ever.
What is this? What is this pizza? What is this?
It's a box pizza, yes.
Is it Giorno's?
No, it's not the Wow, actually he's using it up.
Artextric.
Turn into the Giorno.
A woke zombie would never get tea.
not.
Flynn Vassens.
TikTok.
The least racist monster.
Yep.
Topping recommendation.
You didn't put pickles on this? You put pickles on this? You made me eat pickles on... You made me eat pickles... Whoa! Bro, you made me eat pickles on my pizza?
Yeah.
I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police.
Dad, I gave a piece of Dad. And he was eating it. He has this blank stare on his face. He walked to the door. I'm like, what tastes like? He's like,
I eat glass .789.
You put
Pickles are good.
on this? Only one slice.
Artextric.
Everything else is normal.
A woke zombie would never eat another race's brain.
Woke
Cross-contamination.
Cross-contamination.
How she made hamburger pizza?
She put what's
Sweet butter pickles.
You put sweet butter pickles on my...
Ryaga Samurai.
The ones that we was eating the
The
other week.
betrayal.
Why does it not taste like it?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it doesn't
What did you
taste like
do?
it. I just put it on. That's it. I didn't do anything.
You took the butter pickle,
And
you put it on the
chopped them
pizza,
up.
and then that's it.
I chopped them up and put them on.
So why am I tasting the pickle?
Flynn Vassens.
What the hell?
The most racist monster is probably a vampire.
Vampire. They probably prefer
specific blood types.
Yes. Oh my god, let's go. Okay, let's finish this video.
Uh-oh.
No, okay.
Mel time.
Why did I say this?
Mel time. It's Mel time.
Damn, look at his face. Look at his face. He's not happy. That's
Artextric.
Yo.
Hamburger pizza slaps.
Never go
Ground
woke.
beef, cheese, ketchup, mustard, pickles.
Ketchup, mustard. Ugh, I feel attacked. But look at his face. This is why you don't become a can I say it? C word, not the C word. The male C word. Don't ever become a C word. You never go full C word. Never ever do this. Look at his face. His self-respect is out the window. He's watching this man dance with his woman. Bro, that's your wife. Do something. Oh, look at him.
Ryaga Samurai. Couldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. I will never let a grown man talk to me like that.
How anyone can follow this guy, never mind politically, but in general, knowing that he's this much of a cuckboy in real life is crazy. If I was a fan of Destiny and I saw him sitting there while his own wife was doing that behind him, I would immediately lose all respect for the guy and never watch his content or take anything he says to heart ever again. It's beyond pathetic.
But anyway, just to be clear, you, the guy that got shot at the rally. This is why I don't give a about showing sympathy. This is.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Samurai. That's just me, though.
Hold on. What are you saying?
Samurai. Never watch his content.
Bryce says hi.
Or take anything he says to heart ever again. It's beyond pathetic.
But anyway, just to be clear, you, the guy that got shot at the rally. This is why.
Wow! Wow, you are evil. You're an asshole. He said you and the guy who got shot at the rally. So the firefighter who protected his family, who was there for him, got killed. You said F him because you don't like Trump? Or you don't like what the guy's saying to you?
I don't give a about showing sympathy. This is why I don't give a This is why I don't give a about the sympathy for any of you losers, because you won't own up to any.
Whopper, 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 Whopper. Pickle, lettuce, tomato, mustard, ketchup.
I rule
this day.
Get out of me because your wife
won't
left
own
you
up
back
to
there. You have
anything.
to
Nobody's talking about
All
my
right,
ex.
all
That's
right,
great if
all
you're
right.
joking.
Everybody
Oh
calm
my
down.
God, and he
Jesus
mutes me. Fuck
Christ.
me.
You got the skin complexion of Uncle Fester. Go worry about
That's
your
great,
ex-wife.
and you've got the
Stop acting like
voice
a big
tone of a
man.
guy with an A1C of 15, okay? Good for you.
That's fine.
Listen,
I don't even know what that means. God
I'm
bless.
sure you
Sounds
don't.
good.
That's why your feet are about to fall off, dipshit.
You can't be serious that a guy that's built like a 9-year-old boy who allows his wife to go to Pound Town on the regular without him is not someone you should ever look to for advice.
I'm not gonna lie to you. No one's gonna respect you as a man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that no one's gonna respect you. No one's gonna respect you. It's one thing if she cheated and you didn't know. That's one thing. But it's a whole different ballgame when you allow that to happen and you don't say anything. Nah, bro. No, I can't respect you, Des. I'm sorry, bro.
I also saw a lot of people online saying that Destiny must be silenced, demonetized, and whatnot on Twitter or other
It's the
spaces
entire game pranked.
for all of his attacks against right-wing individuals in general, and I say no, don't do that. My reasoning being is that by silencing Destiny, you are confirming that his ideology and concepts are in fact powerful enough that you cannot reasonably defend against them without resorting to cheap tactics like banning in order to win. And in my opinion, by doing that, you will only
He's a Krispy Kremer.
He's a Krispy
I eat
Kremer.
glass point 789. That's nice. That's great. Keep that away from me. Grinning face with big eyes. Ironikai.
Small PP.
Small PP.
No.
embolden him and empower his message even further. If someone is on the fence and they see that Destiny is getting banned for his ideas, that will only radicalize them into wanting to seek out what he has to say now on principle alone. Basically, for all the people saying Destiny should be banned or whatever, just no, stop it. You're only going to turn him into a martyr and then blow up his platform and beliefs tenfold by doing so. We've seen this aplenty. Remember when Sweet Baby tried to silence Kabrutus Ramble for the whole Steam page thing? And how by them advocating to ban him on Steam that it
made him famous.
Led to the Streisand effect that blew up the Steam page and then Gamergate 2 happened? Basically, by doing what is arguably the same thing to Destiny that was being pushed onto Kabrutus. All you will end up doing is causing a Gamergate-esque situation which emboldens and enforces pro-woke lunacy instead. And do we really need that, especially now of all times considering what's going on? My answer would obviously be no. And it's the same with Mark Hamill and his nonsense too. Don't ban him or anything either. I say allow these sorts of individuals to speak their minds freely, because if anything, they will do more on their own free will to destroy their own platforms by their own actions alone. Even if Destiny is the kind of guy who says stuff like this.
The dude, the firefighter guy,
wow.
Trump, the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am. 100%.
Wow! Wow, you're evil! Wow! Wow, bro. Listen, I have people who don't like my art, right? They say it's weird, it's strange, it's this, it's that.
Damn, dude.
And they say that I'll never get good at drawing. I never once wished death upon them. It's their opinion.
Glass.789.
Who the hell?
Whoa, freak him then grinning face with big eyes.
Wow.
Flynn Vassens. That's a lot of F-bombs.
Bro, he didn't even say...
Ironikai. Bruo who TF says that.
Bro didn't even say like, okay, F that guy because I don't know who he is. It's not like he didn't know who he is. He didn't just label him as just a conservative loser. Right? He said the firefighter. A man more manly than he will ever be. Do you know how dangerous to be running in fire and come back alive? You know how dangerous that type of job is? It's just as dangerous as being a cop, probably more. Because remember, fires don't discriminate. Jesus Christ, man. Dude. You gotta get some help, bro. I'm sorry, man. I kind of thought he was pretty intellectual to a certain degree. I don't agree with his woke takes, but like that was just no, bro. Come on. Because I watched him on Jordan Lee Peterson. He was debating Jordan Lee Peterson. It was kind of interesting to watch him debate, but like Jesus Christ, dude. Is that how you operate?
Ironikai.
Bro, you remind me of like...
He's just mad because he can't hold down his own woman, more or less a woman, lol.
Yes, my God,
I
man.
eat glass.789. Bring out the roasts, Artex, get him.
See, roasting him is not gonna work. It's just so sad. Like, dude, like, come on, man. You really wish the death of a man who had a family who was a firefighter? Come on, dude. I'm not gonna say it because woke people say it, but you gotta reflect. Reflect hard, bro. Jesus, man. That's not cool.
This is our Model 10 brace.
This is as annoying as the day when I was arguing with Ari
Flynn
about
Vassens.
that whole, like...
He now is officially banished from the Cool Chad Club.
Yeah, for real. Because this is like back in the day when it was like 2 months ago. When I argued with, I think it was a month ago or 2 months ago. When I argued with Ari on stream. When she was making the statement about it's okay for people who are bullied to execute people because they was bullied by people who bullied them. So it's okay for them to pew pew in schools. I'm like, bro, that's not cool. Okay, first thing, if someone's bullying you, I said,
Ironikai.
You go after people who bullied you.
A man who protected others when all you did is sit there and
run
his
your mouth. Right? That's wild, man. I don't care if the dude's like a certain political take. Like, that's not cool. Whether you're liberal or conservative or insane left wing or right wing, that's not cool. Right? That's why I had a problem with Ari when she was making that statement, because I'm not going to sit there and be like, okay, I understand that you feel a certain way about that, but that's not cool. You can't be saying that. So not expect someone to like engage with you in an opposition. Like, I understand you have a problem with someone who bullied you and you would wish harm upon them because they did you something. I get that to an extent, like an eye for an eye type thing. But when you allow the idea of letting people be harmed, innocent people be harmed for something that people did to you, and you didn't go after them, but you went for everyone, and not even the people who did anything to you, I have a problem with that. Because now you're hurting children, innocent people who are just living their lives, not doing anything to anyone, and then they lose their lives. You know what I'm saying?
Glass.789. Is Ari still here?
No, she's in and out one day, but we talked about it way back when, but she still comes in the stream. She understand what I was coming from at first, but like I think she was just talking from an emotional standpoint at the time. I think she was having a bad day. But the point, it was like, that was wild, man. I couldn't sit there and just let that happen. It would be wrong if I just didn't say anything and just allow her to say that just because she was upset. No.
Ironikai. You don't do that. IDC the reason. You're not okay in the head.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Which is, yes, awful. I mean, he is making fun of people who died for simply thinking differently than he does. The truth is simply that people like this are like this because they are
I hate to say this, but I'd make the bully know I won't take their crap.
Yeah, I have no problem you go after the bully because they did you something. So you have a vitriol response to them. Sorry, I mean pizza. You have a vitriol response to them. So I understand where that anger is coming from. But when you put other people, innocent people's lives in danger because you couldn't aim right, that's wild.
In their core, horrible people who are tremendously unhappy. And I think the more he speaks, the more people will realize how evil of a human being he really is. And that will damage his brand, longevity, whatever you want to call it, all on its own.
It's when you involve innocent
It's sort of like
people.
how they say if you let someone speak long enough
That's
that they'll just
wild.
end up telling on themselves. It's like that, just with a lot more brain rot, because this guy is a political streamer, which I mean, man, that just sounds tiring to me. I know I do to varying degrees speak on political things in games or whatnot, but it's nowhere near the brain rot
People
someone
who
like
have nothing
Destiny
to do with the issue.
Yeah, I had a real issue with that. I don't like that. Yeah, like you don't have to end them, but you can fight back because like, it's a weird thing because I said this a while back. Looking back on it now, but I still think somewhat in a way bullies are necessary for in a developing child's life to a certain extent. The reason I said this is because bullies give you an idea that the world is not sunshine and rainbows, right? But it's a slippery slope because when you allow a bully to exist, you're allowing pain to exist as well alongside that. But pain is it's a reality, right? So the bully is the opposition of life that lets you know that not everything's going to be okay. But the bully is a perfect opposition for you to overcome that problem by defending yourself, whether physically, verbally, or a case may be. That's why bullies, they're necessary for that sense.
Are you fine with fist fights?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I have a problem with fist fights when it's unfair. If you're a one-on-one fight, fine. Right? But mostly bullies don't play fair. So that's why I say it's a slippery slope. They never play fair, and they usually don't fight by themselves. They usually fight in a group setting, in a wolf pack-like mentality, 9 times out of 10. Especially if the bully is not all that intimidating in the sense of stature or even physicality. They tend to stay in a group, to stay dominant in the situation, whether it be intellectually or usually is domineering based on their physical, stature. It's very rare they're ever intellectual and not physically imposing. Very rare, especially in a setting, unless they're somehow the group is benefiting from them. Maybe they have money or something. That could be a thing. They could be a rich kid who's just an asshole.
Becomes Gaku. Artextric. Bullies to a degree help build character and teach you to stand up for yourself and what's right.
I think that's a necessary thing, but because of the way kids are set up today, it doesn't stay at a physical level where it's just two kids or even teenagers just being teenagers. It goes beyond a level where they're hurting each other with weapons and doing insane things to each other. So that's where that slippery slope comes in. I don't think most kids have to worry about that within like the 60s or even the 40s all the way to like late 90s. Well, no. To like the early late 90s when the Columbine thing happened. That's where bullying really took off like as a real problem. But as time goes on, people tend to accept it for what it was. But now because the idea of bullying is such a criminal thing on a physical point, they don't bully anymore. I don't think kids bully physically like that to that extent. They bully based on what you said online. So they justify in their head, I can do things to you because you said something to me online. That's where they justify things in their head.
Embrace your inner Dragon Ball character.
And I think a lot of people in the Dragon Ball time, when Dragon Ball was really popping off, that's where kids were more roughhousey. Because Dragon Ball and stuff, like, not that because of Dragon Ball, but like it gave you a sense of inspiration to do better, to like work out and stuff. This is why I always say that the idea of
no kids today do it the coward way. They bring weapons just for LE disagreement.
Yep. Just for
it goes 1 to 100.
Yep, instantly.
It's not like how it used to be.
Nope.
I eat glass .789. Flynn, you might be my favorite. You're so funny, face with tears of joy.
But like the thing is, this is why I think a lot of people relate to Goku a lot compared to Superman, because with Goku, even though you're not an alien with a monkey tail or whatever, it teaches you the idea of working hard, and the more you work hard, the more you will result from those you will benefit from working hard in that sense, right? But I think this is why a lot of people can't relate to Superman to that physical level. They can relate to Superman to a emotional morality type sense.
Samurai.
You know what I'm saying?
Especially when they lose the fight.
Oh, especially when they lose the fight. Yeah, so that's also that too. and these kids don't play fair. They'll like, and I noticed if you watch enough videos online, the kid who's usually the bully will fight the victim, and the victim finally fights back. And if the bully's in a situation where they're losing, their friends will jump in and jump the dude, which is such a coward thing to do. You're less of a man to me, or even a human being, to do something like that, because that has happened before.
Artextric, you have a disagreement now with someone and you gotta fear they're gonna end you.
Yes, that's
it's
sad.
It's really sad.
Yeah, that's not cool.
On a regular basis. The best thing that you can do in times like these is laugh at people like Mark Hamill or Destiny and continue to push back and live your life the best way that you can. Will the rest of the year probably get more insane and insufferable when it comes to everything? Absolutely. But don't allow any of this to ruin your spirit or let it poison you into making you just as insufferable as these people are.
True.
Because that's what they ultimately want in the end, because misery loves company. And they are hoping by spewing this that you will become just as bad or worse than they are.
Yep.
So acknowledge it because it does exist, but remember to reject it and understand that with a little common sense.
It's happened to me when I was in school. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sorry that happened to you, Aaron. I'm so sorry, hon.
That parasites like these will always scatter when the light shines on them. We should be bringing people together, but individuals like these guys are hell-bent on just driving us more apart.
If I was in a fight, everyone that fought would be hurt in the end, probably even myself. But I'd like to think I'd just come out with some scrapes and bruises.
That's the best thing to hope for. Now these days, like what Aaron said, they come with X multipliers and with stabby stabs.
That Mark Hamill played the Joker, man, but at least we now know how he really feels. The guy is a monster and a freak, and Destiny is, well, he lets other guys bang his wife. So I mean, anything he says beyond that knowledge kind of just ruins him, let's be honest here. But that's really all I got to say today. Have hope. Keep your chins up, friends. We can make it through all of this and keep moving forward. Thank you all for watching. Subscribe, share, like. Thanks to my patrons and members, and have a wonderful day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Awesome. So this was a D-Man with the whole Star
eat glass
Star Wars
point 789. Not the standby stab LOL face with tears of joy.
But anyway, so with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. This was a D-Man with the whole Star Wars, Mark Hamill, and Jack Black roasted and Destiny streamer nonsense that was going on with the whole Trump thing. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. Alright. Now we can do the fun stuff. We're finally, no more woke stuff. We're done. Everything from this point. What is this one? Gaming. Well, actually, this is not technically a woke video. It's not a woke video, but it's an interesting one. It's about video games. And it's nothing woke. It's actually quite funny and strange. So, this is Upper Echelon, and he did a video that was really interesting here. It says, gaming whales, for those who don't know what gaming whale is, it's basically people with money who invests their money into, like, what do you call it, like, paid service games, like Genshin Impact, I guess Zenless Zone Zero, any game any gacha game you can probably think of.
Remember I sent you commercials, LOL.
Yeah, we got a lot to do. That's why we're not on YouTube Shorts right now. I'm gonna turn on YouTube Shorts after I'm done eating while I'm doing the reactions. No, because I'm not talking about anything woke or problematic that anyone's gonna have a problem with. But like, for those who don't know what a game whale is, it's basically a person who has enough income or just a high amount of income that puts in enough money into like gacha games or live paid service games for like skins, banners, you know, type of like stuff you will see in a what do you call it, Apex Legends or like probably Halo or anything like that, anything that is live service games that has like battle passes and all stuff like Overwatch. But it says here, gaming whales secretly funding nuclear research. Now, it was really weird. I heard this and I was wondering what it was about, and somehow it has to do with Genshin. So let's see what this is about. So this is not woke, so don't worry about it. I don't think there's any type of anti-woke nonsense, so let's just get into it and see what it's about.
This video is brought to you by Masterworks. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire Upper Echelon community. All right, to start off with here, I have a compound question. What comes to mind when I say gotcha, as in gotcha games? And what is the image you have in your head when I say gaming whales?
Genshin.
Regarding part one of that question, most people don't even know what a gotcha game actually is. Briefly explaining here, it's basically a turbo money-wasting simulator built on the concept of randomized reward systems. But for those that do have an understanding of the genre, I won't even sugarcoat this, they also know it's a turbo money-wasting simulator. They often admit this fact with ease, acknowledging that they probably shouldn't spend money on that product, but they somehow are. Regarding part two of that question, the image that should come to mind when you say the words gaming whale is either an addict or a disproportionately wealthy individual who has no current imperative to consider the value of money.
Yep.
And that is the category of person I'm talking about today, because
A
that
whale
is the
who loves
category
gaming.
of person that gotcha games are built for. Just to hammer
Well, who loves gaming? I should make that an emote.
the point home for a second, there are entire developer conferences on the subject of monetizing the whales. This one right here is one of the more common examples by Torolf Jernstrom in Helsinki called Let's Go Whaling. But the idea of getting an oil baron and a stockbroker to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in a video game so that they can beat their opponents easier is an entire business model. Some games attempting this find success, others don't, but for today we're talking about one of the most prolific, widely played, and successful gacha games on Earth called Genshin Impact. To be clear, I hate this game. It's immensely popular, no doubt about that, but personally I think it's a detestable example of predatory monetization. However, personal feelings aside, it's not just an example of rich people wasting money and buying their way to victory. It's also an example of how one immensely successful product, one singular immensely successful product, even one as innocuous as an anime mobile game, can have enormous potential impact on the future of humanity. Those are obviously very strong words. I know they sound hyperbolic, but please bear with me here. Genshin Impact is developed by a company called MiHoYo, which has a variety of games in its portfolio, such as Honkai Star Rail or Tears of Themis. But MiHoYo has a very particular slogan. If you go to their website, you can see, quote, "Tech otakus save the world," written practically everywhere, and this seemingly innocuous phrase has a very important meaning. See, MiHoYo as a company is Chinese, but the word otaku is actually Japanese and means a young person obsessed with computers, as well as various other consuming interests, such as anime, manga, or video games.
Billionaire shiz. Millionaire shiz.
There's a lot of different ways to interpret the meaning, some of them leaning pejorative, others not so much, but it's effectively a word to describe nerds who are typically introverted and have, shall we say, limited romantic interactions. I'm just going to say it, okay? Anime virgins. The game is built for anime virgins, and the slogan is that this target demographic will somehow save the world. It's funny, honestly, it is, but they're kind of serious about it, and that's where things get super interesting, because MiHoYo is actually doing things that can impact the future of humanity, using the money that the otakus have given them, a lot of it, which is where I get the title of Gaming Whales Are Funding Nuclear Research. Lately, speaking in general here, I've talked quite a bit about the idea of digital uncertainty, AI dangers, social media problems, various other online issues, but today's video sponsor...
Oh, no, that's a sponsor. We're jumping that. I'm sorry.
Purchase a piece of high-value artwork from Uncertainty, their portfolios, dollars invested, and .com/CD. Big thank you to them for sponsoring the channel.
Okay, there we go. And then another commercial pops up. Jesus Christ. YouTube, you're really testing me, bro. Come on, man.
Back on task here, because this is the part where I need to make a few things clear about the financial position and philosophy of this company, MiHoYo, before expanding on why exactly they can impact the future of the world. Genshin Impact has almost single-handedly propelled its developer to one of the highest positions on the planet when it comes to profit margins in the video game industry. According to Guangming Daily, in a list of the top 30 national cultural enterprises, MiHoYo posted profit, not revenue, actual profit, of 16.1 billion won, which is $2.26 billion annually. For reference, that's higher than Activision Blizzard, the makers of Call of Duty. It's higher than Ubisoft or Electronic Arts, or even Take-Two Interactive, the owners of Grand Theft Auto 5, which is by itself the most profitable entertainment property of all time.
Damn.
MiHoYo beats them all. Genshin...
Damn! Why would you take...
Flynn Vassens. Us your Lord and Savior. Right?
Yeah.
Impact in just 40 months crossed the $5 billion of consumer spending threshold, making it the fastest earning application to do so ever, period. And also, after being approached by a company called Tencent, which has staggering investments in the video game industry all over the world, they outright declined that investment.
Damn.
According to an outlet called Ping West, quote, Tencent,
and Tencent is invasive as hell.
World's largest gaming company by revenue, previously tried to acquire shares in MiHoYo, but the upstart declined despite being allowed to set the terms, end quote. Yeah,
Damn.
MiHoYo is number 12 on the list of most valuable private companies in the world. And it actually goes deeper here because MiHoYo is suspected to be an actual upstart competitor to multiple of these long-standing Chinese behemoths like Tencent and NetEase if it keeps going. But for now, it's a company that holds one of the most profitable high-margin gaming products in history with a slogan that the customers they serve will save the world. See, the thing that gets me about all of this, they actually mean it. Unlike companies such as Activision Blizzard or Electronic Arts, MiHoYo is investing sizable chunks of their revenue in technology companies or strategic partnerships like this one with Ryujin Hospital, where they established a laboratory to research BCI, or brain-computer interface technology, for clinical and medical purposes. So far, 23 patients with treatment-resistant depression,
as they say, it's always for medical purposes, and then becomes military,
have participated in clinical trials at the hospital in the Brain-Computer Interface Center, 60% of whom say their situation has subsequently improved. If advancements are made here, this tech would be used to treat everything from Parkinson's to obsessive-compulsive disorder, and could have very wide-reaching positive medical implications because a company that rose to stardom off the back of a gacha anime game decided to fund all of it. That is a whole lot different than most other video game companies out there, but it's also not even close to the best example that I can give of what they do, and, believe it or not, it's a far cry from the most impactful. You could argue that BCI applications are closely connected to virtual reality and have ties to the video game industry intrinsically by making it more possible to have stimulating simulations in a VR environment or something like that. So let me switch over now and talk about the actual future of humanity. In February of 2022, MiHoYo led a first funding round, as it's called, for a company called Energy Singularity, which raised over $60 million. The company has gone on to raise over $120 million now in total, but it's curious to me why a video game company, MiHoYo, would be jointly leading this effort when Energy Singularity has very little to do with video games. Well, aside from the fact that all video games require electricity.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I can afford this F-150
to play them, obviously, or the fact that hosting game servers requires power of some sort to do. Energy Singularity has nothing to do with gaming because it's a nuclear fusion company, not to be confused with fission, by the way, that is working on a commercialized version of what are called tokamak reactors with a goal of revolutionizing humanity's future, air quotes around that, through clean power generation. No joke here, the company is making progress. They recently achieved first plasma, which means the reactor successfully generated a molten mass of electrically charged plasma in its core, and the money that was raised in multiple funding rounds could very well contribute to an actual breakthrough in the world of energy production, because a gaming company, massively funded by otakus, is actually attempting to save the world, at least partly.
Check me out.
It's absolutely hilarious to say this, but when you spend money on Genshin Impact, you are indirectly, sort of directly in a sense, funding things like BCI technology research or fusion energy production. So when someone asks you, why the hell are you wasting your money on that game, as much as I personally think Genshin Impact is a garbage product, you can unironically say, I'm funding the possible future of humanity by doing this. Because actual breakthroughs in commercialized tokamak reactor technology would become a near perfect supply of clean, cheap energy, which would then change the entire course of human history and redefine geopolitics. I hate to say this, and I really hate to say this about a gacha game of all things, but not all video games are created equal. I'm infinitely more enthusiastic about a good indie game with an upfront price tag, a creative premise, and a lack of predatory monetization. But if you're going to engage with the typical modern AAA world and all the subsequent loot boxes or randomized packs that they contain, you could actually do a whole lot worse than Genshin Impact, because at least there, the money is being spent on things that can actually make a difference. The gaming whales, the ones that spend $10,000 or $20,000 on anime character packs because they stopped caring about the value of money for whatever reason, even though they would probably never spend that money directly themselves on funding medical research, are in fact funding medical research because the company behind Genshin Impact, MiHoYo, has a philosophy that nerds are going to save the world, and they're literally trying to make it happen. No, I'm not sponsored by them, and nobody paid me to make this video, other than Masterworks, of course. I still hate Genshin Impact with a passion because I think it's a terrible product, but I can respect the developers for both refusing to comply with Tencent, which is an evil company, and, much more importantly, for using the money that they earn, at least some of it, to make the world a better place instead of worse, which is a heck of a lot more than other companies in the industry can say right now, and is frankly baffling to hear myself say out loud. At the end of the day, I found myself wanting to talk about it after Shino sent me a Discord message and made me aware of it in the first place. Thank you, Shino. So here we are. MiHoYo and Genshin Impact being an actual force of good in some ways was not on my bingo card for 2024. Fun times. That's it. If you want to support the channel instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars on a gacha game, I'm looking at you, gaming whales. Check out the links down below. Locals and Patreon for monthly memberships, the video sponsor, of course, a special VPN deal, and more, but I'll cut.
So that was upper echelon with the whole gaming whales. That was really interesting with the whole nuclear research. Very far cry from what we was watching just earlier. So that's a win. I think that's a win. What do you guys think? That's a win? Weebs funding, or rich weebs funding nuclear research through an anime game? That's strange. I don't know. Give your comments at the bottom. That's a weird one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. You guys like this? This weird reaction. This was a weird one. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. And also give a follow to Upper Echelon if possible. Later. Okay. Alright. Finish my pizza. So, this one's a weird one. For those who don't know, I'm pretty sure most people know who this is to a certain extent. This one is Narmak. He's a animator, a cartoon slash anime animator. He made the SpongeBob anime short, and apparently he said he's looking for voice actors. So if this is your time to shine, you should head into this video. This will be a video, and this video is only a minute long. One of the most shortest videos I ever made. So if you even call it a video, I really doubt it. So with that said, let's go.
Yo, what's up guys? So I know a lot of you are still waiting for the
Hey.
Ready to tackle your debt? We can help. A Stretch Financial Wellness Vision subscription can help.
Yo, what's up guys? So I know a lot of you are still waiting for the SpongeBob anime, and yes, it is coming. Check out some of these completed storyboards for episode 2. The team here are all ready to push through and finish the episode, but there's been a little tiny snag, that being
Japanese strict business regulations.
For the past 2 months, we've been doing a slow search for Japanese voice actors. The VAs from the last episode are all still here, but we need a couple of new ones for the new characters. The problem is that the agents of Japanese voice actors we talk to won't let their talent work with us, since the anime isn't an officially licensed Nickelodeon project. I mean, YouTube did strike episode 1, so it's gotta be canon, but you know, what the fuck do I know? So that leaves us here. We put out a casting call on Japanese Twitter and have some great auditions, but we need one more male voice actor to finalize the episode 2 cast. Yes, I'm making a whole ass video as a casting call for a single voice actor, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So, if you are interested in a paid opportunity as a male Japanese voice actor, amateur or otherwise, or know any male Japanese voice actors, please email us at voicedubs@gmail.com. One more time, voicedubs@gmail.com. Also, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, that being @Narmak13, or on Discord, where I am simply known as Narmak. Finishing the voice cast is literally all I've been waiting for. I've been ready to make the episode for a while now, but getting the Japanese voice cast has delayed the project a little bit more than I'd like. I honestly don't know how many Japanese people are watching an English casting call on the SpongeBob anime, but you know, who knows. I'll make an update post if we get the last VA to let you guys know that we can finally start finishing episode 2. Well, yeah, that's it. Spread the word. Bye bye.
You've all heard this.
Ryaga Samurai. Yeet.
artificial intelligence.
Wouldn't it be crazy if you could create voiceovers that sound like a
raspy old man?
Bro, was I on mute the entire time? Oh, hell no. I hope I was not on mute the entire time. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. Did anyone hear what I said? Please tell me you guys heard what I said. Anyone? No?
I eat glass .789.
Damn.
Yeah. I eat glass .789. No.
Alright, let me start over. So this is PCAT. So PCAT is a pixelated VTubing art channel.
I eat glass .789. I only heard yet.
Okay.
I eat glass .789. Yeet asterisk.
So PCAT is a pixelized VTubing chibi artist. Or not chibi artist, but that's what she is. That's what her avatar is. And she does anime art tutorials and all that cool stuff. I watched a few of her videos before. And I saw this video that she says how AI is stealing your art. This will be interesting. I don't know if this is a literal tutorial, which I doubt. I think this is more informal to let you know how they're taking your AI, how AI is taking your art. So this is more of like an informal video based on the title. Could be wrong. So we'll see. So let's see what she has to say. She's pretty cool in her explanations, and I watched some of her videos for her, even her shorts. So check her out if you can. Link in the bio if you want to check her out. And all that stuff. I'll even tag her in this video. So let's go.
A young teenage girl or AI, artificial intelligence. It's a hot topic nowadays, and it seems like everyone is trying to get in on the hype. Companies are eagerly splashing "powered by AI" all over their marketing, with promises to save your time with this miracle technology. With the power of AI, washing machines will wash better and ovens will cook better. Sounds a little too good to be true, right? But what is AI anyway? When artists think of AI these days, the first thing they normally think of is image generation models, like these. And whether they like them or view them as an existential threat, there's a lot of misunderstanding and confusion about how these AI models work. How do they generate images? And more importantly, where and how do they get their data anyway? Since AI seems to be cropping up more and more often, I think it's useful to have at least a basic understanding of how they work. At the very least, you'll be able to completely destroy your opponents the next time you have imaginary arguments in the shower, like me. Let's start by differentiating between modern generative AI and just every other use of the word. AI is a major buzzword at the moment, so people use the word very loosely to mean anything from actual machine learning to even just enemies in video games. And even if we're just referring to the field of machine learning, there are a lot of different branches with many advancements that have benefited humanity, such as helping doctors detect cancer in radiology, or simply filtering spam out of your email inbox. So when I'm talking about generative AI, what I'm really referring to are models that use machine learning to generate content, whether it be text like ChatGPT, or images like Midjourney, or any of the AI voice generators. And if I express grievances against AI, I'm specifically talking about generative AI. And I'm not just salty I'm getting destroyed in Elden Ring. Let's briefly explain how modern image generators work. I'm a big believer
I've been meaning to jump into Elden Ring, but I keep putting it off. I'll eventually get into it.
Of getting informed about the things that make me feel uncomfortable. I might potentially even change my mind when I learn more about that thing, but even if I don't, at least learning more about that thing is never a bad thing. It's also why I seem to have suspicious depth of knowledge in things such as Web3, NFT, and the 50 Shades of Grey series. There have been various approaches to image generation over the years, but recently the versatility of diffusion models have been very popular. Before using diffusion models, we have to train it. So first we start with some images. Well, a lot of images actually. Where do we get these images? We'll cover that in a minute. Then we take these images and we do this to them. Okay, don't freak out. I know not everybody is a fan of maths, but all this formula means is that we add Gaussian noise to our image in progressive steps, like this. We do this until we can't even see the original image anymore. And we do this for all the images we have. So now we have a whole bunch of images that gradually get noisier and noisier. And we can use this as training data to train our diffusion model to reverse this process, one step at a time. And if we chain all these steps back together, our model should eventually be able to generate an image from pure noise. When people talk about artificial intelligence, they often tend to anthropomorphize it, using terms like learning and inspiration. For this reason, some people even go as far as claiming that AI learns just like humans do. But to any artist, it should be pretty clear that if you want to say learn how to draw a horse, you don't start by memorizing 100,000 different images of horses for inspiration, and then conjure up a collection of pixels from pure noise that is statistically likely to be similar to an image of a horse.
Most people don't know this, but the best way to make money from home...
Who told this man this was a smart idea to do this type of commercial?
Diffusion models are just very complicated statistical models. If all a human needed to do was to look at a lot of things to learn how to draw them, then in theory, everyone should at least be able to draw a human face, since we all spend a great deal of time looking at faces. But humans are kind of different in that they need far less input data than machines do, because they don't learn by encoding millions of images. Humans learn by understanding. If we want to learn how to draw a horse, we have to start by understanding the underlying structure of horses, like the skeleton or the musculature. We need to examine how light reflects from their coats. And because we're able to infer and create connections, we can learn from these minuscule, tiny little datasets, something that generative AI today is incapable of doing. You might have noticed that during my explanation of diffusion models, I missed a very important element. I described how the images were generated from pure noise, but what about the text? Where do the prompts come in? You know, the extremely beautiful, gorgeous woman wearing a strapless black top, oil painting style, very detailed shadows, intricate detail, good anatomy, absolutely enormous breasts kind of stuff. In order to do that, the diffusion model must also be able to take some kind of text input, or prompts as they are popularly known. And to guide the diffusion process towards the meaning of the prompt, you actually need a dataset with accurate, high-quality text descriptions. So this isn't as easy to get as it seems. Some initial attempts at getting this training data started from the internet, which makes sense since there are plenty of images available to borrow from the internet. But remember, we also need accurate descriptions of these images. Relying on your average internet user to caption their images correctly, yeah, that went about as well as expected.
God dang. Look at them legs!
The other option was to
look at them legs! Oh my god, dude. Let's go.
Hire people to individually label images. Of course, manually labeling them in this way was extremely expensive. The ImageNet database has 14 million text-image pairs, and it required 25,000 workers to annotate. I know 14 million sounds like a lot, but image generation models actually need more than that. And in the meantime, other larger models were also being created. ImageNet was publicly available, but these other datasets, usually they were kept private and were inaccessible to researchers. So what then? In 2021, a neural network called Contrastive Language Pre-training, or CLIP, was released by OpenAI. CLIP is an AI model that can understand both verbal and visual concepts, and that's actually an important component of many image generation models. For now, the only thing about CLIP we need to be concerned about is that it can understand concepts in text and images, and it can encode this concept into data. So CLIP can encode both the word cat and an image of a cat into data, into what we call an encoding. And the encoding for the word cats and an image of a cat should theoretically be very similar. An astute viewer may already be figuring out where I'm going with this. If it's expensive to get humans to label images, why not get AI to help with that? And that's exactly the idea behind Lion 5B. It begins with Common Crawl, a public web archive of everything on the internet. Everything. We're talking 3 billion web pages and 300 terabytes of data. So they take the data from Common Crawl and primarily focus on extracting images with alt text, which is very useful for people with visual impairments, as this text is read out loud by screen readers. It's a little bit ironic to me that a feature mostly used to help vision-impaired humans is now being used to help vision-impaired machines, but anyway, let's move on. Looking at alt text is already a good start, since in order to improve the accessibility and SEO of their website, people are already incentivized to write good, descriptive alt text. But this is still the internet after all. Relying on people to use alt text for its originally designed purpose is not the best idea. So here's where CLIP comes in. It can't generate natural language text on its own, but what it can do is filter out labels that don't describe the text well. For each text-image pair, Clip generates an encoding for both the text and the image. Then, these encodings are compared, and if the encodings aren't similar enough, that text-image pair is filtered out and not included in the final datasets. Along with some additional filtering to remove low-quality text or images, this process removes almost 90% of the original 50 billion images, leaving 5.85 billion images with high-quality labels written by humans. And this enormous dataset was available to everyone, leading to the introduction of impressive image generation models like Stable Diffusion, which publicly listed Lion as one of its collaborators. I think by this point it might be clear that gathering high-quality training data is actually very difficult. In fact, it's the stated goal of Common Crawl to democratize data so that everyone, not just large companies with lots of resources, can have access to data like this. So artists that are concerned that Twitter trends are some underhanded way of gathering data for generative AI don't really have to worry about it. It's pretty unlikely that a random Twitter guy has the resources or incentive to compile a massive dataset by going through quote retweets, especially when Lion is right there and it's free to use. So far, I've only talked about Lion 5B, which is the only massively openly available dataset of text-image pairs, which is what Stable Diffusion uses. But what about other models?
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot.
While I would love to talk in detail about those, they haven't quite been as open as Stable Diffusion. Midjourney is famously secretive, so all I managed to find was an interview on Forbes with Midjourney founder and CEO David Holes, who stated that we use the open datasets that are published and train across those. So probably Lion, but who knows for certain. As for OpenAI's DALL-E, they take Clip one step further and have it actually generate synthetic captions, rather than simply filtering, like the Lion datasets. As for where they found the images to caption, well, they often like to use the word publicly available when referring to their training data. Here's their CTO, Mira Murati, answering questions about their video generation AI model, Sora.
We used publicly available data and licensed data.
So, videos on YouTube?
If they were publicly available to use, it was publicly available or licensed data.
I don't know about you guys.
Oh man, this is gonna be a problem. I can see a giant lawsuit coming this way for them. This AI thing was not a good idea unless there was some type of like laws in place, but that's gonna be a tricky one to prove to most people.
Guys, but it kind of sounds like publicly available is just another way of saying, I found it on the internet so I can use it, which is the usual excuse unscrupulous manufacturers trot out when they're caught stealing an artist's work to put on their products. Coincidentally, it's also the same excuse 13-year-old art thieves on DeviantArt use. So I think it's pretty clear that these datasets consisting of billions of images, many of which are illustrations and artworks created by artists, were not taken with permission. In fact, the founder of Midjourney states that there isn't really a way to get 100 million images and know where they're coming from, and then automatically trace it to an owner. In other words, it isn't possible right now to ask each of these millions of artists for consent. So they didn't. There are some artists who claim to have created ethical AI models that are trained only on their own work. Unfortunately, training a generative image AI model with a small dataset isn't possible with current technology. It is possible to fine-tune an existing model with an artist's work to mimic their style, but you can't do that without an underlying existing model that was trained on billions of images. These are the sort of models you'll find on websites like Civet AI. What about Firefly? That's Adobe's generative AI offering, by the way, and they claim it's trained on licensed content, that is, Adobe stock, along with public domain content. That means they actually had permission to use the images they did, and that's fine, right? Maybe, but I suspect that people who were uploading their work to Adobe stock a decade before generative AI even existed didn't have any clue that they were signing up to feed their work into an AI model. Eric Urquhart, a VizDev artist at DreamWorks, recounts that he was a regular contributor to a stock image company known as Fotolia back in 2013. At some point, Adobe purchased Fotolia and rolled its offerings into Adobe stock. However, he states, "At no time did Adobe ever ask me or any other contributors that I know our permission or consent to use our images. It was just never mentioned." So it's possible that Firefly isn't quite as ethical as Adobe likes to claim. Even now, advancements in AI are continuing apace and generative models are just getting better and better. The landscape of the art industry is rapidly changing and people are being forced to adapt whether they want to or not. I hope that those of you wanting to understand a little more about how this technology works have managed to learn a little and are perhaps a bit better equipped to deal with the changes caused by AI. If that's the case, please consider subscribing. Of course.
So that was PCAT on the whole AI thing. It was educational, but I know, it does so much. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, give her a follow, and all that great stuff. It was awesome watching her videos. She does great work. She has great videos and tutorials if you want to learn how to do art and stuff. I'll see you guys in the next one. Later. Okay. You guys are playing around. No, I'm not gonna do that one. Alright. We have another video here. It's an anime video. This is from Sufferance, and this is I think a manga recommendation. So what this one says, the manga that's winning awards.
Ryaga Samurai. Later YouTube.
Later YouTube. So like, this one's winning awards. I don't know what the anime this is or what he's referring to, so we're gonna see what this is about. Hopefully this is not a video I did before, because I sometimes run into the same video sometimes and they change the thumbnails, which is annoying. But what did I say? I'll see that in the next one. Let's see.
Customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. With all the money I saved, thought I'd buy stilts. Hi, honey. Hey.
So if you didn't know, Japan likes to hold a lot of different award ceremonies for the manga industry. Some more prestigious and massive, and others a little bit smaller. But usually they're broken up into brackets or segments just to help out in different departments. Sometimes it's for newcomers, for one-shots, for potential anime or popularity or writing. There's a whole slew of different categories, right? We had one recently just finish up called the 15th Manga Taisho Awards. And what's interesting about this award is that it's usually dedicated to series that have less than 8 volumes, and this year's nominees is around about 10 different ones, was actually rather stacked, with some very prolific titles, and none of them won. There was a very unknown story that took the crown very effortlessly. And just to give you an example of what series were nominated, Oshinoko, very incredible, Dan, Taking the World by Storm, and Look Back by Tatsuki Fujimoto.
Okay, I'm familiar with Oshino and Dandadan, but like, I'm not familiar with the third one. And I still haven't seen the anime on Oshino yet. I have to make time to watch it, and I think Dandadan comes out, what, this month or the following month? Is it out yet? I'm pretty sure it comes out either this month or the following month.
Now originally I would have thought that Look Back would have won this, but it came second. And the series that was nominated more than it, only by a couple of points, was a series known as Darwin Jihen, or Darwin's Incident. So of course, I was extremely curious, and I wanted to go check out this series. And I was actually pleasantly surprised with what I read. I assume there is a lot more for it. It is very difficult to find in English. I do believe that it is published in French, however. So if you're French, or if you speak it, you probably have a couple of volumes to work with. And I can only doubly assume on top of it that the volumes that are available are absolutely phenomenal. Because the first chapter, very simple, it's very difficult to compare it to something like Look Back or even Dan or Oshinoko, but there is potential, and a lot of it. To give you a rundown of what Darwin Jihen is, or Darwin's Incident, it goes a little like this. The story focuses on a half-human and half-chimpanzee called Charlie. This is a hybrid, but what is called an hybrid in the story. A half-human that is born from an...
Someone needs to customize.
This is interesting. Never heard of this manga at all.
Animal due to experimentation. This experimentation, however, is very controversial. It's very frowned upon, and is the prime center or conflict of the entire story. You see, there is an organization called the Animal Liberation Alliance, which its whole purpose is to free animals, to save them from cruelty, from experimentation, from being eaten, even from the slaughter. And this is a very good thing, but the extremities that this group takes it is pretty far. Obviously, they're going into organizations with guns. They are quite literally labeled as terrorists, but don't necessarily push that boundary of taking a human life to obviously free animals. They threaten it, and they're very extreme in that regard, but they just want to do right by these animals. And when you see them in cages and being experimented on, and the hideous, horrendous things that happen, you can't help but feel sorry for them. You can't help but agree with the prospect of what they're trying to do to help these poor animals. And this is where they find chimpanzee that is pregnant and has been experimented experimented on, where Charlie actually comes from. They managed to save this chimpanzee. Charlie is born, who is known as a humanzee, half human.
So wait, if he's half human, how did they impregnate by a chimpanzee or half chimpanzee? I didn't hear that part. Hold on.
With the prospect of what they're trying to do to help these poor animals. And this is where they find chimpanzee that is pregnant and has been experimented on, where Charlie actually comes from. They managed to save this chimpanzee. Charlie is born, who is known as a humanzee, half human, half chimp.
Well, I say, what a magnificent pair of bananas.
Many years would pass and Charlie is a 15...
But if the chimp is half... If it's a half chimp, half human, and it was born by a mother chimp, do they allow a regular male chimp have relations with said mom? Or was it a human? Or did they take the egg of the chimp and experimented with it? Maybe that's what they did.
Year-old boy. Very intelligent, simply spoken, not necessarily emotional, but integrated into society and the human aspect of things, right? He still has some chimpanzee qualities, but they're mixed rather efficiently with the human lifestyle.
Daddy, chill.
Because of what Charlie is and the experimentation that happened to Charlie, everything has been documented. So Charlie is pretty much known globally as being the first hybrid, someone that has been genetically enhanced with all of this technology and gene splicing, etc., to make this possible. But the horrendous ways that it happened have been definitely blanketed by society, by government, by news corporations. No one really knows the truth of how Charlie came to exist. The doctor or the experimentation process has vanished completely.
No shit.
Luckily, Charlie has been raised really well, and it's about time that he starts to go to a normal high school. This isn't Charlie's first time. He's been to other schools.
Okay, I don't understand this. This is the thing I don't understand with these type of stories. If you know you have an individual who is very different, isn't it best to keep them safe by homeschooling them or put them in a program? Because it's not like he's not a secret. Everyone knows who he is. So wouldn't it make more sense to put him in homeschool? Just to keep him safe from being harmed by someone? I'm not even talking about mean comments. I mean, like, physically do things to him. And because he's half chimp, he probably has more strength than the average human, alongside being half human. Pretty much a Saiyan at this point. So would it make more sense to put him in homeschool with someone he recognizes, or at least familiarizes himself so he doesn't feel any form of threat?
Samurai.
You're saying, why would you put him in school with other children who might find him weird or might take it upon themselves to put harm on him just because he's different? And then he has chimp strength. Like, you don't want that. He might rip someone's face off. What the hell? Are you guys stupid? Like, I don't care if he's half human. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
You can only assume.
Would you put a full-blown chimp into a school? Probably not. Even if it can walk on 4 legs and write a little bit. Like, there was, back then, I think it was several years ago. I think it was 7 or 8 years ago. Probably even 10, almost a decade ago. A woman taught a gorilla how to, sign language. So the way that she can communicate with the gorilla was literally sign language, which was really smart on the gorilla's behalf. Because it really made it different. It was different because now the gorilla can sign and ask for things and talk about stuff. And the lady gave a gorilla a kitten, and I think the kitten passed away. I think it was too sick or something. It got sick, but the gorilla took care of the chimp and looked after it and loved it and all that stuff. And when it passed it away, the chimp asked for the lady who was looking after him, "Where is my chimp?" by signing it to her. She had to explain to the chimp that the cat passed away, and the gorilla. I'm saying the gorilla actually became depressed and saddened and cried over the fact that their cat was not coming back again. Now, should we put that gorilla in school because it can sign all of a sudden? No, why would you do that? No, why would you do that? That's stupid.
That the worst has happened with the amount of schools that he's been changed between. His first day goes pretty well. The school and the
It's so easy to get your windshield replaced.
That's a world of trouble. Why would you do this? I don't care if he's different. You're putting him at risk. That's a security risk. And given that he's half human, we don't know what type of what he can contract or what he can give, like sickness wise. Like, we don't know what that can entail. So it doesn't make sense to put him around a bunch of kids who might be allergic to him from somehow. What if these kids are allergic to chimpanzees and not know about it? You know what I'm saying? It's too many risk factors. I would just keep him home.
Within it actually treat him rather well. They think he's cute, they think he's interesting, they obviously know about him from the news or from online internet sources, etc. Anything that has been marketed towards Charlie is documentation. They somewhat know about it. And a small incident would occur. A cat would be stuck on top of this tree, and another woman known as Lucy would go up and try and get it. Upon successfully
too much, if you ask me. They're too invasive sometimes.
Getting the cat, after it almost fell out of the tree, the branch starts to break, and both of them start to fall. And in swoops Charlie from very far away, nowhere in the vicinity of the situation. He just happens to luckily see it or hear it, and grabs both of them. This was filmed, but there was a person that recognized that what Charlie had done was nothing that a chimpanzee could do, nor a human, nor any animal. The speed at which he moved, the strength, the dexterity, everything that just went into this motion of saving a cat and Lucy from falling out of this very high tree was impossible. At first, you don't really click with that idea. It seemed pretty normal for a chimpanzee, but when it's propped up on a pedestal like that, it starts to make a little bit more sense that what Charlie is something a lot more than just being half human and half chimpanzee. These strengths, speed, and qualities that are gradually intertwining and growing stronger and stronger by the day is quite fearsome. You then get to see more of the true side of the ALA, the Animal Liberation Alliance, the people that quite literally saved Charlie 15 years ago. Obviously, they do not take kindly to people eating meat or hurting animals for this idea of produce. And within this very high-class fancy restaurant that serves steak, they blow it up. Quite literally terrorist organization.
Are you serious?
Within this process, however, they injure a very small child. The purpose of this, however, is to show how insignificant that human life was in comparison to their own purpose, to their own agenda, or to their own goal. They have ramped things up exponentially, and now they are quite literally doing terrorist acts because of their own ideals. It is inherently ironic, and the first chapter ends with Charlie letting a butterfly go into the sky. Personally, I am super curious with this story, and I hope whenever, if ever, it gets translated to English, that it is well received, to continuously be translated, because I believe this story was released at the end of 2020, maybe the start of 2021, and nothing has been done for it since. But now with the award that it just recently won, over Look Back, Dana Dan and Oshinoko, a lot more attention is going to be brought towards it, potentially fueling some sort of English release, which I think would be pretty nice. Personally, I found this story to be rather creative and intuitive. It's not too often that you see half human, half chimpanzee used so efficiently, especially with a story like this one. This is quite an important and relevant conversation for animal lives and vegans and meat eating and the quality of animal lives, etc. So there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and this series kind of takes that concept and amps it up exponentially. I do believe it is playing heavily into the idea that Charlie, being half human and half chimpanzee, has an interesting perspective on this entire situation, being that he is both sides of the same coin, an animal and a human. Even though he has been raised with human ideologies and human beliefs, his thought process and how he views the world is definitely a little bit different, and the way he treats very small animals and insects and just views animals in general is very in-depth, it's very compassionate. And I can only assume that this would be played upon and extrapolated much further, because I've seen some of the covers for the next volumes and I see him holding a gun. Is he truly fighting the ALA? Is he trying to understand what it means to be human, or what it means to do these actions or go to the extreme for animals? Like, what is the purpose of taking a human life to try and save animals, and vice versa? Where do you draw that line? What is the duality? Where is the compassion? And when he is quite literally both sides of the coin, where does he fit within it? How does he want to help? It seems like the character Lucy, the one that he saved from the tree, is someone that too is also trying to find her way, to carve her path, to be a better person and to help in this situation, and most likely becomes quite close friends with Charlie. If you haven't already noticed, it's quite a massive series in scope. It seems like it wants to do a lot of things, and I can only hope that it does those things really well. The first chapter was extremely enjoyable. A little bit all over the place, a little bit rough, but definitely has so much potential to be a phenomenal experience and potentially tell a very important story. Definitely what will throw a lot of people off is Charlie. Half human, half chimpanzee, a human Z is a very odd and kind of quirky concept. It seems a little bit goofy at first, but because of how naturally integrated it is within the story and well conceptualized, it feels like there's so much nuance for Charlie's character. He is extremely expressionless. He is listening and learning and understanding the world and has a lot of compassion and thoughts towards animals, but rarely speaks or expresses them. This is definitely intentional, and that in itself fits perfectly within the story that's trying to be told, and I can only hope and assume that it is done well. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't curious. I really hope that with this award that it won, that it potentially becomes translated, maybe gets a couple of more English chapters, or at least the first volume. Hopefully in time we will find out, but overall I thought this is a very interesting read. If you have the opportunity to read it, whether it's in Japanese, French, or English, please do. Give it a chance, read through the first chapter. I think you'll find it very enjoyable. Different, a little bit goofy or quirky at first, but potential nonetheless. We may see more of it within the future. Fingers crossed.
Alright, so that was
End time.
Sufferance.
So with that, welcome to the end of the...
Okay, that was Sufferance with the whole, what is it called? Holy shit, I didn't... Synopsis? No, synopsis. What is it? What is it called? Oh my god, I totally forgot about the name of it. Now, oh god, I feel bad. Hold on, let's go back real quick.
Incident. Would have won this, but it came second, and the series that was nominated more than it, only by a couple of points, was a series known as Darwin Jihen.
Darren GN. Oh god, Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry about that. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoy this.
7D9. I mean, that is not the wildest, considering dog n-word.
Yeah, I know the dog N-word one. Yeah, I know that game, that one. I think we did a video on that already. So what like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoyed this and like great stuff. This was amazing to a certain extent. It was different. I didn't expect it to be that type of manga, but it's different. And if I ever get the chance, I might read it myself. I don't really have time to do anything, but you get what I'm saying. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, so this one is from Mockdub.
L1K3TH3W1ND. Here's some food for thought. Would you rather have somebody trace your art? Or use your art for their AI programming prompts? Botrix Official. Be a support hero today. By using commands like support.
Traced. Because if I have it traced, they can always keep constantly changing it with the prompts and get away with it and say, I didn't do that. Look how different it is. At least with the trace one, you can at least kind of tell if it was trace or not. You can usually line it up and say, oh, it's trace. You know what I'm saying? So you at least can catch the culprit, but unlike AI, it's a little bit more harder. Anyway, so with like, subscribe, oh wait, I can't talk. So today, this is Mockdub with 3,000 subscribers. It says here, this manga was completely forgotten. Don't know what this manga is about. It's only 4 minutes long, so let's see what it's about. Alright.
Women, guns, wildlife, pirates, gangsters, and drug dealers?
This is your pilot. On your left, Dave McCormick's $16 million mansion in Connecticut.
Can't do simple things while this thing attacking me. Every time it gets a chance. Evil, evil, evil. Okay.
Like Black Lagoon.
Let me pull it back.
Do you like women, guns?
Okay, let me do this over so I didn't take that part out because it's annoying. So this is Mockdub. This is called This Manga Was Completely Forgotten. Not sure what this manga is about. It's 4 minutes long. If you like this, like, share, follow, comment to him, to Mockdub. I will tag him in this and put his video of this in the description. So check it out if you find this interesting from this reaction.
Do you like women, guns, wildlife, pirates, gangsters, and drug dealers? You would like Black Lagoon, but what if I told you there was a manga that had women, a deaf guy with a katana, cops, gangs, and a gigolo? You probably think I'm insane, but no, there's actually a real manga. called Gangster. Gangster is a manga that centers on the gritty lives of two handymen, Warwick Archangelo and Nicholas Brown, who take on the dangerous jobs in the crime-ridden city of...
Nove 7D9. Is he going to
the
talk
manga has
about
3
gangsta?
protagonists that's pretty fun to follow. Imagine a guy who looks like a runaway model but has the attitude of someone who just rolled out of bed. He's sway, always has a cigarette dangling from his lips, and can charm his way out of almost any situation. It's kind of like if James Bond and a rock star had a love child, it would be Warwick. Nicholas Brown.
L1K3TH3W1ND.
Who's a cross between a ninja and a tank. That's
how
Nick.
is the light coming from
He's
the
deaf,
top
but
running
has
down their
superhuman
hips and
strength
back?
and reflexes. He's the kind of guy who would win a staring contest with a statue. Think of him as the strong, solid type. Emphasis on strong. And now, my favorite character in this entire manga, Alex. Alex used to be a prostitute before she got tangled up with Warwick and Nick. Her past isn't glamorous, but in a world of... Alright, I'm gonna try this one. Ergasculum? Yeah, in the world of Ergasculum, it practically qualifies her as having a normal upbringing. She's seen some stuff and has some emotional baggage to prove it. In certain parts of the manga, she actually starts like tweaking out during certain situations because of trauma. Her personality is like the calming force amidst the testosterone hurricane that is Warwick and Nick. She's the type of person who would bring a cup of tea to a bar fight. Kind of nurturing, but not afraid to stand up for herself when pushed, i.e. when they first met her. Her relationship with Warwick and Nick, she's like the patient mom of 2 unruly teenage boys who happen to be deadly mercenaries. There's some romantic tension between her and Warwick, but it's like watching a soap opera in a war zone. They get to a certain point, but then chaos strikes again, so you have to start over. Besides her backstory, Alex has a beautiful singing voice. It's almost ironic, like finding a delicate flower growing in the middle of a minefield. Her singing is one of the few things that bring a touch of beauty to the grim world they live in. She serves as a emotional anchor with Warwick and Nick are out doing their violent handyman jobs. She's often left to manage the domestic side of things, which, given their lifestyle, is like trying to keep a house clean during a tornado. Alice is like the heart and soul of Gangster. Like, she brings a level of humanity and tenderness to otherwise brutal and unrelenting world. She's the character you root for to find some balance or peace and happiness amidst all of the chaos. She managed to do all of that while dealing with the antics of her 2 lethal but lovable roommates. Ergasculum, this city makes Gotham look like Disneyland. It's full of criminals, corrupt cops, and more shady deals than a used car lot. If cities could have bad hair days, Ergasculum would be having one every day of the week. The jobs that Warwick and Nick do range from mundane tasks to taking down entire street gangs. One day they might be babysitting. Nah, not like.
Okay, so far I like what he's doing, but just to give him a word of advice on this video, make sure not to make the music more louder than you. Because when you make the music a little bit more louder, this is just a small criticism. That's it to Mock Dub if he watches this. Because I know some of the people that I react to on their review on something, I do give some criticism to their videos to a certain extent if it's too noticeable, and this is one of them. I know he's just kind of starting because he has 3,000, and I used to have this problem back when I used to do my gaming videos and stuff like that back in the day. And the one thing I had a problem when I used to put music in the background is that the music will be overly powering when I'm saying something. So always make sure to turn down the music and make sure that, or I think in some programs where you can do a side chain, so whenever you talk, the music will duck and it will stay low every time you speak. So that's something you should keep in mind. But this is a good video so far, given your explanation. And the video's short, so that's even better.
I'm dead serious. Like, they actually were babysitting at one point. And the next day, they're in a knife fight with a mob boss. It's like they're constantly playing a very dangerous game of what ridiculous thing will happen to them next. In summary, Gangster is like if Quentin Tarantino decided to direct an episode of Friends with a lot of more action, grit, and less coffee. It's dark, it's edgy, and it's got characters who are as tough as they are complex.
Ryaga Samurai.
Wild ride.
Good video indeed.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm kind of done talking about Gangster, as Gangster was something that I read a long time.
Damn, why did they draw his neck like that, bro? What's with his neck? Look weird. They look too elongated. It look like it's just sticking out. Pull that back down a little bit.
Time ago, And I actually
Melon?
had a video of this made, it's just that other things got involved. Like, this video was actually supposed to come out, like,
Pixel7D9. I heard the studio is DED. Sad the anime is great.
Yeah, the anime is good. The fight scene is good. I really love the fight between the deaf guy and the dread-headed guy. I forgot his name. It was a great fight between them on the rooftop. I was really seeing who was going to win because I thought one of them was going to die the way they was fighting. I like how he fought with the machete. That was crazy. Because I think if I remember right in the show, they're enhanced humans to a certain extent. They're still human, but they're just like, they was in the military, and I guess they did experiments on them to a certain extent where they were more kind of like a Captain America to a certain extent, where they can kind of fight more differently from other humans.
Jukin no Roken, and I don't even want to go back and read the Jukin no Roken. Like, after like that time skip, I don't know what happened. It kind of like just fell off. Like, it's no longer the same. I don't know. I might go read Sakamoto Days or something. Not unless y'all got a request for me to read. But yeah, I'll talk to y'all later.
Good video.
Ooh, this is
the only issue I had was just the overpowering of the far end of the song was being a little bit too overpowering. I know he's trying to keep hype up.
Ryaga Samurai. Basically
super soldiers, yeah, but not like they're super soldiers to an extent, but not, I don't think to the same level as Captain America, but
Ironikai.
Up there.
Teach. That looks beautiful, breathtaking.
Oh
my glob.
I do love it. I do like where I'm going with this. I want to see how far I can push this till I fuck it up. Try and see where I can go. It looks pretty realistic, but it still feels kind of cartoony. But I'm trying new stuff. I'm walking on uncharted territory for me. So if this looks really messed up, or in the sense of it looks like it's wrong,
Ironikai. No why face with tears of joy.
I appreciate it. So with that said, guys, give Mock Dub a follow. Thank you, Mock Dub, for making this video of Gangsta. It's a great anime. You guys should go watch it, even though the studio is gone and they're not making anymore. There's no season 2. Sadly, it sucks. I understand. It's a pretty good show.
Is beautiful.
It goes hard. It is what it is. It has some cool fight scenes, cool characters, and that's pretty much what it was. So thank you, Mock Dub. Hope to see your videos again and keep making more content. Love your video, bro, and I'll even give you a subscribe. Look at that. See? I subscribed. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. There, guys. Okay. Now, this is... I'll come back to this last, probably. I want to do more anime stuff. So this is Andrew Roll. I think Roll. And he's doing a video on why manga is outselling or are outselling comics. Well, that's kind of obvious because manga knows who their core audience is, and well, this is not comic books' fault per se, but this is the higher ups' fault, and BlackRock and Vanguard and all of them making all these changes for these heroes to be a certain demographic that doesn't exist, that so-called modern audience. And if you know, you know. If you don't know, well, too bad. So with that said, so he's gonna do a review on that.
We know why. LOL.
You know why. If you know, you know. But anyway, so we're gonna play this and see what this is about. So yeah, I hope they don't go straight to commercial. I'm gonna be so annoyed.
Manga are outselling
good. Let's go.
Comics. And this is why.
And please give them a follow if you like this video. I like to show off smaller guys in reactions who are doing more anime related stuff. I like showing them off to give them the chance they can get seen and stuff like that. So it's like a win-on-win on my half and a win on their half. So if you want to support them and if you like their takes, whether it's a documentary or a recommendation video, please give them a follow. It's really cool if you do that. And their stuff will be in the description at the bottom and linked into the video of this reaction. So look out for that.
Lately, there's been this debate online around the fact that manga have won over comics in sales in the latest years. Starting from the example of One Piece, that has surpassed a few years ago both Batman and Spider-Man in overall sales, with more than 500 million copies sold since its first release in 1997. And now Superman is probably next, with its overall 600 million copies sold in its history. With this video today, I'm gonna try to explain some reasons from a point of view to this phenomenon. And then I'm going to try to give you a few suggestions on how to get into comics if you're not, because in case you're missing out on a lot of incredible stuff. So one very important reason to start off is appeal. But let me explain. Who doesn't love Batman or Iron Man or Spidey in the first place? How can I say that comics have an appeal related issue? The thing is, with how the media, respectively manga and comics, are advertised and marketed to the general public through their animated/directed counterparts. Whereas manga most of the times get adapted into anime with time, and thus people can obsess over them through animated TV series, most of the MCU and the DC Comics movies follow their own continuity. They don't serve as real adaptation of the related comic books, except in a few cases. If you think about the two movies involving Miles Morales, not only they showcase incredible animation techniques, but they also serve as a very respectful and appreciable tribute to the comics that created the Spider-Verse. But apart from that...
Still, up to this day, the Spider-Verse is one of the greatest animated Marvel movies I've ever seen, from the first and second one. Still great, artistically, paced very well. The pacing does not suck, which is really hard to do these days, but the pacing is amazing. Character's amazing. Still love Miles. Miles is amazing. Love Miles.
Generally speaking,
and I love how they betray him and he's not like a Peter clone. Thank God.
Marvel and DC movies tend to be their own thing, which is not necessarily a negative. But since they stand on their own, there's no actual reason for most of the general public to go buy comics to see how the story goes on. Although there would be obviously reasons to read them just to see how the original stories concerning determinate characters were written, or how they're being written now.
But they ruin it with the politics
you see,
they eventually
here's
have.
another problem.
I know you're talking about the flag and then maybe the Black Lives Matter pin on his thing, and then I think they kind of did a like the whole like they did a metaphor where Miles feel like he's not accepted by anyone. I know what that was a little bit metaphor of something else of what they was trying to pull off there, but it's not as hard, heavy hitting or heavy handed as other movies. So even though it's annoying, it's tolerable to a point where you won't either notice it, or if you do, it's just like a flick. It's not like heavy handed like if you're watching the Marvels or some stupidness.
Reading comics is difficult, to say the least. And not because you read from right to left. That's manga's problem. But before I explain why, you could take a moment to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. The wide majority of the people watching my videos are not subscribed, and while it costs you literally nothing, it helps me a lot. I make videos about manga, anime, animation, narrative in general, whatever I feel like honestly. So feel free to check the channel out. By the way, back to the topic. Comics are difficult to get into because of runs, continuity, and reiterations of characters. You might not even understand how to get into a superhero's journeys, because on the issue you might read number 1, but it wouldn't be a very comprehensible beginning, or on the other hand, you might not see a number 1 on the cover, but it would be a perfect starting point. The thing is, when you want to read a manga series, you just start from the first volume. You know that that author has written that story. And that's all.
Yeah, that's what I kind of like about manga compared to comic books, and this might be very un-American, I might be half to say this, but that one makes it easier to read a manga compared to that of a comic book, because a comic book can have different iterations, variations, variants, and stuff that's going on in that particular story, and you don't know where to start at. Unlike a manga, it literally has... It'll tell me, this is the first book, this is the latest book, so you know somewhere in between you have to read this in this particular order, and that's pretty much it. That's the one thing you can at least say that manga has a lot over comic books. And even if they have different iterations of a story of a character, they seem to be consistent within that universe most cases, or at least try to be as consistent as possible with the previous work.
You want to read Jujutsu Kaisen? Good. Start from number 1 and then keep on going. You want to start with the anime?
Yes.
Good for you. Then you can pick up the manga at the point the anime is not adapted yet. Pretty simple and clean. There are obviously a few exceptions in which a manga saga is split into more series, like for example GTO or JoJo. But still nothing a good old page and fandom can solve. On the other hand, think about it like that. Spider-Man was created by Stan Lee in 1962. Do you think that it's the same story that's been running in the comics since then? Well, if Stan Lee was Eiichiro Oda, presumably yes, but the answer is no. Also because at the same time he was busy, alongside Steve Ditko and Jack Kirby, creating the majority of the other heroes you know, like the X-Men, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, even Silver Surfer, one of my personal favorites. So what happens instead in comics is that after a hero is created by an author, and that works like that both for Marvel and DC, more runs follow one another, coordinated by different authors and artists. And from time to time, because of important events that happen in its continuity, or simply because the creative direction decided so, the words reset, and a new starting point is created for fans to read. Imagine superheroes like blank canvas. Each one has some traits that are commonly acknowledged, and sometimes even those can be subverted. But every author and every artist that works on a specific run with their ideas and stories create their personal interpretation of the character, the struggles he goes through, and so on. And there can also be multiple versions of the same hero running at the same time.
I get too realistic for my art, but seeing you do this makes me want to do it just to spite you face with tears of joy.
I love Erin. She always keeping me on my toes. Even when she's not drawing, she keeps me on my toes. She's like, damn, even though I don't want realistic, I want to do it too, just to spite you. I love Erin. She always knows exactly what to say to keep me on my toes. Shit. Sometimes, like, you know, sometimes Erin gives me like a Toph. Like, she reminds me of Toph sometimes.
Face with tears of joy.
She reminds me of Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender, referring to like Angus Twinkle Toes, because she's always keeping him on his feet. Jesus.
Like Spider-Man and Ultimate Spider-Man, or Batman and Detective Comics, sometimes somehow tied and sometimes completely on their own. And yeah, what I just told you might seem complex and confusing, but the problems don't stop here.
I can see that happening. I can see you're a fast learner. One of my best students. One of my most annoying when she wants to prove something to me.
Because the difference between the two media is also a matter of accessibility. Along with the fact that in the last 20 plus years manga have been subject to a lot of piracy, if you want to read anything published by Shueisha in a legit way, the Manga Plus app is there for you. Free and very easy to use, up to date with the new weekly or monthly releases.
Well, you
face
haven't been...
with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, I'ma come for you.
Well, Flit, you haven't been here long enough for me to make a nice valuation on that yet, so I can't say yet.
You can't read the majority of the chapters in a limited number of times, but that's pretty obvious if you ask me. On the other end, the only app that exists for comic books is Marvel Unlimited, and it takes a monthly subscription to use it. And at the same time, comics are pretty expensive in general, especially because of format, colored pages, type of paper. That's not to say that manga are cheap, but to put it in perspective, $10 for 200 pages versus $10 for 60 pages. Yeah, it's just like that. But regardless of prices, difficulty to get into the medium, or any other reason that could prevent you from reading comics, I can assure you that you're missing out on a lot. So my suggestion to get into comics would simply be read. There are a lot of stories or runs related to some superheroes that have become classics with time. Just search for that specific hero online and you'll find out. And some volumes are self-contained, so they can be a perfect starting point. For example, a good one for Batman would be Miller's Year 1, or The Long Halloween by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale. For Superman, you could go with All-Star Superman, one of the biggest classics in Superman's production, or maybe with John Byrne's run. A good starting point for Spider-Man could be Coming Home by Straczynski, which is a volume that starts his run, with very iconic chapters and stories, or maybe Stan Lee's original one. One very cool and appreciated one is Michelini's one, in which Venom is introduced and incredible stories like Kraven's Last Town take place. About recent runs, I highly recommend Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil, and Ali Wing's Immortal Hulk. And if you want something really fresh and highly recommended that's ongoing precisely now with only a few issues to catch up with, check the Ultimate Project created by Hickman. Anyway, if you want to read the current regular series of a specific character, ask on subreddit suggestions and there will be plenty of fans glad to help you. And if you don't understand everything the first time you pick up an issue, don't bother too much and just try to understand if you're enjoying what you're reading overall. Comics can be complex to get into, but have much more to offer than you could think. Amazing characters, heartfelt stories, and an incredibly vast subculture to explore. I hope this video of mine was at the very least a good incentive to give comics a go, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions left about the topic, or if you want to share your experience or taste in comic books, the comments are here for that. And with that, the video is over. See you soon, guys.
Good video! I like this video,
Flynn
it's pretty
Bassett.
good.
To be honest, I don't trust most stuff on Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit's kind of a weird place. It's not the best place to trust, I guess. But there we go, let's go. So like that was a good video for Andrew Roll. I'm saying that right. Thank you, Andrew, for doing that. He has 621 subscribers. If you guys want to give him a subscribe, please, I'll give him a subscribe. Just to give him that uppity up. Give you my support on that, Andrew. So thank you for that awesome video, and I hope to see more videos from you, just like the others that I showcase for my reactions. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, comment, follow Andrew if possible, link in the description, and also who will be tagged in this video. So hopefully if he sees this, good job, Andrew. You're doing an awesome job, bro. Alright, let's go. Okay, let's X this out. So this one is from Terrible Wanderer. Strange. It's 8.26 thousand subscribers. So Terrible Wanderer says in his video, this is another recommendation video, it's only 10 minutes long. It says, the most ridiculous martial arts manga ever made. So let's go! What's this about? Is that the Rock Lee stance? Is that the Rock Lee stance, bro? I'm dead serious. That's Oi Rock. Wait, didn't the dude from Windbreaker with the eye patch do the same thing? What the hell?
I've read a lot of martial arts manga, and this is by far one of the most ridiculous ones I've ever read. And I'm saying that in the nicest way possible, because I've caught up on this manga in about 3 days. Will it stand on top with the greatest martial arts manga? Probably not. But is it a fun and really creative read for a couple weeks? Yeah, I think it is. Tsuyoshi is about one individual who is the definition of absolute strength. He's unrivaled. Nobody can match him. His strength is something that has captured the attention of countries.
Flynn
They
Bassett.
notice his strength and see it as a
Not
threat.
surprised that YouTube
They know that if
won't
they can
lead say
convince him
Andrew
to join their
Tattoo.
army, then their country will be able to take over the world. So,
Not surprised that YouTube won't say Andrew Tattoo.
they send their strongest fighters, and every single time they are defeated. This man, this warrior, is Tsuyoshi, a gas station cashier. No, seriously. Don't believe me? Just look at this.
Flynn Bassett's Tate.
The one thing about this manga is that it's oddly interesting, and I'm not bashing it, but I'm also not praising it, because it has such a fever dream appeal. I don't think that even makes sense, but hear me out. Tsuyoshi has moments where it's very serious and takes itself seriously, and then it's able to rip that effect and emotions with some stupid funny moment that is kind of funny, but ultimately not really that funny. I haven't said this yet, but this isn't really a recommendation video. I honestly don't know what to call it, but there are things I like about the series and things I don't. This video will have a bit of spoilers, so keep that in mind in case you want to read it. And I think you should read it because you shouldn't let my words or opinions influence yours. Okay, let's start with the...
not gonna lie, I can see myself not reading this, so it's not too much of a loss on my behalf. But if you guys want to see this, please jump out of here. That even goes for you, Bri. The only reason why I won't stop it for you, my bro, is because we need content. So I don't see myself reading this. If you see yourself reading this, you can jump out of here, Bri, for 10 to 20 minutes, and then I'll say 15 minutes, and do that. But if you want to stay here, bro, awesome.
We'll dive into the story a bit more. Tsuyoshi is eventually hunted by China and Russia, and he is being recruited by China and Russia. Yeah, Putin wants him, and Xi Jinping too. It reminds me of when I was reading Baki and Obama came out of nowhere, and then we saw Trump, and then Hillary, and even Biden. And Putin doesn't even have like just a small little glimpse. He's has his own panels where he's doing judo and jiu-jitsu. And that had me thinking, does he actually do judo and jiu-jitsu?
I think so. Yes, he does. He
Guard
does.
dog of the chat stays.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, Rise is guard dog. Let's go. Yeah.
Flynn Vassence. You won't see me reading much unless it is a requirement to understand the video.
I gotcha. But yeah, he does do judo. Believe it or not, the Putin does do judo.
And that had me thinking, does he actually do judo and jiu-jitsu? So I looked it up. He's a black belt in judo and does sambo and even karate,
LOL.
which is kind of scary, but let's not get into that. We have Tsuyoshi, who is incredibly strong, but all he wants to do is be a painter and get into an art university. He also wants a girlfriend, but that doesn't really work out. And he enjoys Vermeer's paintings, like me. Tsuyoshi is a very nonchalant main character, and he's honestly pushed to the side, and the side characters get more development than him, which isn't a bad thing, but really strange when in this manga we really just want to see him fight and go all out. I know I keep saying Baki and comparing it to Baki, but this is basically if Yujiro was an introvert who hated fighting and just wanted to be a painter. What do you think the government would do? They would try to recruit him and use him for their own benefits to commit several war crimes. But the one thing I can enjoy about this series is Tsuyoshi. He isn't as 2D as I initially thought. It sucks having to deal with guys who stalk people and start speaking illogical things. Not only is he powerful, but his feelings are valid. He doesn't understand why people like violence and why he has to deal with it. And he absolutely hates how people can give up everything for power. Here's an example. I trained so much that my balls disappeared.
What?
This is how I used to dress 6 months ago.
What?
And this is me.
What?
A Stitch Fix style.
Don't you think that's stupid? I honestly don't understand. What's the point of sacrificing that much?
I know someone
That
else
is a
that
stupid
wanted
question.
to be a painter
Everyone
and
knows
failed,
that.
but I can't say his name here.
Aw.
To gain something, you must sacrifice something.
Ryagasam. LMAO what?
People who sacrifice something so
Bro
important
said he trained so hard his balls are gone.
so easily are the type of people I hate the most. After reading this chapter, I had a lot on my mind. I really love it when mangas make me ask questions and bring up things I've never really thought about. So I asked myself one question. Why do talented individuals dislike what they are great at? I've never been particularly great at anything. Much of what I was good at was due to the amount of time and work I put into it.
I think the reason why I think the reason why a lot of people who are talented tends to dislike their work is because it came easy to them. So they don't appreciate it as much as they should. Maybe that's what it is. I could be wrong. But that's just probably what it is. It just came way too easy to them. So they don't see it as a big deal. I don't know. I think that's what it kind of feels like to me, but I could be wrong.
Perspective was refreshing. At first, I believed it stemmed from the lack of stress and pressure that comes with doing something you enjoy. Let's say getting better at the guitar. You have a concert coming up or you're trying to join a band. When you're talented, you don't really have that motivation or that drive pushing you to get better. You're already good and you'll probably end up joining the team or doing good at the concert anyways. Tsuyoshi just doesn't understand. But pretty early into the story, we see Tsuyoshi get angry with Hoshizaki. Tsuyoshi's friends invite him to the studio and we all come to find out that he's gifted in art. All he ever did was sketch and he even got into a university. Yeah, an art school. The same place that Tsuyoshi desperately wants to get into. Are you trying to get into art school? I'm trying, yeah, so what? It must be great to be able to attend art school, huh? Is he angry with me? Now, if only he could convert this thinking and emotions into martial arts. At first glance, whenever you read this manga, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you get further into the story, you see and understand his feelings. It's not his fault, it's the circumstances that were given to him. All he wants is to be a painter. It's a different perspective from, let's say, you, or Konichi, or Oma. They all like to fight and like to get stronger to protect others and themselves. Speaking of Oma, he's in the manga. Well, he's not as cool or important in this manga, but it's always nice to see a crossover now and then. And I know I keep bringing up Baki, but this manga has an underground arena where countries hold tournaments to see who has the strongest. It has hidden details and events that just remind you so much of other mangas, but it has its own take on it, which is something I can respect. It's pretty refreshing, but it's still a love and hate relationship with this manga. It's like, how can you hype up all these characters and then immediately throw them away in the next panel? There's literally a guy called the reincarnation of Li Shi-wen. And he's immediately beaten multiple times. And Li Shi-wen is awesome. Shout out to all my Kenji fans. I plan on making a big video on that manga.
I doubt I can say his name.
And then you have this guy, Lao Lan, who is a master of Tai Chi. Oh wait, maybe I should talk about this in the martial arts. This manga does explain moves and martial arts, but honestly doesn't really give them credit or any accurate description, and sometimes clowns on them a bit. Of course they are over-exaggerated and over the top, but it still clowns on them. So if you don't like that, then don't read this manga, but if you like comedy and gag moments and characters, then go ahead. That's probably where my appeal to this manga goes away. Like I was saying previously, Tsuyoshi uses Tai Chi, which is a Chinese martial arts that is super old and is now used for mobility and health. Tsuyoshi fights Lao Lan, who is also a master of Tai Chi. And they're pretty even, and Lao Lan admits defeat because he notices something about Tsuyoshi that makes him stronger. That's understandable. But then later on, Lao Lan... Hold on. That's enough spoilers. To put it simply, this is a Russian propaganda manga that liked China in the beginning, but then forgot about them. The beginning of the story is all about Tai Chi and Chinese martial arts. Then the Russians show up, and then it's all about Russian martial arts. At first, I genuinely thought they would use Krav Maga, but it was something I was unfamiliar with, which was Systema. So I did a bit of research and found out that Systema is designed to create, build, and strengthen your body, your psyche, your family, and your country.
Ask your healthcare provider about it.
Sounds very on brand.
Thank you.
Sounds very Russian on brand. Not gonna lie, the way that was explained.
Big time. The thing.
Invascence.
What does that even mean?
Try someone that was
I have
alive
no
in the
idea.
early 1900s.
Oh wait, hold on. They explain it in the manga. Systema is a Russian martial arts that emphasizes breathing techniques and practical combat. They also mention that Systema makes effective strikes appear ineffective and makes ineffective strikes appear effective. Right? Sounds truthful. Then they also mention that Systema is used for manipulation and tricking people's emotions. Right? So far everyone's with me, right? Okay. So is touching or grazing his private areas a technique in Systema? Because it says it is. And I don't want to be hunted down by the Russian government, so if you know anything, please let me know. That's just one example of one of the martial arts mentioned. We learn different martial arts, mainly their names and some techniques.
I know, man.
Which is nice and cool,
Just
but
messing
these
with
techniques aren't really something you can do in your own room. So if you don't like that, then I advise you not to read this manga. It's like the manga tried to do that and gave up on it. As a fan of martial arts and someone who tries things in manga, it's a bit disappointing, but I won't lie and say that the other side of me didn't enjoy this manga. I know, this is basically throwing all the negative comments and opinions I made out the window. But this manga never said it was an in-depth and detailed martial arts manga. When you go on Mao, all it says is action and comedy. So I don't know what I was really expecting. It's like if I go to any samurai manga and expect Vagabond. So that's my fault. The fights are cool and fun, the story is very comedic and has a lot of gags and funny moments. The characters are likable and take up most of the screen time, which I don't mind. I've always liked the annoying characters who get better as the time goes on trope. But that's just me. This manga does it pretty well. Even though Tsuyoshi is the main character, he's treated more like Yujiro. Whenever he shows up, you know something is gonna happen or someone's gonna die. I apologize if I keep comparing, but that's really all I can do. It's the best way I can use to describe what I feel when reading this manga. It's like when we see Baki and Pickle fighting, and then we get a panel of Yujiro just drinking whiskey. But instead of Yujiro, it's Tsuyoshi drinking tea with manners and etiquette. And I know that I'm all over the place, and so is this manga. It's honestly just a fun read that doesn't take itself seriously, and you shouldn't take this video seriously. Thanks for watching, and thanks for all the love and support. I'm just trying to improve and get better, and hopefully all of you guys are doing the same.
Eventually will.
I actually really like this manga.
Okay, so wait, hold on. That was pretty much Terrible Wanderer. So give him a like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, and all that great stuff. Also to myself, I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I hope you guys learned something today. So that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Okay, here's another one, but this one's the art one. We have so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 10 left, and then we'll be pretty much done. I was gonna do Zero Zenless Zone, but I don't think we're have time for that shit. So I'm gonna knock all these out, and then we'll do that tomorrow.
Aesthetics of the Capcom fighting games. However, the key element.
So this is Game Arts. I think. I guess Games Arts is a type of person who does analyzing of other
Flynn Vassens.
Artists.
Hex, you never know whether or not the person is fully sarcastic or not based on a message someone else types. You can make a good guess, never 100% sure.
Yeah, that's why I never bother being sarcastic on text, because people tend to take it the wrong way, or they can't really tell the difference. But anyways, the point is like here it says, Game Arts and art style beyond technique. Bengus, the legendary Capcom artist, breakdown and analyst. So I guess this is a YouTube channel that focuses on art styles in the gaming industry. So like gaming art, who are like artists who are very prolific in the industry, who have a particular art or a particular art style that's very noticeable in the industry that you can notice, depending if you care about that type of stuff. But I know most people like anime and art when they watch my channel, so this word would probably fix, or at least give that fix to anyone who likes this type of stuff. So if you like art, game arts, and want to follow them, give them a follow if you like this video and all that great stuff. So let's go. And this came out 4 days ago, so this is quite recent. Let's go.
Bengus is one of the most well-known fighting game artists with a ton of iconic Street Fighter illustrations. There is no doubt that Bengus is responsible for many of the visual aesthetics of the Capcom fighting games. However, the key element that makes him stand out among his peers is that his art style goes far beyond technique alone. When we break down and analyze Bengus' illustrations, it is clear that he doesn't have one particular art style. The thing is, he can switch between them all. Over the years, he went from traditional to embracing digital art, evolving his works into the more modern anime styles. Note that the overall art direction of each game is quite specific, where he and his peers all have to adhere to. Nonetheless, there are some tropes that do reoccur, but it's more gesture and intent based than technique alone. But I have to admit, it's a blast to analyze. Before we dive into that rabbit hole, it's important to mention that Capcom had an internal art guide since the 90s. This guide contains specific design rules that their new internal artists had to follow when depicting characters. For those interested, this Street Fighter character design art book includes some pages from this guide. It describes concepts such as the need for in-game sprites to have visual cues that are clear enough for players to react to in split-second decisions. This means that the art often features exaggerated muscles, hands, feet and limbs in all fighters. Also, certain characters have specific personality restrictions to keep them in check with the overall narrative. Other side characters like Zangief and Bengus' favorite character, Sakura, are a bit more easygoing. When we purely focus on his art style, it all depends on the game project he's working on. Simply put, Bengus is involved with most of them in one way or another, And on first glance, he doesn't seem to have a single style that sticks around like almost all other artists do.
Ooh, this is
That's
a
the one thing I
tough
love about
choice.
Capcom artistry. It's always so interesting to see how they draw the characters in such a specific way. Especially when they take dynamic poses. It's always such a great thing to look at.
Hexelnove 7D9.
Yet you want to draw.
The SF big hands and feet.
Yep. Oops, sorry about that, guys. It was on mute. My bad.
Simply put, Bengus is involved with most of them in one way or another. And on first glance, he doesn't seem to have a single style that sticks around like almost all other artists do. To quote him, "If I don't quite grasp something, I won't hesitate to look it up. But I tend to not look at reference images while I draw." For sure, Bengus is the one who set the tone for many fighting games. However, Capcom seldom discloses which in-house artist is exactly responsible for the main art style. For example, Bengus started with the Alpha series with Ikono and Daicho.
Actually,
But Edion
out of
joined
curiosity,
Alpha
Artex, what made
That's
you
it,
want
I
to
think-
start drawing art? Not teaching, but drawing in general.
My dad. My dad can draw, so I always found that very inspiring that he can draw. He used to draw me everything from anime and everything. Because he'll do it usually just because he was bored or he was really good. At first he wanted to be, what was it, a fashion designer?
You want to design clothes.
He wanted to illustrate clothing, but he never got the job. So he became a carpenter instead.
That's such a breakneck.
I know, right? But the point is that he was really good at it, and he would draw me stuff. I remember when we moved to Long Island way back in New York, he painted me
Oh yeah.
a giant picture of the Red Ranger in my room back in Long Island.
Like a giant Red Ranger on the wall.
It was a giant Red Ranger on my wall. He painted it himself just for me when I was like 4 or 5 at the time. So it was really cool. So it was those little things that he did that inspired me to draw. But I was drawing since I was 6, and I didn't stop. I've been drawing ever since I was 6. I didn't do things professionally till like 2017. And when I say professionally, I mean like commission-wise. But yeah, that's pretty much what that was. And then I've been drawing ever since. I've been drawing all my life traditionally, just with a piece of paper and pencil. But I only started doing digital back in 2016, 2017. It was easy for me to do commissions because I could already draw
Flynn
technically
Vassence.
just on paper.
I mean, he still got to draw as a carpenter too.
I guess so. You can say that with measurements and stuff, but
yeah,
you
but
know,
still kind of breakneck. From
it's something that he did. I need to have your dad draw for stream. That would be interesting to see him draw. And I remember he did a drawing of.
Just like Cooper for
He
the
drew
t-shirt.
he drew Sly Cooper for my cousin. So my cousin asked him, "Can you draw Sly Cooper on my shirt?" And he drew a whole drawing. He did a whole painting of Sly Cooper from the video game
He did
onto
a
the
marker.
shirt.
No, that was
Oh, I thought he painted it.
No, he did a marker.
They did it in marker, so that was amazing.
Remember?
On one try.
No, that's permanent marker. So
I know, the one try. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think Bengus' Street Fighter Alpha works are from another world. I just love the shonen anime style with a ton of energy. The Alpha series had to stand out from its
Also, anime was really cool anyway when I was growing up because of Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho, Inuyasha, Rurouni Kenshin, Gundam. You can probably think of it all. All the Gundam shows from Gundam Wing, G Gundam, all of them. You can probably think of it. Every Adult Swim show, Fully Cooley, Cowboy Bebop, Outlaw Star, you know. All of them. So, like, and I didn't know what anime was. I didn't know there was a category. I just referred to it as a cartoon as a kid when growing up. I thought, oh, that was pretty much the same. Like, I knew that was different, but I didn't know how to categorize them, so I just said, call them cartoons. As I think most kids did. I don't think most kids knew what the term anime was till, like, later on when anime became more apparent into the lives of people. Especially, I think, around when YouTube really started taking hit in 06, or at least I think anime really started taking off in 04 and then really started blowing up on 06 when YouTube and people was posting like YouTube
Flynn
videos and
Vassence.
stuff.
You got all the good stuff. Animations.
Yeah, all of them. I loved every last second of watching anime. I knew something
Ryaga
about them were
Samurai.
different.
I didn't know until middle school.
Yeah, I didn't know till like late in my middle school years. A little before. I think I was in 5th grade, 4th or 5th grade, between either 4th or 6th grade. I learned the term anime, and I think the only time I learned that is when my aunt just got her. This is why I think learned the term when my aunt was the first person to get a TiVo, like the thing that lets you record, and that was the thing back in the day. Recording shows was like a thing. It was like revolutionary. It was before Netflix and all that stuff. So I remember she had a section in the box where if you put I think if you go to like 03, or like that was the code number, it'll let you watch movies and watch things on demand, but some of them was pay-per-view. And there was a particular part in that pay-per-view section where there was free stuff. And it was funny because that's how I came to learn about Air Gear. Air Gear was one of the free anime shows. It was category, it says anime. I didn't know how they even pronounced it when I first saw it. But when I clicked on it, the only reason how I knew about it because it had Iki on it. And what's her name? The girl who likes him, Rico. I think it was Rico. I think it was Rico and Rico. I think it was Rico and Iki from Air Gear. And I saw them both on the cover, and I was like, "Oh snap, anime!" Or not anime, but like I know this art style. I recognize it. So when I clicked it, I was open to the world of Air Gear, and then it had like up to 5 episodes. Ringo. I don't know why it's like Ringo. I know it started with R. It was Ringo and Iki on it, and then I was like, oh, they had the first 5 episodes, and then when or 3, I think it was 3, and not even 5. When I saw the first 5 to 3 episodes, I was hooked onto the show because I really liked the idea of like the skateboarding, right? I mean, skateboarding, the rollerblading, and how you can just do cool tricks in the air and all that stuff, right? Because remember, anime tends to exaggerate things when it doesn't have to.
I never knew about anime until maybe middle school, and that was debatable because I thought they were called animations for the longest time.
Yeah, I just returned to animations or like cartoons, if anything. But that's how I actually learned the term, so I knew where to find it. So that's a little bit around when YouTube started really blowing up around that time. And then when I couldn't get any more episodes, I went on YouTube, and then that's where I started realizing most of the show was on YouTube. But the only caveat to that is that I had to watch it in sections. So like in YouTube in 06, you will watch a YouTube video, especially if it was a cartoon at the time before anything called copyright was a problem. They'll cut it in pieces because I think in YouTube you couldn't send a certain amount of videos. It had to be a certain length of videos if I remember right. I don't think the video could be more than 30 minutes long. So what the people did, they'll cut the pieces, or the video might be 15 to 30 minutes long.
The first thing Teach heard when he hit that button was break the chain, no pain.
Yep, once I heard the song, I was hooked. I think it was not only just the art style alone, but it was the song opening. It just blew me away. The song was amazing. It was one of the most favorite songs ever, and this was around the time where Eureka 7 and I think Code Geass was just around the corner. I think Code Geass came out like 2 years later after Eureka 7. I think in 08 or 09. I think it was 08. But yeah, it was an amazing time, So it was those type of things that got me into it. Hey, hello guys. Sorry about that. I'm not ignoring. I was just answering a question. So with that said, I hope that was easy to understand.
Its competitors, and that's why style was one of the keywords during development. These sprites were used so many times in spin-off games as well. And Bangage was asked to make the promotional works for them, because his art translates so well into the in-game graphics. With that said, what are the recurring elements in his art style? Well, I'll be frank. On the technical side, he switches so much that there's not a lot he reuses to account for all characters. Thus, take the following with a grain of salt, but he draws the eyes in a square-like shape, with open endings to the sides. Also, he tends to be very specific on how to draw the protagonist versus the more antagonist characters. With how to draw the protagonist versus the more antagonist characters.
Ryaga Samurai. Teach you're muted.
Oh crap! I see what he's doing. So like basically what I was saying. Thank you, Rai. So like what he's doing is using shape language in the sense of making the villains more sharper looking, much more masculine looking, and a lot more intimidating compared to the main characters. The main characters, central characters, are gonna be much more softer looking, just to contrast them between them. So even if you have a character that has soft features and still like masculine, you can see the contrast between him and the villain that's next to him. That's just as much.
With sometimes even pure white eyes of rage, mystique and authority, which is a trope we actually see in a lot of Western art. For the rest, his facial features totally depends on the game. He tends to be a fan of defined noses, with his more recent styles showing stronger jawlines compared to what he did in the past. Sounds a bit fake? I agree. Here's the kicker though. In truth, his style is more character dependent than anything else. What do I mean by this? How he draws the details of Ryu in different styles are generally the same.
Flynn
Discounts for all his characters.
TBH,
To me,
my parents wouldn't let me watch most cartoons or animated shows because they thought they were brain rot content. Like SpongeBob and Teen Titans Go.
Well,
Which I kinda actually agree with them now.
Yeah, to a certain extent, it is, if you really think about it. But if you have enough head on your shoulders and common sense, you can distinguish the two. But when someone doesn't have a mediator that can tell him what's right and wrong, or look between the lines and don't take what you see so seriously to the point that you have to like project it into life all the time, you're gonna have a hard time. So if you just take it for what it is and just call it as a show, you should be fine. But if you take it seriously, like when people watch a show and they have to identify with the show so much to the point that if you criticize that show, they get upset and they have to take it so personal. You know what I'm saying? That's where maybe you're not the best person to be watching this, because you can't, distinguish yourself from that character on a show that doesn't even exist. So
this is extremely cool. Ryu and Ken have the same.
And there's some influences that may drip into that, especially if you're like religious. You can see between the walls and certain things that they're trying to program or indoctrinate your kids. You can probably have a problem with that too. So that might be a factor in that too.
Thick eyebrows with sharp edges, no matter the aesthetic of the style. Akuma's nose and facial proportions are always broad.
Just stocked up on a ton of Paleo Valley beef sticks. If you are a fan, this
Flynn
is
Vassens. Trust me. My head is screwed on pretty hard. You'd have a pretty hard time unscrewing it.
I hear you.
The expressive chin and lips of Sagat and the funny expression of Zangief are always present. From here we can dissect way more into his art style. Bengis really wants to show the visual cues and character personality through his art, no matter the technical style of it. It's no wonder that the art director asked him to do a lot of story ending screens and panels. His gestures are spot on. Some are very telling, others are a bit weird, but with one picture alone we have a good gist of what's going on. At least, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
In case of anatomy, Bengis' character ratios are pretty normal for fighting games. However, he tends to add a tuft of steroids to the mix. Like I said before, his art is a perfect translation to the in-game graphics, using more roundish curves, and generally goes for clean and polished line art in his final concept works. Like most pros, his rough line art is quite sketchy, and I think it looks really nice overall. Some of his art clearly show how he likes to emphasize the entire gesture of a character. Indeed, that's what I think is the key definition of his style. He captures the essence of characters through expression and body language. And no, he doesn't do it exactly like Kina Nishimura either, who on herself is a visual storyteller on a different level. Bengis does it with contrasting silhouettes, and I think it's something we all can learn from. Ryu and Ken are the best duo to explain this. We all know they are rivals, yet best friends. and they show this in their visual appearance. That's just character design, similar yet different. However, Bengus emphasizes their differences in each game he works on. Ryu is the lone warrior who seeks strength through discipline and hard work. Ken is the outgoing, affluent fighter who draws his strength from his loved ones. Bengus deliberately contrasts their body language in each installment, showcasing different personalities and gestures that align with their expected traits, all the while keeping the shoulder widths in place.
Flynn
And there's
Vassins.
many of these type examples as
Hell,
well.
I see
He lost the
hypocritical
rivalry and
OT-bigoted
friendship
things that
aspect
others
of this
don't even
duo.
realize that they are saying.
It's not just Ryu and Ken either.
Usually when you lack self-awareness, they say things. It's usually people who claim they're not racist or don't think they're self or racist is usually the racist. They tend to lack self-awareness nine times out of 10.
Bengus
And conscientiousness.
explores the dynamics of all characters' relationships, especially those with strong connections. It's another level of art that makes us more relatable to the character's mindset. It doesn't matter which character we look at, and we all can probably get a good gist of who they are and what they stand for. In this case, I'm also talking about the way he does expressions. All fighting game artists have their own take on the characters. This means, despite that they all adhere to similar personality rules, it's their job that we as observer connect to these characters on a similar level. But do all pros emphasize gesture? Not really. Just for fun, this is how an RPG character designer, Tetsu Nomura, draws the Final Fantasy Dissidia fighting game characters. Cool, anime styled and whatnot. Their gestures all look similar and plain.
Yeah, that's the thing I always push so much. Gesture is key. If you want your character to look cool, you must practice on that gesture, because you'll give them more life even if they're not doing much. And if you want to make them look like they're doing a lot without doing much, change the camera angle. Don't just draw them from a far distance. Draw them from a up or down positioning. So have your camera angle look down on the character so they look more dynamic. Even if they're just standing, you can make them look awesome. Especially on a tilt, because it gives it more interesting looks. If you just draw them like that, then they just kind of look stiff and boring, even if you detailed them. And that kind of kills the fun, because when I draw something like this, if I were to draw something like this, I'll be annoyed, because it looks too basic for something so detailed.
Flynn Vassins. Something funny I realized is that, based on the definition of bigot, everyone is one because we have beliefs.
Yeah, true.
Stiff even.
It's just what was considered acceptable at the time.
Comment, I'm not shitting on Nomura at all. Just showing the difference in intent and efforts. I mean, it could be way worse.
People ask me all the time, Chris, if you could only take one supplement for the rest of your life, which one would it be? The answer is easy.
After reading a couple of transcripts, it's clear that Bengus is a very shy person. He actually noted that he finds it nerve-wracking to do interviews at all. He did share some interesting stuff though. To quote him, "Up until junior high school, copying anime and manga pictures was practically all I did. But once I hit high school, I didn't really draw much at all. I read that he mainly copied Matsumoto and Akira Toriyama's illustrations back in the day. And he said he likes the artists Go Nagai and Sakura Momoko." A quote from his peer in a Capcom team interview. He was at a point when he wasn't even familiar with paints, let alone liquid text. On the contrary, it might be better for one to come in without any prior knowledge. When speaking of art tools, Bengus didn't tell much about it. Most of what I could find in his personal comments is that he used Copic markers, liquid text, and acrylic gouache. But he did note that he used to do his art traditional, but he was way more interested in digital art. Overall, I think that when Bengus sees an art style, He absorbs it like a sponge. And he takes whatever art detail he finds interesting or key and creates something new entirely. He mentioned that he is a perfectionist. He wants to make art without feeling the need to improve it further. Actually, some of his specific art comments are his regrets of not changing certain expressions. While in contrast, Kina Nishimura regrets the technical side of her works. In my eyes, I think Bengus is testing specific effects and style concepts he sees in other artists while doing promotional art. And I might miss the mark on this, but I just noticed that so many of his art contain elements he didn't use somewhere else. One thing that struck me is that most of his group pictures tends to vibe more towards movie-style posters.
Yeah, something like Star Wars.
However, when he was asked...
It looks like Star Wars or... Oh, look at that, they have lightsabers, I'm right. It looks like Star Wars or something from Marvel. I'll say Star Wars.
Which particular aspect of his job was the toughest? He said, "Nothing in particular, but actually drawing the pictures is the most enjoyable part for me." To me, it confirms once again that those who love the process more than the reward have found the unbeatable Ikigai formula of life. I'm light novel author GP Films, and if you want some serious art style inspiration, just check out Bengus. He has it all. His last quote is particularly inspiring. "We each have our own reasons to pursue art."
Makes sense?
I get paid.
Alright, so with that said, that was Game Arts. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This was really cool. He gave a lot of information and inspiration and a lot of analytical eyeing on what we was looking at based on what's his name again? Is taking artists on who? What's his name? I did not books for contain Kinyu Nishimura. Kinyu Ishimura. I think that's the right one. On his art style. This dude is duck lipping at me. I'm not liking it not liking
Flynn
this.
Vassens.
Not liking this.
I don't get payment to make art loudly crying face.
So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Give them a follow to Game Arts and all that great stuff. And yeah, let's go. Okay, we're almost there. So this is from Domo Senpai. He's at 7.48 thousand subscribers. He does a great job at what he does. He gave some gacha kuda or gacha yakuta, depending on who you're saying it. I think he refers to as gacha yakuta. I said gacha kuda. There's some new news. He's talking about the Anime Expo and pretty much the anime in general. We did do a video on it before, but I like his videos, so I wanted to do a reaction to his stuff. I'm surprised I didn't subscribe
Flynn Vassens.
So
Senpai.
Yeah. Domo Senpai. So with that said, let's go.
Good night, y'all. It's your boy Domo Senpai. Y'all know me. I cover a plethora of things, namely gacha yakuta and stuff of the like, right? But we got a lot of news over the span of the weekend. It was Anime Expo 2024. We've seen a lot of coverage of a lot of things. I'm gonna be making videos over all of that, right? I'm gonna go over all of it, but due to the 4th being a few days ago, it was almost impossible for me to record this video. And on top of that, we had some issues going on with our audio for the festivities that popped off on the 4th. Now, there was a Studio Bones X Kodansha panel that was going on. We all knew it was gacha yakuta, right? Everybody who was in the know, we knew. And unfortunately, they did not show the panel. Dude, we had an amazing time in my stream at twitch.tv/Domo Senpai TV. If you guys know, you know, we was clowning. It was an amazing event. I really wish I had the audio for that stream, but for some reason, it was turned off in my settings,
Flynn
even though
Vassens.
I've never turned off
Diamo
my mic
Senpai.
in the OBS settings, by the way. Just kind of want to throw that out there. Like, for some reason, it wasn't on stream. Really weird. Anyway, I digress. But shout out to Temple of Geek and Manga Updates, I believe. That's who I also bookmarked for this entire situation. Since phones weren't allowed allowed to be out, and since it wasn't streamed and it was like a very, very tight-knit production, we got people who was like giving us live updates. So one of the bookmark tweets that I have that I kind of want to go over first is from the Gachiakata PR page in general. I just want to let you guys know that the event attracted about 800 visitors.
What?
800 people.
What? Only 800? That's low. Kind of expect a lot more than that.
I just want you guys to soak in that real quick. And by the way, I also want to show these photo op booth, the Kodansha booth. That was pretty much a Gachiakata booth, which was so sick. I really wish I was there. They were giving away tiles at this same place. Oh, and by the way, I want to show this as well. Look at this pic. Look at this pic. This was everyone that was at the panel. This was so amazing. This was so amazing.
Is that Joey? Bro, is that Joey? At the bottom, second to the right corner. Where's the left? Oh, my right. But anyway, is that Joey? I think that's Joey. He was there, I think, at Anime Expo. I won't be surprised, but I think that's Joey.
Amazing to me. Look at all the love that Gachiakata
man.
was getting. And on top of that, I want to give you guys this short message from Naoki Amano, who is the producer from Bones, and Megumu Tsuchiya, who is the editor for Kodansha. Just kind of want to, I want you guys to see
Yeah,
this.
I think that was Joey. Look, I'll go back a little bit. I think that's him right there. You see him right next to that female right there? He's always wearing an Attack on Titan shirt. I think it's a shirt. You see him? He's the far bottom on the second on the right. I think that's him. Looks like him. Could be him. Looks like him.
Everyone that was at the panel. This was so amazing. This was so amazing to me. Look at all the love that Gachiakata was getting. And on top of that, I want to give you guys this short message from Naoki Amano, who is the producer from Bones, and Megumu Tsuchiya, who is the editor for Kodansha. Just kind of want to, I want you guys to see this, because this
I know
is
you
really
don't like
important
political
to me,
things
and
being
just,
mentioned,
you know how much everybody
but I have
loves
recently
Gachiakata.
seen a thing that the Secret Service knew the assassin was there for 3 minutes, but were told not to shoot them.
That is crazy. But yeah, let's stay away from that for right now, because let's keep this about the anime thing, because trying to stay off YouTube's radar.
Hello, anime corner. Please enjoy Gachiakata anime.
We also had a live tweet from Keirana, you know, thanks to all who stopped by the Gachiakata panel and to the staff. Anyways, let's get back to the main topic at hand. We had the live tweets from Temple of Geek, and apparently it's Kodansha, Bones, and Avex. They are all working together on this project. And all three of these companies worked on Noragami and are excited on the new anime together. This was really big news, right? Because there's a lot of things that popped off in this event that even I didn't know. We all know that Gachiakata is debuting in 2025. That was good news. They had
I'm doing
a special
bunch of
video.
It's a bunch of them because we're on the cuffs of getting to what we need to be. So I'm just going all in.
Interview with both artists during the panel, which I'm sad that we don't have video of. I would have loved to see Keirana and Hideyoshi Ando going over all of what they had to go over in that video. That would have been so sick. The Bones producer is thankful that the artists love Studio Bones, but he said he feels a lot of pressure, and that makes sense. But the one thing that I really want to get into is the fact that the studios were already in discussion about potentially animating Gachiakata before the first volume was ever printed. Do y'all know
we
how?
have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. We have 7 left. I was gonna do this Harley Quinn one, but I'll save that for another day. But we only have 7 left. Once these 7 are done, we're out of here.
How big that is?
I was gonna play game, but not today.
This is just reaction day. All day, every day for the next 3 years. JKLOL.
Yeah, just doing reactions. I was hoping that we could have got a lot done. I wanted to do like 9 yesterday, but I got distracted doing the skin. The skin thing, and it was bringing people, and I didn't want to kill the flow. So I said, you know what? first thing we do as soon as I get on, and which I did, as soon as I get on, we started doing reactions. That's why we're getting a lot out of the way. So I have something for the week, and we can start really ranking up those views. Trying to stay off the radar with the political stuff, so I'm doing a bunch of anime stuff so they can't confuse me for being a political channel.
The first volume wasn't even out yet. And they was like, hey, yo, we got to turn this into an anime. It shows the effect that the art and the story had on Bones. And not just Bones. Bones, Avex, and Kodansha. Everybody was like, yo, we got to come together as a unit, and we need to turn this into an anime stat. Insane. The director previously worked on the Slam Dunk film, which I really like. And he said he finds the world of Gachiakata fascinating. I really like that because the Slam Dunk film was really good, and Slam Dunk in itself is godlike. And this was the biggest news that probably pissed me off the most that I didn't get to see it, and that is the fact that the panel attendees got to look at the first sketches of Rudo and Gachiakata, and we ain't talking about first sketches that Kei Urana has done. No, we are talking about the first sketches from Bones. Oh my god. Insane to me that we didn't get to see that. And the minute I saw this tweet was the moment where I was like, yeah, we're not getting anything visually. They said Gachiakata is still in the early stages of production, and they're working hard to create a series that fans will love. The moment I saw that tweet, I was like, yeah, no PV, because they just started working on it. And this also gave me and some of the people who were in my stream at that time, by the way, that stream was huge. We had like 150 people in there. Like, I think that was like the max. Okay, so max we had at one point was 120, but we had 256 unique views.
You can't choose both beanbag.
We all said the same thing. It's like, yeah, we're not seeing Gachi until fall. Summer, fall, right? Somewhere in that range of 2025. Because the initial release date was just 2025 in general. So anytime I see that, I always put it towards the end. One of the things that was funny from this line of tweets was that they said that they established an overseas promotion team for Gachiakata, and I was teasing my
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With all the money I saved, thought I'd buy stilts.
my chat the whole time. I was like, is that me? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that me? Am I the overseas promo team for Gachi? Is that me? So yes, I am here to unofficially announce. No, I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna do that. Anyways, this tweet also was kind of odd, because I already, in my opinion, I already thought Gachi was an overseas phenomenon because of how hard we went for it over here. But they said that Gachiakata is hoping to make an impact on people around the world, not just in Japan, which is super interesting because we've really grown as a community to showcase Gachi. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we've grown as a community to do that. But big shout out to Temple of Geek for holding it down, updating us with tweets and stuff. We got to see everything, man. We got to see everything through the eyes of everyone else. That was super important to me. Like I said, big shout out to Temple of Geek. Big shout out to Manga Updates. Big shout out
because
to
we aren't talking about beanbags, we're talking about beans or bags.
Ellie, thank you for also live tweeting and telling us the fact that they raffled 5 signed copies of the manga. Why couldn't I get one? Jesus Christ. Oh, that was painful. But yeah, I appreciate all y'all for coming through to that stream. That was a really
okay, it's either beanbag kitty god or blind goddess.
For just hanging out with me and being fans of a series that I love so much. If you guys want to see more videos,
Sweet spicy honey.
And when you point out, that's like teriyaki.
like this of me covering random ass news, make sure y'all let me know in the comment section below. Leave a like if you enjoyed, subscribe if you're new. Thank you guys for your continued support. This stuff means the world to me. The fact that y'all are willing to go out of y'all way to do stuff like this and be a part of Gachi Gang history. I see you, Zonka. Thank you for being there. I really appreciate y'all. It was so sick. We really turned up. We turned up. It was amazing. It was amazing, man. I can't thank y'all enough. If y'all hear fireworks in the background, mind y'all, I want to let y'all, like, I apologize first and foremost, but I want y'all to know that it is July 6th and people are still going nuts with fireworks. It's super annoying. Thank y'all for tuning in and watching your boy. As y'all know, man, it's Damo Senpai. I'll catch y'all in the next video.
Which is more useful, beanbag?
Alright, so with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. That was Domo Senpai.
Beanbag.
If you enjoyed his videos.
But listen, Flynn, they are both are useful. You need beans to grow and have it for food, but you need a bag to put the beans in, so both are useful.
Oh, Jesus. Anyway, so with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, give him a follow, and all that great stuff. It was awesome. His videos are usually pretty hype, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters.
It's like straight tomatoes.
You're not wrong.
Like,
okay.
You could have put like ketchup dust on this and shake it in the classics, and this will be the same thing.
No. Anyway, this is how do I say your name?
Beanbag. So my name is useful :
Hold on.
You're gonna have fun with these Cajun videos, though.
Beanbag.
Yeah.
I'm jumping to shorts by Flynn Vassence.
Alright.
But which is more useful? The beans or the bag?
What the hell is this? This is a gator thing?
Yeah.
Why does it taste like a store?
I said it tastes like a basement old.
Yeah, like an old basement or something. What the fuck? It's like a tea store. What the hell? It tastes like if you went to a
like a thrift store.
Yeah, thrift store. Ugh, this is wild.
This one blew out from the bottom. So.
Oh god, more pickles. Get some strange tasting chips. Oh, this one's got
like a no.
Oh, this is terrible. Anyway, I don't know how to pronounce her name. I don't want to say it wrong.
Okay, that's
Hold on. Hey, don't drop that.
This? I don't want to. I already dropped it on the ground when it blew up.
Hold on.
Direction.
Cat Lion. I don't even think that sounds right. I don't even think that sounds what her name is. So this is Cat Lion. She's saying here, I'm not familiar with who she is. I don't watch her videos. But she comes up in my algorithms when it comes to art stuff. So she's making a video here that says, artists accused of AI usage found guilty of tracing instead.
Flynn Vassence. Art, which is more useful, the beans or the bag?
The bag, I guess, because you can put beans in them. Alright, so this is what she's talking about, something about AI being found guilty of tracing or something like that. So I'm not familiar with her videos, never watched her videos. This is my first time seeing her video. So you may be familiar with her, or not. It was your first time seeing her just as much as I am. But this is what's going on, so let's see what she's about. And if you like the video, you want to follow her, whether you liked her videos or you think she's pretty or whatever case may be, jump over there, because she is pretty. Let's go.
Was initially accused of selling AI art.
Ellen, you have to join the track team this semester.
Yeah. It was the tea with this artist is the fact that this artist was initially accused of selling AI art. It was an insane accusation. As people went through the accusation, it was revealed that this artist may or may not be using AI, questionable, but they are tracing. They're a big artist that nobody would have expected this to happen with. This is their handle. It's Yeray, or Uray. I don't think I'm reading that correctly. They're an illustrator, they have an art story, they have an email, and they also tabled at Anime Expo. Do you see how many tabs I have open, by the way, to cover this? You tweeted, am I fucking crazy, or are people actually fucking crazy? And what comes in question is a couple of photos. It is a long conversation they had with somebody that purchased from them. But basically, these are tweets on the accuser's Twitter page that Uray screenshotted, where the accuser is accusing Uray of using AI in their artwork after they purchased a couple $100 worth of art from them at Anime Expo. The accuser said, man, if I had a bad experience at AX anytime prior, I don't recall it nearly to the same extent as what happened on the morning of day 4. It left such a sour taste in my mouth for real whenever I remember it. The accuser then quote retweeted that stating, I think the artist has been using AI to keep up with the algorithm. I want my money back for real. They can piss off to the sun on God. So in the beginning of all this drama unfolding, there was two things that was happening basically. The accuser had two complaints. Their first complaint was that people were cutting them in line, that they got in front of Uray's booth first at around 8 a.m. in the morning, maybe 8:30, to queue for when Uray was going to open, because Artist Alley opens technically at 9 a.m. in the morning. And they had items they wanted wanted, and they were really upset that they weren't able to get the items because after they were waiting at 8:30, super early, first person there, other people later came. And because you can't officially queue before the artist alley officially opens, that when the con officially opened, people just kind of cut in front of them, purchased all of the stuff that they wanted. Is that really frustrating? Yeah. And the other thing is that the accuser accused Yurei of using AI in their artwork. And I'm going to show you something, and it's going to sound insane at first. But going back into this is a conversation that accuser then had with Yurei. It's the same person from what I know. The accuser said, "I will not be negotiating anything other than a refund." Let me remind you, the accuser had already purchased a lot of stuff from Yurei. This artist made me incredibly upset over how they disrespected my time, only to later turn livid that I purchased anything from them given their blatant use of AI after further investigation. I have never had to do this and have otherwise cordial interactions with every other artist I've come across at conventions. Yurei said, "May I know what investigations that prompted you to believe that I was using AI? Evidences would greatly help in understanding the situation as I draw everything by hand. You can view the time lapses on my Instagram." And they provided a link to their Instagram. The accuser said, this is hefty, so bear with me. "Time lapses are not provided for the pieces I suspect of incorporation of AI. These include the Boohill plus Acheron plus Sunday plus Robin headshots, Adventure Teen art, and Arlet Chino drawing which have nonsensical and inconsistent aspects of the drawings that are highly implausible to be completely organic. Burden of proof would have to fall on you, as I can only suspect you of using AI, but considering I purchase items utilizing artworks I suspect of AI, I cannot then be sure whether or not you may have used AI in other works. I could point out the flaws and inconsistencies in those works, but again,
wow, they really wrote a whole thing in there. Oh my god.
And all I can do is suspect based on those flaws and inconsistencies like any other suspicion of AI use. I don't suspect all your art to be using AI, but those I mentioned, there are aspects that are just not consistent with your more plausible past works. Again, I will not be negotiating anything other than a refund here, especially given the amount I spent at your table was not small by any means. It was a couple hundred. I already have a notably poor experience with you at AX, which left a sour taste in my mouth when I have never had issues with any artist prior to the past 3 or 4 years. Let me remind you, that was the queuing issue where they were queuing at like 8:30 in the morning before con opened, expecting to get an item, but then somebody cut them in line. But alongside my suspicions of AI use and consulting with other artists on what they think, I feel extremely cheated of my time and money. Had I taken a closer look at the works, I would have never bought from you to begin with. As stated before, either I get refunded the full amount I spent at your table, or I will initiate a chargeback through my card issuer. I at least wanted to allow you the chance to avoid that route. I'll attach what aspects of the arts made me highly suspicious, but again, even if you try creating an explanation, I'm very much done doing business with you in the future. This is my first time even considering a chargeback in my history."
Damn.
And they added photos of the relevant images. Again, I'm not looking for explanations. I was initially very frustrated, had wasted time for merch featuring one of these works, purchased merch featuring one of these works, and overall would not have spent a penny had I taken a closer look. When I first saw this, by the way, I thought this was the most insane, unhinged email to see. Because again, in every story, there's always two sides and the truth. And so far, all I got was Yurei's side, showcasing how crazy that person is. It did feel a little nuts. So then in the original tweet, Yurei included some of the photos that the accuser had sent them, highlighting aspects of the art that look like AI to them. Let's take a look. And when I looked at these, they did look a little bit odd to me, but again, I'm not trying to nitpick people's art, so I wasn't too critical. A couple of things this person, the accuser, is highlighting.
Now that's one of the problems I have when it comes to my personal vendetta when it comes to art. When things look super detailed, it just looks like you're compensating for something with a lot of detail. And I'm not saying you're a bad artist or anything. If you detail your stuff, that's great. But just for me personally, I just can't. I don't like super detailed. I like detailed where it's necessary, and I like detailed when it has a purpose. But when everything is detailed, your eyes can't rest. It's a bunch of like noise. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why in character design, when you want a particular part about the character to shine, that particular part will be detailed and everything else will be pretty plain. So it makes the eyes move in a way that feels pleasing. But when you have a bunch of like detail in the hair to the headphones to the
Flynn
neck
Vassens.
and there, it's just
For real on God, no cap, she use an AI.
I think she did use an AI. It looks kind of AI-ish, but I can't tell for sure because I don't really see AI like this, but I'm not putting past it either though. But like, Jesus, that is a lot.
Lighting is one, the kind of wonky necklace happening here, the uneven collarbones. They highlight the collarbones here, but if you kind of look, the perspective of the angle of the chest doesn't match up with where the collarbones should be. The boobs are kind of facing this way, but the collarbone is lined up over here, which is odd. Is it AI? Maybe, but I would say from an anatomy perspective, this is not great anatomy. Does this artist have a really good knowledge of rendering? Yeah, this artist renders very beautifully, but there is like pretty big anatomy mistakes, I would say. Her torso is facing this way, given the angle of her shoulders, but her cleavage is going the opposite direction. And then the collarbones are also in the opposite direction. Here's another thing too. You can see the collarbone line even through the clothing. That could be a rendering choice from the artist, but it is a little bit odd. Here's another thing too for AI. AI has a tendency to follow lines when they shouldn't follow anymore, and to have lines disconnect when they shouldn't disconnect. Real artists can also do this, but it is a tendency that AI has. And one thing, if you notice, there's like a cross here with the clothing. You see the cross, how it goes like here from this corner of the chest, it goes up, 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 up. And then it intersects with this other neck detail. And the cross should stop, but the line actually continues upwards. You see there's like a faint area where the line actually continues. Could it be oversight and just like extra brushstrokes added? It could be. Could it also be AI? Yeah. Other aspects here, if you look at this Boot Hill drawing, forgive me if I said the character's name wrong because I don't really remember. The hand holding the glasses is a little bit awkward.
The sad thing about this is you can't even put it through like an AI detector, because even AI detector is not reliable, because even they will take things that happened 20 years ago and say it was made by AI. So you can't even do that, because I remember when Wes did that very thing, when a particular artist was being accused of AI usage on DC's payroll. I think it was the it was the Joker thing, where Joker had like a third nipple or something, and then the panels was not looking correct or something. He took like because everyone was accusing the artist of using AI, so they put it through a detector, and the detector said it was like 80% AI, but he wasn't too sure it was actually true, because he took something that was made 20 years ago, put it through AI, and also said it had AI in it, so you can't tell. Even the AI detector is not that reliable. If anything, it causes more harm and problems, because it could be not accurate at all. So you can take a drawing that you did like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, years before even AI was even introduced, put it through an AI scanner, and it will say it has some form of AI in it. What I think it's detecting when it says there's a form of AI, even with something really old, I think what it's detecting that there's some form of pattern that makes it seem like it's AI, but it's not. So it's kind of hard to tell if it's AI.
Because you can see the perspective of the glasses. Isn't he supposed to be holding his glasses on his head? So why are both fingers behind the glasses? No hands are holding the glasses, if that makes sense. If I have glasses, you know, even if a sunglass on your head, like you would hold it, your finger would touch the frame. It wouldn't be behind the frame like this. No part of his hand actually like makes correct contact, quote unquote, with the glasses for it to kind of make sense. Is it a nitpicky thing to point out? Yeah, but is it something that we do have to point out given context of everything? Yes. But here's another thing that AI has a tendency to do. They have a tendency to add elements when they don't belong, because they don't know Genshin characters very well. Here's a photo of Boot Hill with his hat, and as you can see, it's not the correct leaf. Like the leaves aren't correct anatomically. The buckles are silver, not gold. Oh wow, the bullet earring looks odd too. That doesn't really look right either. Nor is the outfit correct. I mean, we can argue, like if you look at it, there's a lot of inconsistencies or incorrect elements in the artwork for Boot Hill. It's not like a one-to-one correct outfit, I would say. Could that just be due to like artist mistakes? Maybe this artist doesn't play Honkai, so they're just like looking at photos of the character to draw it because it's popular? Maybe. I do think the like swooshy effects here, like these wiggle effects, are a little bit odd on the clothing. And here's the thing, AI has a tendency to incorrectly draw Genshin and Honkai character outfits because they're really complex. AI is not good at drawing complicated outfits.
Yeah, it's really not. It overcompensates hard. And the consistencies of those like coloring and placement just makes no sense whatsoever. So like that's why I don't like super rendered. I like rendered, but I don't like super detailed on everything. It's just a attack on the eyes. It's just too much.
Complex outfits. So if this artist did use AI in some part of the process, this is a gray area. It's not definitive. Just because you got the outfit wrong doesn't mean you used AI, but it's another thing that we kind of like add to the list of like sus behavior. Yeah, AI also has a tendency to add extra elements for no fucking reason. Artists are lazy, bro. And like when you have to do or draw extra things as an artist, typically like you don't really want to unless it's necessary. Another thing too is the glasses. Like the leg of the glasses just disappears into the hat.
This is why to solve this problem, you should just record yourself doing the artwork. That's the only given way to just resolve yourself from this issue completely. Just record yourself doing the drawings, so no one can accuse you did X, Y, and Z from beginning to end. So this problem will never come up, because they can't accuse you of doing AI if you're literally sitting there one to one doing it. This is why whenever I do artwork, I don't do artwork unless I'm recording myself. So there's never, so if I'm planning to post something, record yourself doing it. So this is never a problem.
This character again, I would say the fingers are really awkward here. For me personally, looking at it, because if you see, this first finger looks right, the second and third finger looks right, but then why is there a knuckle here? This knuckle is what looks awkward to me. I think the thumb looks fine to me. This knuckle specifically, that doesn't make sense. I don't know how you got that hand position, but to get that hand position where you're like holding this, you have your other fingers straight, it just looks a little bit odd. I mean, it just looks like this artist.
Yeah, like a speed paint, but even that's not good enough, because I've actually heard that AI can do that too, which is annoying as hell, as I've heard, but I don't know how true that is, but it is annoying to know that. So that's why I record myself and don't delete any of my videos at all.
It's a little bit shaky in their anatomy,
Especially
but they're very good at rendering.
Especially, I make it my mission to make sure that when I'm doing commission, I get recorded. So they can't say I use AI to jip them out of their crap.
Let me zoom in. So here were other accusations the accuser had. They were highlighting how the coat should be shaded, but there's no shading on the coat, that the flow of the coat doesn't really make much sense. And I mean, I can agree. I mean, I think in this piece specifically, it looks really pretty if you look at it on first glance, right? The rendering is beautiful. But then if you kind of like think just a little bit about what's happening just right over here, it starts to get a little bit confusing. just right here. Are they I guess they're trying to shrug the coat off of their body. I think that's what it's trying to indicate. But it does kind of look like they're butterfly molting out of a cocoon. Where did the rest of this arm go? Is it hidden behind the cloak? I don't really know what's happening here. It's odd. I mean, the fingers look fine, I guess. Yeah, the other hand on...
The problem with this is, with the whole AI thing, this is a problem because now, if you're just making mistakes, people would just say, oh, that's probably AI because you made a bunch of mistakes. So it's like the human element comes in, but also it could be disregarded as AI at the same time. So this is the problem with this problem.
The spear, I can't really see the rest of the fingers. Oh, wait, actually, you're right. This hand doesn't even connect to the arm, because this arm is going this way. This arm is going inwards. But then the hand is over here. How does that connect? Yeah, that looks wrong. That looks very wrong. At best, this artist is just shit at anatomy. At worst, the artist is using AI. So basically, what I was just showing...
This is why you should just record yourself doing the work. So when everyone accuses you, you can just say, go to my video. You can't say anything. Just go to the damn video, because people are gonna I'm not blaming her for doing this, because it's what her... I guess it's something what she just has to prove something. I get it. It's not an attack on her at all. It's just that to prevent this problem, because this problem exists, sadly, you have to have some form of validity in some sense to prove that you're innocent of your BS, because, you know, we live in a world of just terribleness. So you sadly have to prove yourself as an artist
Flynn Vassens.
in general. So
Nah. You definitely used AI to make my Piccolo drawing even though you recorded it.
I'm being
sarcastic.
You is highlights of the accuser. What the accuser sent Yurei privately asking for a refund. Yurei was the one who actually took it to Twitter and posted all of that on Twitter. But this was in the follow-up to the thread. So remember, this was the first thread. Yurei said, am I fucking crazy? Are people actually fucking crazy? Now we're going to the bottom of the thread where we're reading their comments. Again, all this has been deleted, so I'm going off of screenshots. Yurei said, just say you want to scam money after receiving goods at conventions and go. This ass is charging back $240+. I don't know if they even did this to anybody else. Goodbye, I found the person because they blocked me. And those are the tweets that I showed you in the beginning. Yurei said, told people to walk around first because I can't have people waiting by my booth before opening. I left and came back when doors open. Was told somebody else was the first one here at 9 a.m. They got upset, now I'm an AI user. On first glance, this sounds really bad. On first glance, it sounds like the accuser is throwing Ray under the bus just because they're throwing a little tantrum that they didn't get the acrylic stand or the figure they wanted because they were here waiting before the con opened, so they technically shouldn't have been waiting, but people do it anyways. And they weren't first in line, so they're throwing a hissy fit and trying to get a charge back. At first, when I saw this, I felt really bad for you. I was like, bro, what is this like crazy person purchasing from you? You follows it up with also using AI to keep up with algorithm is crazy when I barely pop out fully rendered pieces in 10 days. And AI accusation into time lapses and work in progresses say otherwise into I don't like your creative choices, so I want a refund. This again showing that big message thread that the accuser sent them. I mean, we can definitely agree, right? That it's a little bit suspicious that for the pieces that look sus, there is no time lapse. Here's the thing with AI art where time lapses can't really prove it, because if you have a time lapse, but you actually already start with the sketch made and the line art done, then it doesn't fully prove it.
Yeah, that's also a thing. I don't like that either. That's why I think this is even before AI. This is why I did not want to post my video of what's her name? What was her name? From Cyberpunk 2020 from Edge Runners. What's her name? Rebecca. When I did my Rebecca drawing, it pissed me off because my Clip Studio Paint did not record everything, and I don't know why, and it made me angry. Oh no, because they got a big update and it turned off my my recording session. This is around the time when I just got my new computer. And it made me super mad because I wanted to show my whole process and it only recorded halfway.
Ryaga Samurai. Rebecca.
That made me mad. I don't remember if I ever did it on stream. I think I did do it on stream, but that was such a long time ago. But when looking back at it now, it just makes me more angry. I had to even put a disclaimer in the video. I already put a disclaimer in the video saying that it didn't record all the way, which made me mad. Because I actually liked that. That was a cool one. I think that was around the time when I made either Bry a mod or he was just starting watching my stream at the time. I think I made Bry a mod around that time. Jesus, that's annoying.
All of these time lapses are time lapses, maybe, sure. The sketch is already done, the liner is already done. What a lot of AI thieves do is they'll take an AI piece, trace over the AI for the sketch, and then
stream.
Yeah, I did? Good.
Render it themselves after. So there was AI in the process, but they start the time lapse from a sketch from then on forward. So any process from post sketch didn't have AI, but it didn't mean that there wasn't AI in the process. They just didn't show it to you. After that accusation of them using AI, there was an expose on this artist on Twitter. Started with this tweet by T469. You may not have used AI, but you still copied art from ASK and sold them at cons. So here's a gif of a Himeko piece overlaid above a Makima drawing. And here's another one. But anyways, it's basically one-to-one. Here too,
I'd rather someone trace it because at least you can literally slap it back on the other person. So even they resize it, you can always resize it back to see if it matches. But with AI, it's a whole different job.
I remember because you were talking about her perspective.
Thank God. See, this is why he's my mod, bro. This is why he's my mod. Love you, bro. God damn it.
See, this drawing is basically one-to-one of this piece. So did they use AI? Who knows? Did they trace people's art? Definitely. So I'm showing you all the tea, the drama right now. Yeah. This piece was traced. This piece is the original, from Ask. And sorry, flash warning, because the person who posted this tweet like made it pop up really quickly, but the new piece was traced. Ray actually responded to the accusation that T4 put out. By the way, T4 replied to the original tweet, which was this tweet that Ray later deleted. Ray said, just saw this as it was buried under the notifications when I had woken up and deleted the post after reaching an agreement with the buyer on PayPal. I had crossed the line in over-referencing here when trying to learn their composition. However,
I'm not gonna lie, guys. For some odd reason, I was able to get this, but the bottom one always throws me off because it's more of like a flatter surface, but at an angle. That's what makes this hard, actually, for me. It's more at an angle compared to the other one. It's like if I'm drawing all over again. It's like I'm learning to draw all over again, but with perspective, but I'm doing it with forms and painting. That makes it harder compared to me just technically tracing my way through.
GE is the goat. The goat.
The goat. Instead of just literally, like, drawing my way through into this. Because usually if I were to draw this with the horizon line, I knew exactly how to draw this. But when it comes to painting, because I'm shifting the colors as I'm going, that one makes this difficult and make it realistic and believable.
They weren't traced definitely. So let's see this video that Yurei attached. The top is Yurei's piece. And here's the other two pieces that they're showing. They said, oh, it didn't trace. It was just overly referenced. Proceeds to show a basically one-to-one overlay. Honey, you ain't fooling anybody, bro. This is basically one-to-one. They should have never responded, to be honest, because this made it look a lot worse. Like, the tracing of this is very one-to-one. Here, it's basically one-to-one. Like, we can tell that once you chop the neck off, like, you did something a little bit different with the shoulders. Basically one-to-one. The facial structure is the same. Yurei said, having too many similarities now that I see it this way, I'll contact the original artist for apology and compensation. Anybody who purchased these can drop me a DM or email and I'll refund, no questions asked. I'll be mindful with references in the future and not eyeball one person. I have to say also, this is very brave of you to tweet this under a thread of a deleted tweet that you had put out, instead of actually putting it on your main account, you know, just saying. I feel like it's hiding if you put it as a reply to a thread. You didn't even quote retweet it onto your account so that people who actually follow you, the 200,000 people that follow you, could see it. You like hid it under a thread that was of a tweet that you then deleted. And then we have T4 saying, never call it tracing, but it's still profiting off of others' works. It is tracing. Please own up to your words and make a public apology post with info about refund.
Oh, maybe they have a definition of what tracing is. It has to be exactly the same. Bro, that's tracing. It looks like you changed the hair color and stuff. It's still tracing. That's not referencing. You're just literally tracing. Usually you can tell it was a reference if you can't line it up. You just can't line it up. Usually you can't. You must be really good at being a photocopier, like almost instantly by every inch and angle. Come on.
Funds on your social media accounts as these posts will be buried. Exactly what I said. T4 said, additionally, if you have other art derived of others' works, extend the refunds to those as well. Otherwise, it'd come out as apologizing for being caught rather than a real apology. I agree. Jarwi says it's referenced at best. No. Is the ethics on these that bad? Like, artists live from others all the time. Nobody owns a pose or a head shape. The art policing from non-artists and online hacks is wild. Guys,
this has nothing to do with the pose. You literally traced it. You can do the same pose, but you can still see that you can tell when something's traced, or at least can tell that you can pick a one-to-one matchup. This is when I was showing Mona, when I was drawing the character, and when I drew it on my own, and then I tried to match it up with the reference. It was really close in concept, but it was not close in matching. The point of it is getting the concept, not trying to match the concept. That's the whole point of using reference, is to capture the concept, or at least use the concept as a guidance or a tool to portray something you're trying to do. But when you just literally one-for-one trace the damn thing, you didn't learn a damn thing. You're not fooling anyone. Like, well, come on, dude. Just admit you did it. It's just like, come on. It's not that big of a deal. If you admit it, yeah, you're gonna get in trouble, and people are gonna be mad at you, but they're not going to hate you if you just end up lying. Come on.
I'm going to tell you this right now because I don't know what level of like bullshittery that you're on if you are not an artist. I mean, that person has to not be an artist, right? There's no way you're an artist and you think like that. I'm going to do it on their work because they already traced somebody's. So if I go into my drawing program, this is Yurei's work. I'm only doing this to prove a point, okay? If you go into a drawing program and then you take somebody's art piece, you put it on your canvas, you lower the opacity to who knows what, you take your new layer and then you draw directly over it. Okay, I'm going to do a shit rendition, okay? You do something like this, and you start drawing right over the piece, you are now tracing. That is not called referencing if you are drawing directly over somebody else's art piece. Doesn't matter if you change other elements of it. Let's say I made him into, I don't know, let's say I'm trying to draw a girl, I give her boobs or whatever, and then I move her hand somewhere else so her arm is going here. You still traced a big majority of this piece if you do this. That is called tracing. This is not called referencing. Tracing only one part of their artwork is still tracing. I don't know who needs to tell you this, but...
Okay, boys, listen up. It's your mother's birthday, and I think it'd mean a lot to her if you guys made her a nice...
And then, yeah, they'll do crazy stuff like that. They'll just, like, they'll draw everything else and then they'll trace over it and then slap it in there. Like,
Anyways,
bro,
again, there is a conversation about tracing artists' work to learn from it, and I think that's okay. If
I
you
don't
do
think that's
that,
okay.
you should never.
But this is where me and her are gonna differ, because that's too much of a slippery slope. I don't ever mention doing that. I know there's people who say they have learned from doing that. Good for them. I'm not technically downing you as an artist or anything like that, but I don't think it's a good idea because it leads to a slippery slope of a behavior that can lead to, oh, I'm drawing still because X, Y, and Z, and then they start lying to themselves, saying that they're not tracing to a certain extent or something. That's why I will never, ever, ever, ever tell them to do that, because it can lead to a behavior that can be misguided. It can lead to deceit. It can just lead to just a very bad behavior. But I know certain people claim that it has helped them. Fine, but that's just not a practice I would preach to my students or anyone who's listening. I know that some people may have a different opinion. That's fine. That's your thing, but it's just not mine. I'm not saying you're less of an artist. It's just something I would not encourage. It's just too much of a slippery slope, because it's going to end up it will end up in a behavior where they're going to think, well, no one's actually watching me do it, so, you know.
Post the work. Public eyeballs should never see your studies of other artists. Point blank simple. Uray put out more tweets. This is a day later on July 12th. So you said, study from real life figure models instead of artworks. I saw another screenshot going around with the Arlecchino being similar, but I can't find it anymore. Though I'd like to make it clear here that it was drawn completely with 2 model images as refs, not off the artist's work as implied in the tweet posted. For any similarities were genuinely just coincidental in terms of posing after it's cut out and transformed. I acknowledge the Himeko and Raiden because it's true that I crossed the line with them. I've also mentioned this in another reply. But I contacted
Oh my god, this is 32 minutes long. My god, I didn't know it was this long. Should I cut this off? This is pretty much the whole thing. Like, this is just... It's the he said, she said. No, I'm gonna put on 1.5 speed, because it's pretty much just...
Ask to send all the profits made off the pieces back to them as compensation, and anyone who purchased these are free to drop me a message to get a refund. I'm sorry for disappointing with the laziness in my work. I will make sure that I am mindful. I'm just saying, here's the thing though. It doesn't matter if you used a couple models for one of your pieces. The thing is, if you trace one person's work and you're proven to have done it in at least 1 or 2 of your pieces, nobody's gonna believe your other pieces anymore. It's one of those where your integrity is lost as an artist.
I'm willing to do them all. Like, I want to get them all out of the way. I'm willing to do it. But, like, I didn't know this was going to be 32 minutes long. We would have got 2 videos out.
If you've done it. And then there's this other tweet from Kid Oodles stating, not gonna lie, I was expecting an apology, then they move on, but they decided to delete it and pretend they didn't get called out, so I got curious about their other stuff. Just rotating.
No, I'm going to finish all of them today. I'm going to finish them all today. I don't care. I'm going to finish them.
Asks art was simple.
If you guys feel tired, my mods, if you feel any tiredness, you can jump out, because there's nothing like anyone's going to say anything crazy. I don't think so. It's just me reacting to stuff. But if you want to stay, go ahead.
Enough shit is sus. I don't follow them. I don't care, but my moods should take a second look. And here's one. Oh boy.
No,
yeah, if you look at these, this is not looking too good, guys. I'm just going to try to cut this
out. It has about, I would say about 9 to 10 minutes. No. It's a good 20. I wonder if I should cut it off. It is a lot. We already got the gif. The person pretty much traced and or used AI. Because just going over it over again just to prove it, it just kind of like seems pointless. And this is not a defend for the person who's doing the tracing. It just seems like a lot. I didn't expect it to be 32 minutes long. Maybe I should cut from here and move on to the next video. But that doesn't feel quite fair to do to her. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to end it from here. So this was... Now, I'm not ending the stream. I'm ending this video. What's her name again? How do I say her name? Cat Lion. If I'm doing... I still don't feel like it's correct. So this is Cat Lion. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. She's doing a great job at least trying to make it fair to an extent with the whole AI tracing thing and showing how they can figure out if it's AI or not. I do give her the props for doing this and stuff, because artists are usually getting messed with people who do things like this, and it's kind of messed up. but I didn't know how long this video was going to be. I didn't want my videos to be like 32 minutes long, and especially me pausing it. So with that said, give her a like and a follow. I do appreciate it, guys, and thank you. I might follow her again if her video pops up again, but you know, this was not the one that I would say I would subscribe to, because it was not something it didn't really do much for me to want to subscribe, but I do find this video quite interesting, at least. So I'll give her a like at least. There you go. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I'll see you guys in the next one, and please give her a follow. It would really be awesome.
Flynn Vassance. I start saying crazy shiz when the mods leave, mwahahaha. Kidding.
Okay, so this is Sufferance again, and this video is 10 minutes, thank God. This video is 10 minutes. So this is from Sufferance, and he's mentioning Kagurabachi made a monster. So Kagurabachi, I don't know if they got a new volume that just came out, new chapter that came out, or whatever the case may be, so we're going to see what that's about. So like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, give Sufferance a follow, and all that great stuff. And let's see.
Ending of how Shinichi as a sword.
Will you just shut up for a minute and let me finish?
You believe this? Operates action and attack wise, but also symbolically, what it represents, what it technically means. There's a lot of theory going into this, a lot of symbolism and interpretation, but it is clearer than the previous chapter, and I think that's very important. We know that Shinichi is heavily symbolized by the flowers, that's kind of what it spawns from, and that would be its general motif, but we have a bit more of a complex situation here. We're mixing motifs, we have different interpretations, and we have a clearer picture. So firstly, the flowers. Originally, we thought these were irises, and they technically still can be, but some of the more significant ones are actually white lilies. What a white lily represents is a lot of different things, but with this situation here and what I'm about to connect it to might sound like it makes more sense. So I think these white lilies actually represent rebirth, and I think that is what this whole sword actually is all about. And it's using insects as kind of its secondary motif with all of its attack: dragonfly, spider, centipede. The reason that these things go hand in hand really well is because insects are a great representation of rebirth, especially if your leading one is actually a butterfly going through transformation, a metamorphosis. To become a butterfly, you have to seal yourself away and wait for the right time until you can bloom into that next iteration. So you have white lilies that represent rebirth. You have a flower that leads you into those white lilies, which is transformation, also rebirth. But then there's something else that I don't think anyone has really mentioned, and that is the hilt or the tsuba of the sword. To me, at this moment, the design actually looks a little bit like a scarab, one of those large Egyptian dung beetles. It's difficult to 100% say that it looks like a scarab, but symbolically, I feel like it makes a lot of sense with the insect motif and especially the rebirth, because scarabs also represent a type of rebirth. When you join all of these things together, you have a sword that represents an evolution, a transformation, a rebirth. But one of the more interesting things that may or may not be a thing is actually the quote-unquote hijacking of Kiora. While he is wielding this sword, he feels like something is trying to hijack him, but he can't tell what it actually is. Is it the sword or is it the swordsman? Either or is very interesting, but currently my money is on the sword itself. There's a very big distinction between the two. The first would be that potentially, if the swordsman can actually do this while wielding Shinichi, they may be able to hijack different people, basically body swapping, thanks to the operation of the sword and people trying to wield it. Or if it is the sword variation, it may be able to consume other wielders, hence bypassing the eternal contract that it has for the purpose of consumption, taking all of that knowledge and information of the person it's consumed back to the swordsman. Constantly goes through a metamorphosis and change every single time, being rebirth with new information. But I like the secondary, or I guess third motif for this, with the insects interlocking with hijacking. Parasites is a very big and common thing with insects, and you have a lot of parasitic nature with insects and that hijacking. So you go back to those options: swordsman hijacking another person, or a sword consuming consuming the person that's trying to wield it that isn't actually part of the contract. Either way that you put it, it's very flexible, it's very powerful. Considering Kiora has not yet unsheathed this at all, we have not seen the blade technically, there's still a ton of power coming out of this. So much so that this whole chapter is a setup for Chihiro and Hiyuki to 2v1 him. Now we should keep in mind that Chihiro isn't fresh. He's been fighting quite a bit already, and he's going into this fight not heavily injured, but definitely weaker than what he would want to be. Hiyuki, on the other hand, is considerably fresh and has an ability that is on par with the swords. I think this is a really great showcase of what Shinichi, one of the more powerful swords, is actually capable of, and at this point may be one of the primary problems within the future. Shinichi seems to have a lot of flexibility, a lot of range, but also still a lot of mystery surrounding it. For example, Kiora was on his deathbed. He was extremely heavily injured, but thanks to the hijacking and whatever Kiora was trying to combat mentally, somehow he is still operating. And the sword is keeping him alive. Now, when you run down that idea with rebirth and all of its symbolism, there's a potential conversation to have about pseudo-immortality, that the wielder of this quote-unquote eternal contract is actually immortal to some degree. As long as they're part of the sword will keep them alive as long as they potentially consume. It's like a win-win. The sword gets what it wants and the human gets to live. This would kind of explain why Kiora, even though he's not technically part of the contract, still wielding the power, and it's actually keeping him alive. I mention it like this because we've previously seen that the aggressive or evolution versions of these swords can be very detrimental. For Chihiro and Sojo, for example, when they push the sword to its limit, it becomes negatively affected towards them. They're draining all of their strength, and power quite easily could put them in a critical position. Even the Dartenseki stone, which is like an artificial version of a piece of the sword, completely obliterated Kyora's son when he tried to use it. Now, to be fair, incredibly unstable and not really a great comparison, but at least a good representation. When you think about all of those conversations that line up to this moment, it's very interesting that Kiora is being kept on his feet, not by his own willpower or his own strength, but the sword itself. So far, this is what I have for the sword, and I think there's a lot of room for interpretation, a lot of room for growth, but more considerably, a lot of room for evolution. These swords are specific to their user, and while it's always going to have the flower insect motif with the idea of rebirth and destruction or transformation, how it is utilized and how it is transformed with the user itself is always incredibly different. This sword is going to be very, very problematic in the wrong hands, and we know that the Hishaku and the leader wants to wield this sword. So you can imagine the capabilities that it could have in a sorcerer of that caliber, and even someone that evil. Now, like I said before, Hiyuki is here to help, and I love this dynamic between both of their characters because they're very similar, yet they have this goofy, don't want to listen to each other type of attitude. So while they technically don't work,
The savings are here extra early with Black Friday in July.
and they're like water and oil. When things get moving, when things become understood, they work extremely well. And both of these characters are incredibly powerful on their own right, so coming together only makes sense. It's funny though, because Hiyuki's ability has actually been copied by Chihiro, at least one version of it, and I assume he can only fire this off once, being as it is a copy ability. I was curious on how Hiyuki would be kept under control, even though we had the prior encounter with her, but Hakuri made sure to let her know if she tries to do anything funny, he would kill her, basically let her rot within the subspace. The Kabanabi's reaction to this is kind of funny. They're not all too worried or taking the situation seriously, maybe because they feel comfortable with what's happening in the sense of getting their hands on Shinichi, or at least being able to see it for the first time. And then you have obviously one of their own, Hiyuki, in their kind of close within vicinity, so it makes sense, I guess, why they're not really panicking. However, I do think the situation calls for them to be a little bit more attentive. Everyone is currently bidding on this sword. You don't know where it could actually go. They are there to bid on the sword too and win it to bring it back home. I thought they would be a little bit more alert because the seal that they've put on it has actually been broken. So if it does get sold to another person, the seal is irrelevant. It's just going to go to each individual. But I guess as a safety net for that seal being broken, the sword itself is just too powerful. So logically, for us as readers, another person probably won't be able to wield it, regardless of whose hands it gets into. But the question is, where does it go? And that is funny because the final panel you get to see is kind of like a three-way tug of war. You get all of this showcase of the sword, how crazy these abilities are, the bidding starting to happen, Hiyuki, Chihiro, and Kyora battling it out, all for this sword, right? Hiyuki is fighting for the Kabanabi, Kyora is fighting for his own merchandise, and Chihiro is fighting for his family. So this tug of war has two losers. But it would be funny if there's three. Remember, this whole thing right now is an experiment. What Kyora is doing is falling right in the Hishaku's hands. They want to see what is possible, not having a full understanding, but at least knowing something. And that is incredibly valuable. So it does beg the question, who wins? I don't see Chihiro having the sword. I see Kyora dying after this. And the Kabanabi, well, they're most likely going to get it because they have the original swordsman or wielder. But I wouldn't be surprised, again, if the Hishaku threw a curveball in there and it went somewhere else completely different. I do think this sword right here is going to be more of an endgame sword. We might not see it for a while. It might disappear for a while. Hell, it might even just become a normal thing. It's difficult to tell with the Kagurabachi, but conceptually it feels very final. It feels very massive and big with the double seals and difficult to wield. It would at least make sense for me for it to be that way. As usual, beautiful artwork, beautiful fight. I am very excited to see Chihiro and Hiyuki work together, and honestly I don't think Kyora has much longer left. I think we should expect some very entertaining chapters, and potentially some pretty big curveballs.
I wanted to make a thrill ride like you've never seen before.
Okay, so this is Sufferance. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is Kachabachi made a monster. Didn't do a lot of reacting to this because it was more like an explanation. I was just learning about it too. Since I'm not really reading the anime, the manga, it is what it is. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. Okay. Almost there, guys. We got 5 left. Jesus, this is a lot compared to the others. And for now on, next time I do any reactions, it'll be like 2 videos. That's it. I was just doing all this to kick off to get everything up and running and stuff. So, Captain Hollock, the anti-sports anime. So this is from Mercury Falcon. He has 30,000.3 subscribers. I think this is a recommendation video, if I'm sure, or at least a analyzation video, like they're analyzing how the video, the anime is, or at least the manga. Or I think this is an anime recommendation. So with that said, let's see what this is about from Mercury Falcon. Give them a follow if you do enjoy this video from them. They'll be linked description and also tagged in the video. So with that said, let's go.
I found out is actually fairly common for describing anime and manga among. This year I learned a term that I found out is actually fairly common for describing anime and manga among Japanese speakers. The term is spokone, a portmanteau of the words kone, the Japanese word for guts, and sports, meaning sports.
Oh, come on, man.
Based on the writings of Toei producers like Takayuki Suzuki and Toru Hirayama, spokone is more of a vibe rather than a full-on genre. It rose to popularity in Japanese fiction in the late 60s and is characterized by protagonists who struggle with adversity, but with hard work and determination overcome all obstacles in their path and forming bonds with others who share their hot-blooded passion. The late 60s saw an explosion of sports-related media in Japan, mostly attributed to the popularity of the 1964 Olympics held in Tokyo. Spokone is the lifeblood of sports anime, rising to prominence in popular culture through anime like Attack No. 1 and Star of the Giants. But by the 70s, these elements were already being codified into other genres of Japanese fiction until they'd eventually become universal themes of manga and anime. When Yoshinori Watanabe and Toru Hirayama were tasked with developing a new hero series, they immediately turned to sports anime and dramas for inspiration, and this would ultimately become the framework of 1971's Kamen Rider. In Kamen Rider, the main character Takeshi Hongo is kidnapped and turned into a cyborg because of his high intelligence and his athletic capabilities. Athletic themes and sports anime tropes are all over the series, with Toru Hirayama citing the live-action drama Judo Straight Line and the anime Tiger Mask as their major influences. It wouldn't be long until even the mecha genre would be dominated by characters displaying these traits, like the team that pilots Getter Robo. In Getter Robo, 3 hot-blooded youths utilize teamwork and guts to defeat the invading army of the Dinosaur Empire. And Toei's TV adaptation puts an even greater focus on the themes of athleticism and self-improvement, with several episodes focusing on characters conquering their own personal fears, like when Musashi has to overcome his fear of reptiles, Ryo having to overcome his fear of falling, Musashi's inferiority complex, Musashi not being able to ride a bicycle. Beyond the 1970s, I'm sure you can think of a lot of anime that have a Spokone vibe, especially shonen martial arts titles. These traits have evolved beyond genre tropes, but rather are intrinsically linked to Japanese culture as an image that all should strive to achieve. People who exhibit this Spokone spirit are people we should gravitate towards, people we should emulate, and it makes sense why Japan would emulate strong characters who work as a team, considering they're a small island country who has frequently endured attacks from both other countries and God himself.
Ugh! My god, that's horrifying! The nurse turned into a giant spider!
They're still trying to push this once human game.
This idolization of strength, conformity, and collaboration is why Japan has been so resilient, and why they're able to survive so much hardship. Getter Robo is formed by 3 ships combining, and each pilot must perform at his peak, or risk the fate of his comrades and all of Japan. It is a very Japanese robot. And I'm not even reading into this too much. The anime has an episode where they meet Jack King, a pilot from America who mocks the team for needing 3 pilots, when his robot, Texas Mac, only needs 1. The episode of course ends where Jack gets in over his cowboy hat, and the Getter team have to sweep in and save the day, and he learns a valuable lesson. Now, all of that may have seemed like over-explaining, but I really wanted to emphasize how much of an influence sports had on anime, especially in the 70s. The reason is because I want to put into perspective how crazy it is that at that same time when sportsmanship was being hailed as the new Bushido, there was an anime that not only lacked Spokone themes, but it asserted that they would lead to the stagnation of mankind and the collapse of modern society.
What is he talking about?
Space pirate Captain Harlock is set in the year...
This is this video that I think Ultra wanted me to watch. Was it Ultra? I think it was Ultra. Send this to me.
2977, a time where humanity has succumbed to apathy. The Earth government provides people with necessities, and they watch TV that delivers satisfying and non-challenging entertainment. Our protagonist, the titular space pirate Captain Harlock, believes that humanity's inability to face challenges will inevitably lead to its end. To prevent this from happening, Harlock rebelled and fled to space. The crew of Harlock's ship, the Arcadia, are 42 men disdained by a society that they have likewise rejected. They are alcoholics, they are ugly, disabled, obsessive nerds, and horny aliens. Harlock's crew is composed of every type of person a proud, conforming society should pity at best and revile at worst. And yet they are not only portrayed as the good guys, but it is insisted that only through individuality can humanity grow. When Captain Harlock invites Tadashi Daiba to join him, all he asks is that Daiba fight for what he believes in. Harlock only wants his crew to fight for what's in their heart, meaning they aren't serving him or his goals, or the goals of their other crewmates even. They don't need to share a dream, but they do need to want something with a passion. And Harlock will nurture that passion and help them achieve that dream.
よし、お前はお前の信じる者のために戦え。誰も強制はしない。お前の胸の中にあるもののために戦え。僕はこの自由の旗の下で、僕の信じる者のために戦う。大場正し、どれ、海賊戦艦アルカディア号の同志として。
The rejection of conformity is a common theme seen in many of the works by Harlock's manga author Leiji Matsumoto. It's a common theme in a lot of pop fiction actually. But for Matsumoto it came from a very real place. Matsumoto's father, Lieutenant Tsuyoshi Matsumoto, was a pilot in the Japanese Air Force. During World War II, it was the senior Matsumoto's job to assign pilots to their duties in the Pacific Theater, many of whom he knew wouldn't come back. Sending young men on suicide missions weighed heavily on Matsumoto, and the pain and anxiety only became stronger when the war ended. After losing the war, Matsumoto was obligated to visit the families of all the men who died under his command and inform them of their loved one's death. Most of the families blamed Matsumoto, and the guilt he felt made him unable to work for the rest of his life. The senior Matsumoto, a lover of planes and all things aviation, would never fly again, even turning down simple commercial airline jobs due to the guilt and trauma he felt. Having experienced the fallout of World War II firsthand, Leiji Matsumoto conveys the danger of a government that erases individuality. We could all be happy and equal if we conform, act like ants performing our dedicated duties to ensure the prosperity of our colony, but Harlock reminds us that we are not insects, and that life is something not to be wasted. The prevalence of these themes is why I always specify that Leiji Matsumoto is the co-creator when talking about the 1974 anime Space Battleship Yamato. While many sources push Matsumoto to the forefront, and there's political reasons why that happens, Matsumoto was actually brought on while the series was already in the midst of development. Prior to Matsumoto joining the production, the series was headed by another man credited as co-creator, Yoshinobu Nishizaki. Nishizaki's name was, for a period of time, omitted when talking about Yamato, because Nishizaki was, a little too based. Yeah, Nishizaki's gun and drug charges led to Matsumoto receiving more credit for Yamato, and the reason I bring this up is because there's a lot of political opinions and elements of Japanese nationalism in Yamato that I personally believe Matsumoto would have completely opposed. Episode 2 has a whole scene talking about the brave men who fought alongside the original battleship Yamato, how they knew they would die in battle and that they knew they were on a suicide mission, but they followed orders dutifully, with the scene and its sentiment meant to reflect on our protagonist boarding the space battleship Yamato, and how now our protagonist will fight with that same spirit. This is not a Matsumoto sentiment. All people will die and should live life to the fullest. Therefore, you should not take death lightly. Asking if a person would die for others is nonsense. Depending on the situation, the person can choose for themselves. While Yamato is a story of how many people can work together to achieve an impossible task, Harlock conversely is about a crew who doesn't need a single unifying goal. Each member has their own aspiration, and the passion they have for that dream is all they need to motivate them to work together.
So that's pretty much One Piece in a nutshell, because that's what they said. Everyone had their own goals in mind in One Piece, like Nami, Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp. They all had their own representing reasons of why they're on the crew, but they still have one particular goal to make Luffy the pirate king. So it's kind of like that.
While the crew of the Yamato works together through a societal obligation, the crew of the Arcadia is working out of a personal obligation. But what's interesting about Harlock as an anime is that we can actually see the internal conflict between societal expectations and personal conviction in the arc of a single character, Commander Karuta. Commander Karuta is a member of the Earth military and is essentially a main antagonist for the majority of the series. However, despite being an antagonist, he isn't really a bad guy. The best comparison I can think of is if Harlock was Lupin III, Karuta is Zenigata. Haruta seeks to capture Harlock, but not just because it's his job. He's not blindly following orders. Karuta genuinely cares about the safety of Earth's people, especially children, and opposes Harlock because he believes Harlock is a threat to that safety. He serves the Earth government, but retains his individuality, making him a more sympathetic and even tragic character. He embodies the spirit of individuality so much that, even though he was being hunted by him, Harlock eventually comes to understand him. When the Mazone first appear to Karuta in what is probably the scariest fucking scene in the entire show, they force Karuta at gunpoint to turn over all records on Harlock and his crew. Karuta notices that Harlock's goddaughter Mayu is included, and immediately tries to run away, knowing she'd be an easy target for the Mazone. When Karuta is unable to escape, he pleads with the Prime Minister to end the charade. He wants the Earth government to reveal the Mazone's existence, so that the Earth's people can oppose them with military force. However, the Prime Minister refuses, unconcerned about the possible loss of one child in the face of a planetary war. From this point on, Karuta grows to despise the Earth government, and the Mazone begin to take notice, even trying to convince him to join their side at one point. And this is how those negotiations go down.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. With all the money I saved, thought I'd buy stilts. Hi, honey.
Let's swing back to Yamato for a sec. The series opens with Mamoru Kodai sacrificing himself so Captain Okita can escape to fight another day. Kodai's death in the first episode of Yamato not only has an underlying sense of nationalism, but the reveal towards the end that he survived and is actually living with this beautiful alien named Starsha has this unintentional arc where Mamoru sacrifices himself for the greater good, and as a result sort of achieves Valhalla. This isn't what the creators intended, but it could easily be read this way. This is ironic because in the original outline for the series, Mamoru was meant to re-enter the story becoming a main character and take part in the climax of the series, but this was removed when the series lost 13 episodes due to low ratings. I call it ironic because upon his return, Mamoru Kodai was meant to adopt a new moniker, and that moniker was Space Pirate Captain Harlock. I'm actually glad that Harlock's anime debut wasn't in Yamato, because I think it would have tied Harlock as a character down to a...
I was so annoyed at the fact that anime characters or anime females look like this. Oh man, I never liked how they looked back then.
Muted.
I did not like it at all back in the day. This was so frustrating to look at.
Upon his return, Mamoru Kodai was meant to adopt a new moniker, and that moniker was Space Pirate Captain Harlock. I'm actually glad that Harlock's anime debut wasn't in Yamato, because I think it would have tied Harlock as a character down to a lot of Yamato's themes. Imagine if the man who gave his body and soul to protect his commander was now telling his crew to die for no one but themselves. The 1978 Harlock anime wouldn't even exist, or if it did, it would be something completely different than what we got. And what we got was something special. Harlock was the hero anime fans needed. He is the person that tells you that your hobby or your niche interest, the one that everyone says is childish and a waste of time, actually isn't. Harlock is the patron saint of anime fans. One of my favorite scenes is at the end of episode 16. After foiling an evil scheme set up by her ex-boyfriend, Harlock finds Kei sitting on the beach in a kimono, holding her mother's shamisen. With the sun setting and waves crashing, Kei simply asks Harlock to listen to her play, and so he does.
If I was maybe as a kid, if I saw this when I was in that era, I would find this cool, but I find this extremely annoying to hear. Don't know why. Too many adaptations seem to forget why Harlock meant so much to anime fans. It wasn't because he was cool and that he killed a bunch of people without hesitation. MD Geist is cool and kills a bunch of people without hesitation, and I'm the only one who loves and respects him. Harlock was cool because it came out at a time when every show told kids to improve themselves, become stronger, become more sociable. While Harlock said if you aren't strong and sociable, that's fine.
You're muted.
Do what you're good at. Do what you personally love doing. While the Spokone vibe of the 70s was meant to instill this sports team mentality into kids, Harlock reminded them that they are individuals and that they shouldn't let any system erase that. Even beyond childhood inspiration, I feel like Harlock really resonated with me because of how much he detests stagnation. Humans becoming too stagnant is the entire reason he fled to space in the first place. And I've met so many people in my life who I felt could achieve great things, but they just refused to do it because they were lazy or didn't think it was worth it. But as cliche as it sounds, I would rather meet someone who tried a million times and failed than a person who didn't even bother. In the final episode of the series, Harlock abandons his crew on Earth. With the Mazone defeated and the government toppled, they no longer need to serve Harlock or the Flag of Freedom, because now they can live peacefully and achieve their dreams. I want to make one last comparison to Yamato. I find it interesting how Captain Okita's goal is to survive his illness long enough to see the mission through to the end, so that he can peacefully die on Earth, while Captain Harlock's goal is to see his mission through to the end, so that his crew can peacefully live on Earth.
Interesting. So this is what you wanted me to watch. So this was Mercury Falcon. This was given to me by Ultra. I believe it was Ultra that sent this to me. Was it Ultra? I think it was Ultra. If it's not, then I think it was Ultra. So with that said, like, share, follow, and comment. This was interesting nonetheless. With that whole synopsis, with that whole documentation of this. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. Oh, and also give a follow to Mercury Falcon. Oh God. 4 left. Okay. Okay. So, Jesus, I am exhausted from this. All right. So, I shouldn't say that because this. Anyway, this is Muhammad. I can never say his name. He's an artist, and he talks about things that's going on in the art community. He's half a million subscribers. I think he's I don't think Nigerian or African artist. He has an accent, so you can tell. So it says here in this video, Artextric is gatekeeping drawing, apparently. Don't know how that's possible, but let's see what that means, because anything's gatekeeping these days. So
of the internet is now gatekeeping drawing, apparently. Who would have...
Hey Gus, we're gonna play horse.
How about a game of Gus? Winner gets the PA lottery.
Have ever known?
I don't watch TV. Like, no one cares. You don't get an award because you watch less TV.
We've had art law drama, we've had art style slander, but now it appears what's causing an itch in the drawers of the TikTok art community and its members is drawing with reference or from reference for some reason. But lots of people supposedly have a growing problem with drawing from reference, and believe it or not, because it sounds rather ridiculous to me, some artists are apparently getting called out for drawing with reference or from reference. It's a tricky situation, so bear with me. Now, before we jump into the hot tea in today's episode, I'm sure you all have your biscuits ready. Let's create a hypothetical situation so we can all have enough context about the situation before we dive right in and begin biting our nails and smashing our Hello Kitty keyboards. If I draw directly from a reference photo without changing anything at all in the drawing or transforming it to a completely new and original fresh idea, and then I go ahead and post said drawing on the internet without crediting wherever I got the reference from, is that going to get me in trouble? Questions for the gods.
I don't use any references from the
I literally can't draw without reference. It makes me feel like I'm not a real artist sometimes. I can draw without reference, but it doesn't really have good
Dude, how do you get good at drawing if you don't know what you're drawing? You have to use reference. Now, if you draw something 1,010 times, you should have a innate understanding of how to draw it without using reference. But the go off just saying you're going to draw with no reference on something you don't know what to draw, you look insane. That's like me asking you to draw the Taj Mahal without looking at the Taj Mahal, not knowing what the Taj Mahal. And if I tell you the Taj Mahal is an Indian, like it's a castle. It's technically a castle in India, and that's all you're gonna go by. There's not much for you to use as a form of reference from that point. So you're just kind of winging it, thinking what you think a castle looks like. That stuff is stupid.
anatomy, it just looks fine. My art teacher made us draw without inspiration and said we had to be able to draw from our heads. All the mixed feelings in the comments of this video is making me feel like, I don't know, maybe using references for your drawing is kinda important. Not to say there's no place for drawing from your head or using your imagination, but when you're stuck trying to draw Twitter user Twink Fairies OC from your imagination and you can't think of a cute pose to draw the character in to show how cute they are, maybe it is necessary to pull up a reference photo for your drawing. Using references by no way some sort of taboo or abolished practice when it comes to breathing life into fanciful images born out of your curiosity. So calling people who draw with reference photo weird and saying they're not real artists is rather absurd to me. The masterful painters that walked the earth years before you or I were born were all masterful painters because they used reference photos for every single one of their paintings, which helped them convey the message they were trying to say in their paintings through color and light, even if said messages happen to either be political or violent in nature. The so-called art purists who parade themselves as new age masters of the fine arts and go around leaving comments on TikTok insinuating people who use reference in their art are inferior and are not worthy of being praised because their art is nothing but metaphorical dog poop have nothing to say every time the old masters are brought up in an argument. It's as if all of a sudden they forget that they were not the first people to invent drawing, and other artists far more skilled than them have been using references for decades before either of us ever dreamed of picking up a pencil to make art. But before we move on to the next part of this video, let me tell you briefly about the sponsor of today's video. Opera. As an artist who spends most of their time drawing, using reference is quite important if you want to make better drawings. But when you start gathering reference from Instagram, Pinterest, Google and whatnot, your browser starts to slow down because now you have 34 tabs open at the same time. And this is where Opera comes in. Opera browser is the fastest and safest browser I have tried and has a ton of new features to make your experience surfing the World Wide Web much more enjoyable and relaxing. You can easily organize tabs and collapse them as islands, and it also comes with an ad block feature and a free VPN built in to browse safer and more private. The sidebar has features like a music player and a chat messenger for easy access to all your chats across different platforms. And it also has a feature called Aria, which is the browser's artificial intelligence that gives you instant answers to any question right from the sidebar. The good folks at Opera are eager for everyone to try out all the new exciting features. So click the link in the description to download and try the browser for free. And a big thank you to Opera for sponsoring this video. Tracing reference photos, or what some people like to refer to as normal behavior, is now getting artists called out and harassed on TikTok for obvious reasons. First obvious reason is because, well, since you happen to call yourself an artist, the laws of making drawings exempt you from using any form of tracing in your art, according to the purists and art enthusiasts on TikTok. Be mindful of the contours and strokes. They look rather crooked when you're tracing.
People sit there and say, I don't feel like a real artist when I'm using tracing. Most of you can't even draw anything and look at it, much less a hand. I don't know where people get this idea where you can't use reference. That's so weird. Most people can't look at something and draw it, much less have a reference standing in front of them. So I don't know where this idea comes from.
While these people cancel artists for tracing another artist's work since that is just flat out stealing, they also consider tracing a photo reference as cheating and manipulating art because, well, you aren't starting the drawing off from your head and because you're not drawing it from scratch, according to them. I found it's pretty much always artists who've been drawing for years who villainize tracing, and it discourages young artists. The older artists have forgotten their roots and how hard perspective, anatomy, poses, etc. were when they started out. Tracing is fine for learning. Tracing is fine for learning, yes. But will I say you should trace all the time?
No.
You can't trace when you're trying to learn.
That's why I always say do not go down this, because it's a dangerous path. If anyone even hears you say you're tracing, Don't do it.
But still leave room to practice how to draw just by looking at what you're trying to draw and figuring out how to draw it using shapes, since that will help you later on when you're trying to draw poses from your mind. I trace poses for reference a lot because anatomy is hard, but there's always a part of me that thinks it's wrong and it sucks. If you're going to use references in portfolio pieces, I suggest taking reference photos of yourself or your friends.
Yeah, you can be inspired by something.
While the mass
But I wouldn't do any tracing. I would use reference from a distance or something.
Majority of pencil pushers in the comment section of this TikTok video all felt relieved and validated, since their most humble method of making art was actually allowed and wasn't meant to be frowned upon and looked at with judgmental eyes. Some other artists thought it best to challenge the artist's thoughts on the subject matter, stating other ways of drawing will prove to be rather beneficial to younger artists in the long run, far more than just tracing over reference photos. To which the astounding artist replied that they had tried them all and tracing still held its place high above the leaderboard in drawing techniques. Judging from the awesome drawings on the artist's page, you can tell they definitely have plenty of knowledge on what they're talking about and are just oozing with an excessive amount of aura from the sheer drawing skill on their page. A common theme I see with people gatekeeping drawing and calling artists out for drawing with a reference or tracing from a reference photo, saying they're not real artists, is making these claims because artists somehow don't credit the originator of the reference photo.
I got a few comments like this on my last video, so let's talk about using photos for reference and why copyright may or may not be an issue. First, you should not be using somebody else's photo as reference and copying it exactly and then claiming it as your own work. That would be copyright infringement. But what is often taught is not to use photo reference at all for things like understanding a pose or a gesture or an expression. The bigger problem is that people are taught to draw only from life and only from their imagination. How are you supposed to learn anything?
Crediting the original owners of reference photos is leaving artists concerned as to how they can go about it without being labeled as an art thief or getting called out for stealing art and abusing copyright. And as I said earlier, this is a rather precarious situation. Artists have been called out on Twitter for drawing from a reference photo and using pictures of cosplay artists as reference without properly giving credit to the cosplayer. Just as artists should get credited for drawings, cosplayers should get credited if they get used as reference, in my opinion. Which will definitely stand true if the artist draws verbatim from a reference photo without changing anything at all and draws the exact same photo, same pose, same outfit, same hairstyle, same everything. Artists don't credit each other if they use each other as reference. This isn't traced, it's just using the picture as inspiration and even adds entirely new props to the picture. No reference is needed, it's fair use. False. If an artist basically traces another artist's work, people do get mad and call it out. This is traced pretty heavily and it's used on Tina's Patreon. The dude could have at least credited the cosplayer, as it's clear down to the lighting their likeness was used. While most people were trying to argue between themselves if cosplay was a true form of art or not, it still deserves credit as long as you're using it as a direct reference for your drawing and not transforming it to make it your own. The entire premise of giving credit to reference owners is quite mind-boggling and confusing to artists, and I'm also confused myself. If you're making a drawing and happen to use a number of different elements as reference in your drawing, which references are you going to give credit to and which ones are you going to leave out? How are you going to credit the cute little cat you use as reference for your persona? Nora Fawn, who is an amazing cosplayer and artist, has had to call out artists and manually tag herself every time she has found pictures of herself being used as reference in a drawing. While these situations might be quite confusing since artists might not know where a reference photo is from and are just drawing it from Pinterest or Google, people are suggesting leaving an indication that the drawing was made based off of a reference photo is the safest bet in situations like this. Nora herself explained why she calls out artists on her Twitter account. I wish people would see your original content as art itself, not just something to freely reference or outright trace and recreate. Just a PSA. You can always draw me or use me as reference. All I ask for is some kind of credit when it's art of just me, with no big alterations. Same outfit, same face, same pose in one piece. If you're just using my body for references, there's no need to credit me, but I'd love to see it. Which makes so much sense because cosplayers don't just wake up in the morning, throw jeans on and grab a towel and automatically become your favorite anime character. Most of the time,
Yeah, I
these
do the
outfits
same
and
thing. Whenever I'm
costumes
using a cosplayer, I tend to, like, I use Momokun, and I remember I tagged her, and Bunny Yumi, I think her name was? Bunny Yumi, and I try to tag them in it for them to see it. Not even for them to just see it because they're popular, but, like, I don't think they care. I don't think majority of them even care about that. I think very few cosplayers care if they're being used for a reference, but it's nice to tag them anyway because, well, it's nice to let them know that they're being seen. And if they really like it, they might actually blow up your stuff by just saying, "Oh, I really like this," and put it on their For You page.
cost a fair bit of time and money and also practice just like every other skill. So crediting them for their craft is really important as well. I'm pretty lenient with credit cause there's no such thing as a truly original idea. But if you use my body for reference, pose, outfit, entire concept idea, and you also go viral and profit from it, then at least leave some credit, I guess. Nora Phone, who also does cosplay of drawings made by artists along with anime characters, does her part in making sure she credits the original artist and the source from where she got the idea from in the first place. Since a lot of artists using references from Pinterest are probably not going to know where an original image was sourced from before it landed on Pinterest, we're going to have to leave some form of credit for the original owner of the photo we're using for reference in our drawing from now henceforth. I know all of this seems pretty confusing, believe me, I'm confused as well, but it's what the internet is asking in 2024. I don't make the rules, I just make videos explaining the rules to you with interesting metaphors.
Unspoken digital art rule number 2. Reference, don't copy. A lot of times you see artists that are going onto Pinterest and they're finding pictures that they want to draw, or it's their favorite celebrity, or it's their favorite, just their favorite person. Who knows? Maybe it's just one of your favorite people. And a lot of times people go and they take that exact same picture and they just redraw the picture. While that is you studying art, that's not gonna make you any better in the long run. What I'd suggest is take that exact same picture and turn it into your own character. Maybe create your own original character that has, you know, a different hairstyle, different color skin, maybe different clothing. Use the reference to create your own art. Don't just copy what you see.
Take this artist for example. They used a photo of Nora from Pinterest and got tagged by Nora in correspondence. Hello Nora, I found this photo on Pinterest and couldn't stop drawing from your charming style and vibe. But I made one mistake. I didn't ask your permission. It's already late, but I'll mention you in this post. And if you allow me, please let me continue to draw you.
Flight by Yingling. Low carb, low calorie, more taste. The next generation of light beer.
I think it's safe to say the confusion is cleared. Case closed and dismissed. The final verdict for all my lawful reference users: if you're going to draw from a reference photo and are going to use not just the pose but the likeness and resemblance as well, then you should consider leaving some form of credit, since the photo might either be cosplay like this or may likely be photography from another artist. But if you're just drawing the pose or the hands or feet or something else, then it's okay, I guess? I don't know, this all seems pretty confusing.
If you want to be a character designer, you have to do more than just study from reference. I went to an atelier school in Sweden, and from day one they teach you to observe and record what you're seeing as closely as possible. One of my drawings was off by a centimeter and I had to erase half of it and do it all over again. Most of the artists in this school who had been there for a couple years were trained purely based on observation, could not draw without reference. They lacked the ability to properly use the information they had so accurately observed. They couldn't turn the forms, move things the way that would fit a better design, change the lighting. They never practiced from memory. If you want to be a designer like character designer, you need to practice drawing from memory. It's how you're able to draw from imagination. Just because you observe something a ton of times and even draw from it doesn't mean you actually know it. You have to practice retrieving that information from memory.
Watching this video just reminded me that there are people who still give good art tips and made me believe that there is still hope for the future of TikTok art. I think using references for your drawings shouldn't be seen as a bad thing or something that should be hated or cancelled in the art community. I never thought I'll have to explain this, but there's nothing wrong with using a reference photo to solidify the knowledge of whatever it is you're drawing. Reference should be used just like every other tool you use for your art. Yes, it's good to also practice drawing from memory to teach yourself how to visualize and what it is you're trying to draw, but that shouldn't negate or undermine the importance of using reference in your art. Practice drawing by using shapes and learn how to turn these shapes in three-dimensional space. Practice things like gesture and line of action, as this will help you when it comes to drawing poses from memory. But when you get stuck trying to draw a pose, or you just can't understand how to draw the arm in perspective or in a particular pose, it wouldn't hurt you to take a picture of your hand or that of your friends and use that as a reference. You should learn to use reference to improve your drawings and not to rely on it. And as for the fine people of TikTok gatekeeping art from the rest of us, please let us in the club. No, seriously, I want to be considered an artist too. I know I'm not a real artist since I draw from reference. I know my place is outside with the other peasants who use AI to make their art. But please let us in the real artist club. I promise we'll do no harm. Please, pretty please, I'm begging. Or what? We can come in? Yay! Well, it looks like we've made it to the end of the video. If you enjoyed the video, please leave it a like, share the video with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new here. With all that being said, I'll see all you pretty penguins in the next video. Bye!
That's very unlikely. All right, so that was pretty much from Mohammed on the whole tracing, reference debacle. I think it's kind of ridiculous for people not to use reference, but I can see why using reference could be a bit of a crutch a little bit if you're not really taking in the information. So that's a thing that a lot of people have to learn, to not look at the reference too much, or at least try to use as little reference as possible so they can have a good understanding. But to say just using reference is wrong, I don't agree with that. That's a problem. All right, with that said, I'm out. With that, thank you. Follow Mohammed and all that great stuff. Now we can get out of here. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, I'm gonna let you guys pick the last one, because it's 9:27. I think we're in a good place so far. So I'll let you guys pick one last video. So either ranking spring 2024 with Garrett, I think that's Gliwick, I think that's his name is, or we can do Terrible Wonder with the best underrated manga out right now, or we can do, I don't know how to pronounce that name, but the top 10 new SSS rated manga recommendation you have read in 2024, part 3. Actually, that's a part 3. I'll kick that one out because there's a part 1 and 2. So what I'll do is we'll pick between these two. Spring. I think this is a ranking. This is a number 2. All right. Yeah.
Ryaga Samurai. The first one.
The ranking one?
Flynn Vassence.
Rating.
Rating.
You know what?
I guess.
You know what? I'm going to let you guys poll. I'm going to put a poll. I'm going to put 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 2 is, just to be clear, 2 is the best underrated going manga. Ranking spring 2024 anime. So go to the YouTube Shorts. I'm going to pull in the poll. I pull in a poll so you guys can vote. Go vote, guys. You can pick what we can do. Because there's only 2 left. And I don't feel like doing them both. We're right at the end. I know everyone wants to go. So this is our last video. So vote now. We got 2 votes so far. 3 votes. 3 votes. 3 votes. 4 votes. Okay, okay. We're at 50-50. 50-50-50. I'm gonna give you guys till 10:40. No, 9:35 to break it. If we can't break it, we'll watch them both.
Flynn Vassance. Just casually eating chips or something.
Mm-hmm. I'll let you guys choose. Choose now, guys, in the poll. I need 1 more vote to break it. 1 more vote. Why does everyone purposely make it 50-50? I think you guys do that on purpose. I think you guys always do this every time. Every time. Okay, I guess we're watching both then, because like, unless someone votes right now. We need 1 more vote. There's 6 of you. Only 4 votes. Where's the other 2? Just need 2 more, or at least 1 more. I hate using polls. Alright. It's only 2 minutes. Come on, guys. No one's gonna vote. Kane, can you vote real quick? Just pick 1 or 2.
Flynn Vassance. Man shrugging.
And thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. Can you vote? Pick just 1 or 2. Doesn't matter. If you see a poll. Oh, the misery. I know, right? There are 4 of them. Only there's 6 people, but anyway, I guess we're watching both. Oh hell no, we can't watch we can't watch Ranking Springs because it's 33 minutes. That's way too long. I just saw it. It literally says 33 minutes and 17 seconds. So I'll have to save this for another day. We can't sit here for another 30 minutes. I can't do it. I just saw it, like, just for everyone to know, just to be fair. I'm just showing you guys. Look, it's 33 minutes. I just now saw it. Hell no, we're not doing that. Sorry, guys. So it looks like we'll just do the second one. This one's literally 10 minutes. Let's get out of here. Let's do it.
Some new and ongoing manga. Sort of.
33 minutes. I can't do that. And it's ranking of like.
This is your
anime,
pilot.
so
On your left, Dave McCormick's $16 million mansion in Connecticut. Here's his Wall Street hedge fund. He made millions outsourcing jobs. Here's Pennsylvania, where Dave didn't vote for 15 years. Time to head back to Connecticut, Dave.
LOL.
I know, but I have to wait.
My God, it's so sticky. Ew! The boss looks disgusting.
Most of these mangas are pretty good, some with only a few chapters out, others with a bit more, but they all have a solid beginning, and it makes me pretty mad how underrated they are. So instead of gatekeeping, I decided to make a video on it. And I won't go too much into detail because there isn't a lot of chapters out for these mangas, so keep that in mind. Now, I do need some people to talk with about these series, so feel free to give me your opinions on them in the comments. Okay, enough of that. Let's get into the first manga on our list, and it's called... Sound my music and see the sounds I create.
Did we see this?
Senso Kaiu Shitsu. This manga is about Ryuka, a 14-year-old boy who wants to be a musician, but he's a mercenary. horn player who's a slave to his commander. That's not all. He's a
Bro, did we see this? I feel like we saw this. Right, did we see this? I felt like we've seen this before. Call me crazy, but I feel like we've seen this one before. This feels very familiar. I'm not totally sure.
a freak who has a horn on his head. Ryuka feels like a genuine teen who was exposed to a lot of disturbing things. He's straightforward to everyone, even his commander. I hate everything except for playing the horn. Seeing countless corpses hanging down the trees, spears decorated with intestines, girls my age. Yeah, when I sound my music and see the sounds I create, I'm spared from seeing all those disgusting sights. I want to train under a veteran horn player, and I want to attend a university and learn musical notation, because those things are actually worth something. Does that help you understand why I want to leave this place?
Say, Ryuka, hasn't your horn grown quite a bit?
Yep, we've seen this video. I remember this. Sad. I remember this. It is now hitting me. He was sitting here asking him a question. The dude was so straightforward with him, I believe.
Who gives a shit?
Yep.
This manga has sold itself.
Seen this. Alright. Sadly, since we technically seen this, it seems kind of pointless to rewatch it and make it into a video. Watch the bad ads. Oh, God. You want me to get to the ads thing? Okay. Hold on. I don't know if I'm going to make that into a video. I really doubt it, but... Yeah, we already seen that, so let me see what I can do real quick.
Ryaga Samurai. Dude with a horn plays a horn, I know.
Yeah, we playing that. I think we've seen that already. Okay, that's yeah. Okay. Okay. 12, 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. How long are they?
Flynn Vassens.
Okay, they're a couple seconds.
Warhammer 40k. JK unless you want to.
What do you mean? Let me see. Oh, wait, what the hell? That's the banner. Okay. Yo. Okay. Uh. Alright, let's knock this out of the way. So Erin wanted me to look at these commercials. I think it's from the conversation we had about commercials. So she wanted me to show off these commercials from the 90s that were probably ridiculous as hell. So let's see what this is about. So this is a Godzilla. I don't know if I'm going to make it into a video, so... Because it's literally 30 seconds.
Flynn Vassens.
I don't even think they consider that a video.
I was saying you should find a Warhammer one.
Oh man, I can't now. Because I had those preset and ready to go. I have to do that another time. Alright, so new Evolution Godzilla toy commercial. So apparently these are probably unhinged. It looks kind of unhinged. Let's see where this goes.
Godzilla, King of the Monsters, has evolved to become more powerful than ever. Transforming Godzilla is easy and fun. Start by pulling back the chest flap. Peel the skin back, stretching it over Godzilla's head and off both arms. Pull the skin down and peel it off the legs. Finally, attach Godzilla's tail. Now Godzilla has fully evolved into his most powerful form ever. You can easily take Godzilla back to his original form by reversing the process. Titan Evolution Godzilla.
Wow, that's terrible. It's a toy sock. Is that what that is? It's a toy sock? That's terrible. What the hell? What the hell did I just watch? That was so weird. No, there's modern day toy ads. I was saying today's ads are lame and sent you because you haven't seen one for forever. Yeah, that's a terrible commercial. There's no hype. It's just a dude instructing me how to put a skin suit on a Godzilla and take it off. Take it off. Oh my god, that's weird. Okay, let's go to the next one.
On the way to multiverses, stop by the McDonald's first.
Wait, Multiverse has a McDonald's commercial?
Hey, Superman, let's go! Get one of 6 toys in your Happy Meal.
Well, that one's not as bad. It's not as bad. It's... And I don't even think Multiverses is doing very well in the fighting genre department, in all honesty. Ugh, that was weird. So this one says, episode 9, this is 10 minutes straight. This one's, I guess it will make up for the video we was trying to watch. Episode 9, top trending toys ads. Ultimate Kid Toy, commercials. Maybe I can make this into a video.
Swirl it, band it, pop it in.
Linvascence.
Squeeze and color, then give
No,
it a
it's
spin.
just cringy.
Rinse it out, and you're ready to go. It's your very own tie-dye from Tybo. The super fun way to make a zillion tie-dye creations with zero inky mess.
Do girls really like this stuff? We now have 4 video. Yeah, JJK has 1, 2 cents. There's McDonald's. Are you serious?
It's never been easier to create tie-dye masterpieces.
Actually, no, I'll do that.
Tic-tac-tongue! Turn yourself into a chameleon. Check, aim, and lick quick to win. Catch the most insects you can and show everyone who is the fastest tongue around. Available now at Smith.
I don't know how I feel about that. It's not a bad toy. It's just gonna be a disgusting one to share with people. Because you have to put your mouth on it. Hey, Crix. You have to put your mouth on it, and kids are very disgusting, and they don't wash after themselves. So, well, not all, but like,
It's Toy Superstores.
Introducing Rapple. Slap, raffle, clap. Love them with the pot. Criss, cross, snap. Tap and make them chat. Slap, raffle, clap. Love how they chat back. Criss, cross, snap. Time to take a nap.
what the hell is this?
Your interactive
So what? It's like a noodle Furby.
best friend from character.
It looked like Furby, but just a noodle.
Pop, squish, play, and display. Pop open the sweet world of K-pop cuties. Super sweet friends you'll love. Squishy, squeezy, fun for everyone.
I don't think I can do this video because it's going to copyright me up the wazoo.
Pop them open, who will you find? Adorable cuties and sweeties inside. Each one is a surprise. Pop, squish, play, and display. K-pop cuties and cutie families.
Energon is the fuel that powers all Transformers. Discover the power and roll out. Activate, power up and launch your Transformers Energon Igniter. Race into action in vehicle mode or transform to robot mode. New Transformers Energon Igniters.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. That typical video comes off more like a old traditional video from like the 2010s.
From Wild Science comes Weird Slime Lab, a complete box of experiments to create squirming blood clots, slimy, slippery tadpoles, handfuls of rat's gizzards, wriggling green worms, and putty that goes.
See our Wild Science range in store now. Available now.
I always hate when parents buy kids these stupid kits. I don't think kids ever touch those kits, or they just ruin it themselves. I don't think kids will actually like those things, except if you really was into science. Like, really into science.
Now at Smith's.
How'd you get?
Oh man, our time was much easier, to be honest. When me and Aaron and Brian and everyone was growing up, we didn't have to worry about loot boxes and video games, ESG, and any of that stuff. You watch a kid's show, it was bad, it was bad, it was good, it was good. There was no woke stuff. Either it was boring or it was cringe or whatever the case may be. That was probably as far as it goes. You don't have to worry about ESG, DEI, woke nonsense, progressive nonsense, none of that. It was just a kid show. So like, you watch your Pop-Up Girls, your Dexter's Lab, your Young Justice, your Tanami. The cartoons was just amazing because most of them was pretty good hitters. There were some shows that didn't really last the test of time, but they did really well when growing up. But and most of the stuff was pretty easy to get, like understand based on their core concept, or what that was made for, and what the audience was wanting, or what the audience focus was for kids. Now it's just gender ideology, insane stuff that it's not important, doesn't really appeal to kids, that kids don't care. That's why Disney is dying and doesn't understand why, because they keep trying to make an audience that doesn't exist.
All of this into this. Well, it's just magic. Get your free 300-page toy catalog at Smith's Toy
I mean, I
Store.
did experience much of that but I also didn't get to watch cartoons that much.
Well, whether you watched a lot or little, you didn't have to watch a lot. You just had to know that, like, you can tell, even if you didn't watch a lot of cartoons, you can feel there's a drastic difference of TV and cartoons now compared to like 10, 15 years ago.
Now.
I don't hate kids. Kids, it depends. Like, kids just don't understand how things was. They believe the internet always was around and stuff, so they have a certain attitude to them, and it's not their fault. It's just the era they're born in. Just like how 90s kids was born with phones and stuff and X, Y, and Z, or like 80s kids was born with certain things that their 70s parents didn't grow up. It's the same. It's history repeating itself. So that's pretty much what that is.
Something delicious. Yes. And my ice cream.
Yes. It's headbands.
Do I have 4 legs?
What? Am I a carnivore? Do I really exist?
It'll keep you guessing.
Do I live in the water?
Sometimes.
I don't really hate kids at all. I don't really have problem, even with the Gen Zers, even though I might find them disturbingly annoying sometimes. It's not their fault. They're just in the era they're trying to survive in. So it's not like they're purposely being annoying, or they're purposely ruining things, or they're purposely doing whatever. They're doing anything different. They're not doing anything different than me, Aaron, and Brian Bean did when our parents or our siblings were doing at the time. So it's just history repeating itself. It's part of growing up. Is it good that kids are exposed to certain things that maybe me and Aaron and Brian was exposed to, or not as harshly exposed to, with the lack of the internet? No, I don't think it's a great thing, and it's not their fault, but it's just like my little brother, he knows things that I didn't learn till I was like probably 18, 20, 25. But you know, because the internet exists and everyone has a phone in their hand, little kids at the age of what, 8, 10, 11, 12 has phones now. So it's just not their fault. Like today, my mod Ari was telling me about a kid who wanted to learn something about lessons and stuff and how much it costs, but because they're a kid, they can't pay for it, but they want to know because, well,
Flynn Vassance.
I wouldn't have done that as I was
I
a
am
kid.
Gen Z and I'm 21. Personally, I'm pretty sure it's purely based on what the parents allowed their children to do.
Yeah, but even though it's based on what the parents allow them to do, you have to deal with those kids in that sense, depending on what your situation is. So if you have kids right now, those kids have to contend with if you have kids right now, those kids will contend with those kids who parents let them do anything and don't scold them or have regulations on them or have any form of morality upon them, because we live in a world where woke parents exist and they just let their kid be anyway, and then usually the kid are crazy and off kilter and want structure but can't say it but don't know what they want. So like, that's the sad thing about most of this. It's not even the kids' fault. Like I said, it's not their fault. They're just surviving in whatever the situation may be. And there's more parents who let the iPhone take care of their kid right now than anything.
Am I a hippo?
Yes!
Yes!
Headbands from Spin Master.
Hi, I'm Princess Melina. Welcome to my Sparkle-tastic Shimmer Palace. My friends Starlina and Princess Frostina are here for my royal party. Let's play in the lookout tower and my dressing room. Oh, hey, Moon Blush, let's go. Now I'm ready to party. Yum, party food. Wow, there's an amazing light show and cool music. Meet all the Bush Babies at bushbaby.world.
You know what's so weird? As I'm watching this commercial, it just feels like a weird parody of the early 2000s. Like the 2006 all the way to like 2019. I was like 2019, like 2016, 2017.
Bush Baby World, where dreams come true.
Nah, 2015. 2015 to 2010. I would say 2006. No, 2010 to 2015.
Available now at Smith's Toy Superstores.
Polly Pocket Go Tiny Room. When you slide the locket, Polly goes tiny. Polly takes a ride. Skateboard fun inside. Stick it, rocket, Polly Pocket. You can
Polly
do it
Pocket
all.
still
Stick around a
exists?
cafe. Fly up and away. Underwater,
Oh my
Polly
god,
Pocket.
I didn't
It's
know
fun
girls
to be
still
small.
buy Polly Pocket.
Polly Pocket Go Tiny Room comes with both Big Polly and Tiny Polly.
My
fairy garden. Fairies love gardens and fill them all with flowers and a cute little dormouse who sleeps away the hours. 3 garden fairies, their flowers smell so sweet, and a pretty butterfly to make your hair complete. A unicorn appears, there's magic all around, with fairy dust that sparkles and scatters on the ground. My fairy garden. The new fairy garden. Available online and at all good toy stores. My fairy garden.
Birds are back at McDonald's, and they all want some delicious apples and grapes. Everyone wants a piece, but who'll get there first? Oh, look at them go! Luckily, everyone can enjoy apple and grapes with Angry Birds. Now at McDonald's. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal.
Das neue Power Action Pikachu. Drücken. Wangen und Schwanz leuchten auf.
Oh, I forgot some of these videos are from around the world. They're not from America.
Laden. Battle. Weich und interaktiv. Power Action Pikachu. Von Boti.
Barbie! 2 in 1 Krankenwagen. Für schnelle Hilfe jederzeit. Der Krankenwagen ist bereit. Barbie! 2 in 1 Krankenwagen.
Barbie 2 in 1 Krankenwagen Spielset mit Licht und Geräuschen. Du kannst alles sein.
It's so weird to hear other toys that you usually hear in the US be like in a different language. It's just so funny.
Evi Love Ferienspaß mit Evis tollem Camper. Gibt's so viel zu entdecken. Eine Erfrischung im Pool, das tut gut. Und jetzt was Leckeres zu essen. Los geht's zum Reiterhof. Ich freue mich auf die Pferde. Campen ist cool. Evi Love Ferienspaß. Nur von Simba. Entdecke eine neue Überraschung von Little Life. Ein süßer Babydrachen. Wow! Sieh, wie er mit den Flügeln schlägt und beim Versuch zu fliegen herumhüpft. Es gibt so viele süße Drachen zum Sammeln. Little Life Pets Überraschungsdrachen.
Kletten, formen, kreativ sein. Mit den neuen Bonchums-Formen kannst du jetzt noch leichter tolle Figuren bauen. Immer wieder neu. Entdecke deine Kreativität mit dem neuen Bonchum Bildset von Spin Master.
Der größte und höchste Lego-Technikkran aller Zeiten. Mit dem Power Functions Motor erreichst du schwindelerregende Höhen. Der neue geländegängige Kranwagen von Lego Technik.
Baby Annabelle. Millie fühlt sich gar nicht gut.
Deine Backen glühen ja.
Arme Millie.
Oh, du hast Fieber. Jetzt hören wir dich erstmal ab. Hier hast du deine Medizin. Jetzt geht's dir besser. Du lachst schon wieder.
Baby Annabelle Millie feels better. Nur von Zapfkreation.
Bühne frei für Obstspaß und jede Menge Gobsmacks. Dann los! Wow, was für ein Wurf! Jetzt muss Happy nachlegen. Und er landet einen Volltreffer! Tierische Action mit Gobsmacks. Jetzt im Happy Meal.
Los, Max, Spaß!
Tauche ein in die magische Welt von Disneys Die Eiskönigin, völlig unverfroren. Mit dem zauberhaften Schminktisch kannst du dich frisieren wie Anna und Elsa. Mit Haarbandschmuck und Bürste. Der Schminktisch zu Die Eiskönigin von Smoby.
Der Baby Bond Sister Styling Head. Lass deiner Kreativität freien Lauf mit dem tollen Zubehör. Dekorieren, stylen, schminken, kämmen und unzählige Frisuren zaubern. Die Haaraccessoires passen auch der Baby Bond Sister. Wow, wie cool! Baby Bond Sister Styling Head, nur von Zopfkreation.
Yeah.
So schön ist die
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Barbie-Traum-Villa.
Like, if I was a
Mit der
kid,
Rutsche.
if I was a kid of today, I would not play with toys.
Barbie-Traum-Villa
I'm
mit
sorry,
Lichtern
and
und Geräuschen.
it's ironic I say that because I said kids don't know these days about how things work. But when I look at what's available now and what's happening in the, it'll be a miracle that I see kids play with toys. It's nearly a miracle that I see kids even play with toys or even want to play with toys. It's kind of wild to me. Like, it's just ridiculous to the point, like, look at these sets and stuff. I'm looking at them, but they look like times of a yesteryear, right? So even though these are from around the world and in different languages and stuff, it's just like, when you look at it, it's just like, wow. Like, these feel like toys that would work in their early 2010s, but not, or even early 2000s, but like, Jesus, like, now looking at toys now is just like, ugh, man. I love your drawing and broadcasting, but I have to go now. Bye. Okay, we're about to jump off anyway. Oh, man.
Flynn Vassens. No thanks. I'm good.
It's like toys now.
I'd get my children Legos or something else where they can use their imagination more.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but like, it just seems like toys are lacking something. Maybe it's just the way the commercials are made, but something about the toys just seem very dead. Like kids are not even buying like Star Wars toys anymore, because I was trying to pass like the Acolyte toys and stuff like that, and people are not buying them at Aldi's. That's how bad it is. They're just not buying toys. So it's kind of weird. Like, toys might still work with babies because, you know, they're babies. But when it comes to, like, teen kids or, like, teenagers from preteens and stuff like that, I really think they're not going to play with toys like that.
Jetzt kannst du eine völlig neue Spielewelt erleben. Ob als große Abenteurer mit dem Auto durchs Gelände, mit fantastischen Manövern als Pilot durch die Lüfte oder als großer Entdecker mit dem U-Boot unter Wasser. Mit dem neuen Nintendo Labo-Fahrzeugset liegt es in deiner Hand.
Whatever happened to that? The Nintendo label thing, or Lobo. It was like a cardboard box thing. It was supposed to be like different. You use the Nintendo Switch and then you use it to like, you know, do different things to play a game.
Flynn Vassens.
Whatever happened to that?
Don't make me laugh. Those Star Wars Acolyte toys are a joke gift at this point.
Oh yeah, pretty much. But like I'm saying, like that's how much toys and all these stuff that usually a boys brand is dead. Like nearly every boys brand is dead, and toys are not selling because boys are not buying toys because they're told that being a boy is a terrible thing. It's kind of sad. Whatever happened to that? Nintendo was really pushing that Lobo thing with the cardboard box thing. That was weird. Anyway, so that's pretty much the video at this point. I speeded it up a little bit because it was kind of pointless at this point. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I don't think I'm going to make it into a video. I'm really debating that. I don't know how I'm going to make a thumbnail out of this, but like, we'll see. If I decide to make this into a video, I have to snip out a lot of videos tonight and make a lot of thumbnails tonight. Ugh. So with that said, I'm gonna let everyone go. Have a great night, guys. Thank you guys for coming in. We're finally done. We got a lot of content. I don't think I'll be doing any reactions anytime soon. We did about 15, I think, videos or something. Oh, I'm pretty sure most of them will be an hour long. Oh my God. So with that said, have a great night, guys. Keep practicing tomorrow. I'm gonna do
Flynn
more
Vassens.
skin stuff.
Good luck. Ryaga Samurai. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys. Good night, Flynn. Good night, Bri. Good night, Ari. Good night,
Flynn
everyone.
Vassens.
I'm out.
Good.
Laters. Do 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 do.